con, don't turn a below con. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. A milocon, don't turn to a bilocon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Aso Rock maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Emi power. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Ojeti. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at me. One day you get ya. Mama say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mu jelumba. O we butike. Aga ni lu de butilo wane mo. Asa ga wa ke ya di ba ya jomba.
Stop.
Àyẹ̀wò la ọ̀jẹ̀ rí
Tell them, let them know, say, one lay back. Then they see us as they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba. I see they go. Oh, Lord, Gbàgbé Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀, Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Àríyá rẹpẹtẹ. Come on! Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú jayọba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yòówù. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Àjẹwò la ọ̀jẹ̀ rí. Tell them, let them know, say, wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀, Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o.
And there it is right there. So both of them should not be on the screen. So let's pop this one off and have that one there. There it is right there. So there it is right there. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we started off with that, as we often always do. There's two different. So we started off with that, as we often do. Yes, we started off with a greeting. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day. So hope you've had a brilliant and a fantastic day. Happy weekends to you too, Choma and Derek Hodge as well. So interact in the comment section if you don't want to come on the screen. So you know the comment section is often more exciting sometimes than the screen. I keep an eye on it, and I cannot just some of the conversations that go on in there is just too wild. But yes, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, it should be somewhere there in the comment section, and I'll be reposting it again fairly shortly. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I've finished fleshing out the conversational points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. So it's nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's just as simple as just described. So you click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then you are in, and then I'll do my usual noise making, and I'll invite your thoughts about that noise. So that's just how it works. It's nothing out of the ordinary. It's as easy as ABC. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You have to re-emphasize that, because it's a call to action. When I'm saying these things, I'm actually asking you to take an action. So as I say it, take the invitation and and act accordingly. So click on like. So that's an invitation for you to do something. So do that. And if you are watching in watchback, do that as well. So click on like. And then if you're not already subscribed, do that as well. So do that. Share the link in your social media spaces. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, let me actually send it now, so it's immediate to hand. So do that. And then, of course, the $ at the bottom of the screen, we have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream. So be the first to set us off. Click on the $ at the bottom of the stream and super chat towards the stream. Do all of those things, and your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You'll suddenly feel a sensation from within, a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all of those things, and your body will be subsumed. with a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all of those things. So let's just get into the conversation. And apologies for not turning up yesterday, by the way. I had oh God, there goes my light now. Let's just carry on. Apologies. You might well say thank God. It's come the laptop that is hooked up to, I think it's somewhat acting up, so I have to unplug it and replug it. So let me do that. Actually, let me do that now. And by the way, I am still here, so let me just make sure that the lights are on. Let me just move it to another system, and let me move it to another system. And there we go. We're back. So yes, it's NEPA, isn't it? Up NEPA. Even in the UK, you get NEPA striking. So yeah, so do all of those things. Let's just yes, I know that would be further for all sorts of you see what I told you about the comment sections now. Comment section, and they couldn't miss that opportunity. They're already yes, and that's Joma. It's always something with you. Well, that is, isn't it? So let's just launch straight into it. So let's launch straight into it, and we kick it off with this one. So we'll kick it off with this. Always been that narrative about who owns Nigeria. And if you want to know who owns Nigeria, that certainly is the list of names that's just been mentioned here. So I mean, there can be no other conversation other than the Tinubu administration. Obasanjo arrives Minna to meet IBB, Abdul Salami, and Gusau. So whoever pretty much for the last 4 decades, whoever becomes the Nigerian president has to go through at least 2 of these names: Obasanjo, IBB, and now Abdul Salami as well, and Gusau, of course, who I think was an NSA at some point in time. So what's all this about? Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has arrived Minna, the Niger State capital, on Sunday evening and headed straight to the hilltop residence of former military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, IBB. Sources hinted that Obasanjo arrived Minna at about 4:15 p.m. aboard a chartered aircraft from Benin City, where he had gone to felicitate with the Osama of Benin Kingdom, Chief Gabriel Igbenedion, on his 90th birthday. It was further learned that at the residence of General Babangida retired, another former head of state, General Abdusalami Abubakar, and former, yes, I was right, it was an NSA, and former National Security Advisor, NSA, General Aliu Gusau, were also waiting for the former president. So it says details to follow. But then you don't really need too many details following. So it's essentially a moratorium on the Tinubu administration, a state of the nation meeting, and exactly what are we going to do about it is the thing. So if these people make the decision to remove Tinubu, I don't think it will last a week. You know, if Obasanjo agrees with IBB and Gusau, I'm not quite sure that Abdul Salami is that much of a factor in the power brokerage of who owns Nigeria. But certainly at the epicenter, there's the argument actually that it is a toss-up between Obasanjo and IBB as to who actually owns that country. But whoever owns that country is certainly not far from those 2 names. And when those 2 names meet and their potency, you see this guy Gusau here, that's pretty much the Nigerian security forces right there. So he's so embedded within the security structure that he can also move that country in whichever direction he chooses. So essentially a moratorium on the Tinubu administration. So that's what's going on there. So that's what I mean. What else can be can the conversation be other than a conversation about that? So there is that. So let's go on from that to this one. NNPC reveals how much it purchased petrol from Dangote Refinery. So, of course, as you already know, the lifting of petroleum has now started from the Dangote Refinery. But where the conversation really is where the price point will be. So it's not even a matter of supply anymore. We already know that there's supply in abundance from what will be coming out of our Dangote Refinery. So the conversations around fuel scarcity, if things go to plan, that will be consigned to the annals of history. So that will be consigned to the annals of history. But at what entry point are they? That is what has been slowing this thing down. By the way, it's never really been if Dangote was ready to pump out or not. It's been ready to pump out for a very long time. It's never really been about the supply of crude. It's always been about the price point that they're going to introduce this thing to the masses. So because Dangote has to take his fine boy court, which is to tell you that he has to be able to fleece the Nigerian people. And the NNPC, of course, having the importation of petroleum taken out of their hands, they have also to have a conduit to fleece the Nigerian people. So they have to agree as to just how much they can fleece the Nigerian people to satiate their greed without killing the people. So that's essentially what that conversation has been about. And what was also agreed, by the way, PMS, petrol, we call it petrol, so let's just call it petrol as we do in Nigeria. What's also been agreed is that PMS will be solely sold to NNPC, and then NNPC then will subsequently sell it to marketers. So why is that convoluted structure in place? You know, if they're saying they're running a free market enterprise, why is that convoluted process in place? You know, why can it not be the case that the oil marketers will just send their tankers to Dangote Refinery, buy it, and then sell it via their filling stations? So why does it have to conduit through a particular portal? And if it's conduiting through that particular portal, is it then guaranteeing the price at the pumps? So are they going to agree markups with the marketers as well? So that however much I'm filling my my tank in Lagos, for instance, is exactly how much you'll be filling it in Sokoto, Enugu, etc. So it's still very much very much shrouded in all manners of unnecessary intricacies. But certainly the fuel scarcity no longer a conversation. The conversation now is entirely about fuel price. NNPC reveals how much it purchased from Dangote Refinery. So this will tell us then how much the petroleum is going to settle on. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has revealed that it purchased petrol at 898 naira. So that tells you then. So this figure now tells you then that petrol will be retailing for about 1,100 in Nigeria. That's what that tells you. Because if NNPC is purchasing it directly from source at essentially 900 naira, and the marketers put their markup, and then the filling stations put their markup as well, so that takes it to approximately 1,100 to 1,200. That is where petrol is going to settle in Nigeria. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has revealed that it purchased petrol at 898 naira per liter from the Dangote Refinery, contradicting earlier claims of a lower price. So the price that I actually saw earlier was about 700 and something. So there's and this is the convolution, by the way. Maybe Dangote should just be publishing figures, you know. So this is why people wanted the marketers to go directly to Dangote. So that would be willing buyer, willing seller, without having to conduit through through the government. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has revealed that it purchased petrol at 898 naira per litre from the Dangote Refinery, contradicting earlier claims of a lower price. In a statement issued to correspondents on Sunday, the chief spokesperson of the NNPC, Olufemi Shoneye, clarified that the price of premium motor spirit PMS commonly, I wonder why they say premium motor spirit and then they put in parentheses PMS and then they immediately add commonly known as petrol. So if it's commonly known as petrol, just call it petrol if that is what people understand it to be. In a statement issued to correspondents on Sunday, the chief spokesperson of the NNPCL, Olufemi Shoneye, clarified that the price of premium motor spirit PMS, commonly known as petrol, was significantly higher than previously reported figures. We successfully loaded PMS at the Dangote Refinery today. They claimed that we purchased at 760 naira per litre is incorrect. For this initial loading, the price from the refinery is 898 naira per litre, Shoneye said. So just within the period of 1 day, the price has already gone up from 760 to 898. So everything changes but remains the same. Corruption continues. The NNPC had mobilized approximately 300 trucks to the Dangote refinery's 650,000 barrel per day capacity in Lagos. Loading operation commenced on Sunday, with over 70 trucks having been loaded by the time of the report. The Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, had announced that NNPC will be the sole off-taker of refined petrol from Dangote. So this is really where the problem is. This paragraph right here is where the problem is. I'm not quite sure what explanation justifies that, but that is where the problem is. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, had announced that NNPC will be the sole off-taker of refined petrol from Dangote Refinery. At the technical subcommittee meeting on the sale of crude to local refineries in Naira on Friday, the finance minister, who was represented by Zak Adedeji, executive chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, had said diesel from the Dangote refinery will be sold in Naira to any interested off-taker, while PMS will only be sold to NNPC, which will then sell to various marketers. So if they are selling it to NNPC at 898, as I said, NNPC puts a markup on it, and then the marketers put another markup on it. And then by the time it gets to the pump, we are looking at 1-2. Right. At the technical subcommittee, I think we just read that. He announced that the completion of all agreements and modalities for the implementation of the Federal Executive Committee approval on the sale of crude to local refineries in Naira and corresponding purchase of petroleum products in Naira. Since then, okay, I think we've actually already covered this in a previous incarnation, but let me just give it to you anyway. Since then, the implementation committee chaired by the Honorable Minister of Finance and the technical committee have worked intensely with NNPC and Dangote Refinery to fashion out the details of the modalities for the implementation of the FEC approval. I am glad to announce that all agreements have been completed and loading of the first batch of PMS from the Dangote Refinery will commence on Sunday, the 15th of September. From October the 1st, NNPC will commence the supply of about 385 barrels per day of crude to Dangote Refinery to be paid in Naira. In return, the Dangote Refinery will supply PMS and diesel of equivalent value to the domestic market to be paid in Naira. Diesel will be sold in Naira by the Dangote Refinery to any interested off-taker. PMS will only be sold to NNPC. NNPC will then sell to various marketers for now. So that system has to change. It's too convoluted, too shrouded. It's the opaqueness of, I cannot see why that would be the case. So that's just it. My bag still missing. Sowore narrates what transpired at airport. So that's Sowore, who arrived in Nigeria today and was summarily detained, but then curiously immediately released by the DSS. Our first set of NNPC trucks lift PMS at Dangote Refinery. So, of all of the important things that has happened in that, this is probably the most. So those are the trucks right there. This is probably the most important thing that has happened in that country for the last 30 years, at least since the birthing of the Fourth Republic. This is the most we have achieved self-reliance on our on energy. So that's essentially what this is. We have achieved self-reliance on energy. So I mean, it's quite a seminal moment in the course of the journey of that country. First set of NNPC. I'll actually look for a clip that shows it. It's what documenting in visual form. First set of NNPC trucks lift PMS at Dangote Refinery. So there it is right there. I'm not sure that there's much more from that headline. So the headline tells us all we need on that. The headline tells us all we need on that. Fire got plant markets in Lagos. So I'm only really bringing you this only to report that it's not a Southeast-dominated market. Otherwise, I would have all been in trouble. A fire outbreak had erupted at Okobaba Plank Market in Ebutemeta, Lagos. Correspondents gathered that the incident had prompted a swift response from officials of the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service and the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency. An ex-user, Adedeji Olalekan, tweeting as XYZ, reported on Sunday that the fire had spread to nearby shanties, causing widespread damages. So not widespread, but widespread. The last place you want a fire outbreak is in a plank market, where they sell wood, where they sell all these especially wood for buildings, etc., etc. So the last place you want fire breaking out is in a plank market. So that's plank, PLANK. So that's the last place you want that sort of thing going on. So let's go on from that to another one. Yes, this was when that story first broke, and then they subsequently added about 100 and something naira to it. Dangote Refinery set to sell petrol at 766 naira per liter to NNPC. So not only do we get we actually want a breakdown of how they are arriving at the figures that they are looking to sell this thing at. So what's the entry point? There's still a lot to unbuckle from that anyway, because the whole thing sounds like a ripoff to me. Tinubu gives ministers 1,200 bags of rice aid for distribution as palliative. So this is turning into a bit of a joke thing, the one that he actually gave to Dele Alake, I think he wants to give it to. He says only the elderly will benefit from it. But this rice thing, it's actually a full-blown joke thing now.
You complain about insecurity, rice. You complain about unemployment, rice. Yes. You complain about the fact that, we are hungry, rice. You say we want to protest, rice. You say, you don't have medical facilities, rice. You say you don't have good schools and good teachers, rice. You say minimum wage, rice. It's rice. Can't solve all the problems.
So there it is right there. Rice seems to. You said they be in power. That was the message, and this is the solution. The message to the government is a being power, and then you say you are hungry, and then they give you food. So I mean, what's the complaint? You said you are a being power, and then they give you food. So a being power equals to give you food. Tinubu gives ministers 1,200 bags of rice each for distribution as palliatives. So is there anything else to read from this other than the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, has said that 1,200 bags of rice made available to him by the presidency as palliatives for grassroots will be channeled only to the aged in the state. Alake made the disclosure in a statement by his special assistant on media, Segun Tomori, made available in Ado Ekiti on Sunday. The minister said, following the decision of the presidency to respond to the yearnings of the Nigerian people to make more food available at the grassroots, 1,200 bags were made available to each minister to further supplement the established channels of distribution, such as state government and civic organizations. He said the 1,200 bags made available to him will be channeled only to the aged only, adding, we need to reach out to our aged fathers and mothers at times like these to demonstrate the Omoluabi values of taking care of the old in the community. In the spirit of inclusion, it is important that we channel this intervention to mainly elderly citizens who do not have the strength to compete for welfare goods such as these at the established centers. We have taken their inventory and will be delivering to them. So there it is right there. Rice seems to be the solution. Yes, I saw that actually, Mike. So let me highlight what Mike is saying in the comment section. I saw that, but I wasn't quite sure what the traction is. So I saw that because the last one, everybody thought it was somewhat of it was contrived. So this is Mike telling us there's just there's just been another assassination attempt on Trump in Florida. So I did see that in the news cycle, but I wasn't quite sure how solid it was. Let's go on. Lagos State to implement e-call-up system for Lekki Epe corridor starting September the 23rd. The Lagos State government has announced that the electronic call-up, e-call-up system will take effect on the Lekki Epe corridor from September the 23rd, 2024. So I'm only really reading this because I'm curious to find out what an e-call-up is. This comes after the initial rollout. Will this make any sense to anybody, by the way? I think this may well be to do with getting goods from the port or something. If anybody knows what this means, please come tell us. I just saw the word e-call-up and I thought to find out what it's about. The Lagos State government has announced that the electronic call-up, e-call-up system will take effect on the Lekki Epe corridor from September the 23rd, 2023. This comes after the initial rollout scheduled for August the 1st, 2024 was postponed. The revised date was confirmed in a statement released by Lagos State Ministry of Transport via its X handle account on Sunday. In a significant move to avert severe congestion by article. Oh, I think this is to manage the traffic that is going to the Dangote refinery. And by the way, nobody has really given consideration to that yet. So we are talking about Lagos being congested already and the gridlocks in Lagos. So with Dangote now being the sole supplier of fuel nationwide, can you imagine how horrific traffic will be in Lagos State? So it's the horror to come. So that's the horror to come. It's going to be a nightmare. Can you just? I never even gave any thoughts to that. Lagos State to implement e-call-up system for Lekki Epe corridor starting September the 23rd. You see the value of houses in that place will plummet. You know, it'll just be a nightmarish place to live. The Lagos State government has announced the electronic call-up, e-call-up system will take effect on the Lekki Epe corridor from September the 23rd, 2024. This comes after the initial rollout scheduled for August the 1st, 2024 was postponed. The revised date was confirmed in a statement released by the Lagos State Ministry of Transport via its Twitter handle on Sunday. In a significant move to avert severe congestion by articulated trucks and improve the efficiency of logistic operations within the Lekki Epe Free Trade Zone corridor, the Lagos State government has announced the commencement of the e-colloq system for managing truck movement within the axis from the 23rd of September 2024. So I suppose they'll have to have a park where all these trucks stay, and then when it's your turn, you go and then you clear off. Hopefully it does work. I suspect it will not. So there it is. So to this lithium loot, Kwara's Bani community becomes hotbed of illegal mining. So that seems to be the new gold. Anyway, they're just Nigeria actually has probably the world's richest reserve of lithium, and the Chinese are harvesting it hand over feet. So that seems to be what's going on in that community right there. So that's what's going on in that community right there. So yes, so that's sufficient enough. So let's do a few clips and then we kick off the session. Let me send the link, by the way. There's nobody in the room at the moment, so if you want the conversation, you will have to hop on. So let me send the link to see if people want the conversation. And sorry if my voice is a bit husky, by the way. I didn't actually stream yesterday for reasons of being out drinking, and I think all that drinking is still very, when you drink, I drink brandy mainly, so when you drink maybe more than you should, that I'm not saying I'm hungover, but my voice certainly is suffering from it. I don't often go out, but on those occasions that I do, maybe I was a bit excessive. So on the occasions that I do, maybe I was a bit excessive. Let's kick it off with this one. This one is somewhat to do with Donald Trump. He told us that they were eating cats and dogs, didn't they, somewhere in America?
Trump is our president.
And no, that's not the one I wanted to play you. This is the, let's see. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The people of Springfield, please stop eating people's cat and dogs. So you may find it ridiculous, but it probably is going to get traction with examples coming out soon. So people eating cats and dogs in America. So that's Trump right there. So that's Trump right there. Let me take you to another one. So that was funny. This one is not. This is now the pain point of living in Nigeria. It continues to exacerbate on a daily basis. And the real squeeze, the people at the bottom of the ladder in Nigeria, they're like a forgotten people anyway, and they are already vested, and their life is already excruciating traditionally, and they have coping mechanisms. And then the people at the top in Nigeria, no matter how difficult things are, they will never feel the effect because they have direct access to public funds. So those are the two spaces. The people at the bottom rung, they are used to extreme lives anyway, and life will continuously be squeezed out of them. So that's one. And then the people at the top, they have access to public coffers, so they will never feel the effect of any. What does Yemsen Wike care about what the price of petrol is? When has he ever been to, even when he was the chairman of a local government in the backwater that he came from, he doesn't even know what a petrol station. So he's never been to a market. He's never been to a market, never mind knowing what the prices are. So they will never feel the effect. And the people at the bottom, they are used to the middle class. The middle class is really where the pain point is with what is going on in Nigeria at the moment, because they want to keep up the veneer of respectability, but the economy is squeezing that out of them. So why am I making this long speech? What this?
Nigerian NEPA, this is becoming a big threat now, because I see no reason why my recharge, within a week, 10,000 naira is gone. What's going on? David, please come.
Yes, sir.
Can you remember the last time I recharged this light?
Yes, sir.
When?
I think last week.
Last week.
You recharged 10,000.
Last week. Yes. And the light has finished.
Yes.
This morning. Last week to this morning. Today is what?
Saturday.
Today is on the 13th. You can imagine, What's really going on? Where are we going in this country? Gone. Where are we going? Waiting be all this nonsense gone. Waiting be all this rubbish. Whenever they do, waiting be all this one. Fuel, we not fit buy fuel. Light, we not fit buy. We not fit buy light. Ṣé o gbé yẹn ṣí ere ni? Ṣé government ní ìyá wèrè ni? Ayé fẹ́ bàjẹ́ ni. Èwo ni gbogbo òṣìkọ́ tẹ̀ ń fún wa? Ẹgbẹ́ akúrò látòrí iná tàn lẹ́sọ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ aṣọ́rí ban A. Now see, to buy 5,000 naira light, you'll be giving me 20 units from 75 units. Are you people mad or what? Ṣé wine wà nílùú yìí ni? Tinubu.
Has just become unbearable. Unbearable. You know, I'm not one to join in blaming Tinubu for it, but of course he's the person in situation, so he gets the blame. But the chicken have come home to roost. So that's just what it is, isn't it? And I think deep down we all know it. The chicken has come home to roost. That's essentially what the narrative. Those life of that I think I've said it once, and it bears repeating. You know, Nigerians, the Nigerian life is the most subsidized life in Africa. It was the most subsidized life in Africa. So your education is subsidized, a lot of it free, up to when you get into tertiary institutions. And you can train a medical doctor in Nigeria from the first year to graduation for less than 4 million naira. A medical doctor that would then take that certificate out to America and start earning $1 million a day. So it's subsidized. Food is subsidized in Nigeria. They give all these mass farmers, they give them free grain, free fertilizers, free everything. So to keep the prices of food down, heavily subsidized. Medicare is subsidized, fuel is subsidized, everything is subsidized. So those were the excesses that we were living off, or that we were living on, essentially. So those were the excesses we were living on. But the room is not there anymore. The economy cannot carry it anymore for reasons of looting, of course. But so that's just it. So we're just being weaned off our excesses, is where I was really looking to land with that. So we're being weaned off our excesses. And I was saying then that it's the middle class that is squeezed the most in what is going on in Nigeria. But the middle class are looking for new and imaginative ways to manage this economic situation that they find themselves. So here is the narrative of a person that works in a hospital, and this is the innovative way that person is using to cope with the economic circumstances in the country. Watch this.
It can never go well for you. You are living with a thief. You can't even talk to him to change. You are supporting him. You are stealing from somebody. You can never make it in this life, honestly. No matter how much you do.
Look at it. Costly drugs. Casodez is 100,000.
Yes.
You are having about 3 years.
Always disturb me, like when you are doing their videos.
Do you get it? No, this is terrible.
You will not wear earring. You cover your hair. You wear long clothes, but you do the worst.
It's the cheapest in Ife. The cheapest place in Ife. Just go.
So there it is right there. So let me give you the 411 on what you just saw. So that was a shop. We call it a chemist. It's not a full-blown pharmacy. So we call it a chemist. It's some ramshack that they sell drugs to the local people. So that was a chemist. But then you could see people raining abuses on the owner of that shop, which is that lady that was looking somewhat forlorn and caught in the act. But why are they raining abuses on her? So her husband works in a hospital. He then in a public hospital. He then steals the drugs from that hospital and then passes it on to his wife to sell in her chemist, and that's their coping mechanism. So he steals drugs from a government hospital, gives them to his wife who runs a chemist, and then they just profit off it. And that's Nigeria, by the way. That's Nigerians. So it's not a narrative of Tinubu all the time. That is Nigeria. That is who we are, and that is what we do. So that is who we are, and that is what we do. So the situation in the country is that dire that people want to japa, to escape the country, to sunnier climes, to better opportunities and all that, preferably somewhere in the West. But then when you make that escape, what happens next? Watch this.
Guys, let me tell you something. For 3 days now, at a stretch, I've not gone outside. I just decided to come outside now. Since 3 days I've been inside my home. And when I measured my blood pressure, it was over 200. Did you know why it was very high? Because I was sitting at a place. Yes, my blood pressure was very high because I was sitting at a place. No physical activity. Well, I just came out now. Still, the whole place is boring. When I tell you guys that Europe, the West is boring, some people think I was joking. See, Europe is boring. As I came out now, nobody to talk to, no place, nobody to even play with. I'm just walking on my own. I'm still a bit young. What will happen when I get much older, like when I get to 70 years? What am I going to be doing? Loitering about. You know how we live here. Even in your building, your neighbors don't greet you. They don't talk to you. That is, when you go back now, if I enter my building now, even nobody greets me. That is the reality. Nobody will say hello to you. Just you take your key, you take your key from your pocket. I mean, open your door and go inside. Just like prison life. You understand me? Even some may say they are staying here because of their children. Right. But your children may not be there for you. These children born in abroad, to be honest, they want to live their life. Yes. And you cannot even be following your children up and down because you give birth to them. They are going to live their life. You will be lucky if they remember you. That is, if they come visiting, safe. Some don't even remember their parents. They don't remember what you sacrificed for them. That's the reality. Well, it is better now that you still have opportunity to arrange Africa. Arrange somewhere. That is, when you get bored in Europe, you have a place to go in Africa. Some said when they retire, they want to live in Africa. It's not a bad idea. Do you understand me? At least you'll be...
All right. So that guy was speaking infinite sense right there. Life in I won't even say in the West because I can't speak for what life is in America. I don't live there, but life certainly in Europe is one of the most boring things that you can imagine. It's such a tedious life encompasses you go and you know that the winter months in Europe they are gray and foreboding. So the winter months in Europe, they're like something out of not Lord of the Rings. So what was that? Lord of the Rings. There's like it's gray and foreboding the winter months. It gets dark very early. It's always cold, and people are just dour and depressed. You are caked in several layers of clothing. When you go to work, when you are on a public transport, you pick up a newspaper not to read it, but to hide away from people sitting around you, just so that they don't draw your attention into a conversation you don't want to have. And then you do that drudgery to that job that you know that your boss hates you, and you're just clutching up to that job with just bare bones. So that's how it is. And then you slug it out, you slug it back home, you are too tired, the kids are making noise, you go and hide away in the toilet somewhere, and then it cycles again. So it's just a body. life in Europe is boring. I can tell you that for certain. And that's why people fall ill. All these little ailments that we have is essentially as a result of boredom, the weather situation, the lack of, they don't have conversations in Europe. Even with your neighbors, you don't have conversations. Sometimes when you hear your neighbor leaving their house to go out, so sometimes you actually wait for their car to start so that you don't go out in sequence with them and then have to engage them in conversation. That's how people live here. You hear your neighbor's door go, and then you wait for their car. You are going out as well, and you wait for their car to start, knowing that then they're in that car, and then you start to make your way out for no other. It's not like you even hate them or don't like them, or it's immaterial. You just don't want to make that reach to make the effort to have a conversation. Not even a snapshot. Oh, how are you? Lovely weather, innit? They use a lot of sarcasm in especially in the UK. They say, oh, lovely weather, innit? Especially when it's pouring down or it's bitter cold. So that's just sarcasm. That is the language of survival in the UK. You don't even want to have mundane snapshot 3-minute conversations. You just want that person gone and out of the way so that you can continue to live in your head as I said about your day. So life in Europe is boring. Life in Europe is boring and tedious as well. Now, I did tell you about this lady, Soma Aku, who lives in Ireland. Fed up with Ireland, she went back to Nigeria. And within a month of going back to Nigeria, all of the medications, all the uppers and downers that she's been using to keep herself just steady enough to get through the day, all the medication went. The food was better, the air was better. She felt more bounce in her life. She got her mojo back and all of that. Just because the people around her, they gravitate towards her in warmth, and she embraces them with the same warmth. Nothing like that is found in Ireland. So life in Europe is boring. So life in Europe is boring. Should I play you one more clip? Is there any other clip that would especially? All right, let's go back to the American election, and let's find out just where the Nigerian vote is going. Not even the Nigerians in America, because you'll be surprised that the vote that actually decide the next president of America is actually going to come out of Nigeria. But how are the Nigerians voting to decide who runs America? Well, watch this.
Trump is our president, and we will vote for him here. We give him every total support. Anything when they talk, we don't know nobody.
Yes, as you can see that we Africans supported Donald Trump. If you have any of your brothers or your sisters or your friends that live in America, tell him or her to vote for Donald Trump in 2024 election. We Africans support Donald Trump, and I support Donald Trump. Make sure that you vote for Donald Trump. I want to use this opportunity to tell all the Americans to vote for Donald Trump. God bless America. God bless Africa.
So there it is right there. Campaigning fervently for Donald Trump in the Ojuelegba constituency. You could see the downfall in the backdrop, but Nigerians, that's just who we are. So that's just who we are. Let me play you the Kegite music. Bring on the panelists, comments with the conversation. First, the Kegite. That's not the Kegites. That is Tinubu showing off just how much he stole. These are the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o.
Hapa onaido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Palliatives kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ́ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko ni real agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of on behalf of myself. You know, I'm still carrying the vestiges of that night of drinking yesterday. So you have to excuse me a little bit. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Bringing on the panelists, acknowledging Iko Gemes super chat right there. A bit late to the party, Ike. It was 2 sessions ago, wasn't it? That Kulata and Giant Zola and the rest of them were making it rain with $100 bill. So that is Ike Ogiome right there, who heard of the $100 rain and decided that he wants to make it pour too. So that's Ike right there. So well done, Ike. Joining us, man of Prestige. Always a delight when Prestige is here. Prince Daddy. Who would tell us then what just happened to Trump today? Another assassination attempt we hear. Ajanle Koko, father of the bride, right there. Bramberry is in the house and representing the Alaba constituency. Ekele. So there it is, right there. An eminent panel. So a fantastic bunch. So let's kick it off. Where do we want to kick it off? Let's kick it off with Prestige, who I think was first in. So Prestige, you're up first.
Yeah. Good evening, man. Probably
Salama.
good night over there. So good evening, everybody. I'm good. Good day, my compatriot rival, Prince Daddy. Nice to see you. So having said that, let me start it from a more humorous angle, then we can go up, So one man, are you there?
I am here.
Why did you run away yesterday from Dr. Damage? Why did you let them run you off? I mean, you're an able person now.
No, I didn't run away. I only really came to I just wanted to give that boy that they were bullying a bit of muscles. And when the bullying stopped, I didn't even intend to. In fact, I'd made the promise here that I wouldn't be going there anymore. But I just wanted to go and give that boy a bit of, because the way they were circling around him, they were going to tear him apart if I didn't step in. So I just had to step in.
Well, that's true. But the guy somehow deserves certain, certain.
No, it came with the contrary view. You guys have to learn to entertain opinions different from yours. But anyway,
No. It wasn't even that. It wasn't about the contrary view that I'm concerned about. I mean, I spoke. I was very cordial. I don't mean to deviate on that. And I said, okay, because he was very much adamant about people calling Tinubu name. I said, look, all politicians, you can call all politician name, so you don't have to take offense there. I mean, what's his name? Rational man called Tinubu or here, you can call Obi all name you want. You just, But anyway, it's not about that. So before I proceed, let me give you an update. I know Prince Dad is behind me about this shooting that actually happened today. So I have the whole information. Of course, I'm not in Florida. So this happened in Florida.
Sorry. Is the shooting? Is it the same as the previous one, which is just a bit of
No, this one happened today at 1 p.m.
Is it photo tricks by Trump again? Trying to
No, no.
is it because he's
Well,
losing
I mean,
momentum and then
I
it's
mean,
proving-
he kind of bended the truth in order to fundraise. But I'm still glad that he's alive. But let me tell you how it happened. He was golfing today. Before he golf, his golf, the Secret Service will come and try to clear the whole place because I mean, where he golf is pretty a big place. Of course, there's a lot of trees and everything. So this guy, I think about in the 50 or whatever, according to what they said, the FBI already cleared the place. So he was like about 400 to 300 yards, from where where actually they find this gun because this guy was setting AK-47. So yeah, I can tell there has to be intent, but it's still under investigation. He set up the AK-47 with microscope and everything with his bag, even with a picture to be taken back, to be taking whatever he was supposed to do. But what happened? One of the Secret Service noticed there's a gun, a gun on top that he was able to notice a gun. So he fired at the guy. He ran away. So he ran away from the bush and went to his car. I think it was a pickup car, whatever, and jumped into the pickup car. And unfortunately to him, there's somebody a standby, there that was able to take a picture of his car. So they got his tag number, and the police mobilized, I think there's a name they call it. I forgot what they call it. But so they caught him on 95 Florida, 95 highway. So now he's under detention. Trump was not actually fired, but what is the guy doing with AK-47 with microscope and everything, So there's an intent there. So everything is still being investigated because he had not spoken. So yeah, so let's get
so no shot was actually fired, is what you're
no
saying.
FBI. The Secret Service fired a shot at the guy. That's the shot people was thinking.
But the guy didn't fire a shot.
No, the guy didn't fire a shot. But of course, the Republicans is gonna fundraise on that Trump was fired. That was the initial news. No, it was FBI shot that people had. So that's the story in a nutshell on that.
All right. So take us to Nigeria then. We'll do 5-minute monologues just to open up the space. So Sowore back home, arrested, released. The speed of his release, and they gave him his passport back as well. The speed of his release rather. It both surprised and impressed me because I definitely were under a different administration now. Because under Buhari, of course, they were just gone and giving him a room next to Nnamdi Kanu. So there's that. And then the Dangote refinery finally pumping out fuel. But what's the price point? That's still as clear as mud. So what are you looking at in the space? So talk to us about.
Yeah, I was looking at,
yeah.
When I first had, I was looking at that show when he arrived at the airport, he was actually detained and released right away. But I'm looking at it from a different angle. I never thought Sowore was going to, I mean, he has beginning to win my love. I will confess, honestly. For him to have the audacity to come back to Nigeria knowing that he was going to be arrested. So if I'm in Nigeria next time, if I'm voting, I may actually vote for him. I don't care what anybody said. I mean, that guy is bravery. He wants, whatever he set up his mind to actualize, whether you like it or not. He's, he has his mind made up.
I was actually impressed that Adale Koko will confirm this. I was actually impressed that he made the journey to Nigeria. We were in conversation with him to bring him here, and that conversation was progressing. It was in America then, but then suddenly it's in Nigeria now. So I'm not quite sure if we still we still continue to work on it. But I'm impressed by the bravery of it.
Exactly. That's the angle that's the angle I said I'm impressed. Of that for him to be coming back to Nigeria at this time, knowing he already had the information that he was going to be arrested. So he decided to make it back to Nigeria. So I'm beginning to like him for that, for that part of bravery, that he exhibited. So kudos, to him. But I don't know what's gonna happen from now, Have they given him his passport back? Because the last time he spoke, he said they seized his passport.
No, they gave him his passport back. That's what they said. That's what the news tells us, that they released him and gave him his passport back. So it was just essentially taken in for questioning.
Okay. And I heard him spoke, he was talking about the is it October 1 protest or whatever, he said it's still gonna happen. So that's why he came back. I think that was the last statement, because he had a two news conference. One of the conference, after the first conference, then he said, they asked him what's going to happen. He said, I came back for the next protest, and it's going to actually, it's going to happen, and it's going to be mother of all protests. So whether the government like it or not,
I'm actually impressed by the politics that Sowore is playing now. It's suddenly transmuting from a joke figure to an actual serious contender.
Yeah, that's the part I'm talking about. I am very impressed. Believe me, they're not going to do anything to Sowore unless there's actual evidence that he committed crime or whatever they call treason. Because everything now they consider it to be treason. Because the guy is gaining momentum. Okay, because all those obedience and everything, they may be coming back to him. Because I don't see that Labour Party or whatever. Be may going to go back to whatever PD. But Sowore is getting my respect. I'm gonna say it. I mean, if you come to America for any kind of contribution, I'm gonna be there. Okay.
Do you think Obi's politics has to be necessarily a bit more militant now to try?
No, that's not Obi personality.
Yeah, but
it's not gonna happen.
How is he going to cover up?
Well, you had what he said the other day that he doesn't mind deputing somebody. I don't know if that how true that story is. That maybe you can confirm that to me, my man. I mean, like people said, Obi has. I mean, like up to today, okay. I'll be very fat. I still support Obi, for whatever reason, but he's part of he's part of the elite. I mean, what part of the politicians, so.
I've always said that if Nigerians want a change, that change can only be Sowore. Anything outside of Sowore is really just status quo, but with a different accent. So we'll see how it goes for him. But
yeah, I always like Sowore mantra, okay. Always but people say you need to start from the grassroots, go run for local government election or something like that, but that's not where he's coming from. So we'll see what happens maybe in 2031, because I know Tinubu, God keep him alive, he's going to be here 2031. So let's just make that one. Nothing is going to remove Tinubu in the next 3 years, in the next election.
I'm not sure Tinubu should be so confident that will be the case,
But wait a minute, one man. Let's talk about this. Or for whatever you said they are doing now, you saw Obasanjo going to the north or whatever. I know, I know there's something going on. Let's call it, but how can they remove him? I mean, he has all the government apparatus behind him. I mean, the way Nigerian politics work.
They can remove him if they put him in a position where he can only really hold on to the power violently. So if you had Atiku and Obi, for instance, if they form that synergy, and then you had Kwakwanso joining them as well, so that unseats Tinubu.
But you're talking in a sense country, in a clean country. If that's happened, I mean, I just believe that Tinubu has all the whole government apparatus.
Yeah, but how is he going to? You can, even in Nigeria, you can only rig election if it's plausible for you to say that you won. If it's up, like Goodluck Jonathan, for instance, you can only rig the election if there's a plausible storyline to say that you won. If Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, if they form a synergy and they launch at that 2027, there is no, especially against the backdrop of the situation in the country at the moment, there is no way that Tinubu can come out and tell us that he won. Because what will be the basis for that win? The whole of the Southeast will go with Peter Obi, we know. A good chunk of the North will go with Atiku. Kwakwanso delivers Kano State. So where exactly will he claim? It will be impossible for him to say that he won.
Okay. Are you saying what about if his government, the ANEC back him and give you whatever result they want to give us, say you won? What can you do? There's nothing.
It will be removed violently. It will be removed violently. If he tries that,
then you're talking about military coup, which we don't want. That is the only option. I mean, as much as I don't like his policy, I don't like what he's doing, but I wish him success. I want Nigeria to be a better country, honest opinion, but I mean, he's been there for a year and a half, nothing is progressing, everything is kind of regressing. So, but I mean, is he back in Nigeria? One man. Hello?
Sorry, I was responding. I was muted. No, yes, he's back in Nigeria now. He's back in the country.
Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, that's all I have to say in that, in that space. So you want me to go about the NNPC and the using
Yeah, give us a
Dangote?
flavor. Yeah, give us a little flavor. They came out with 766 and ended up at 893, all within one day as the price that they bought it from Dangote. So I'm not quite sure. So the corruption and the fraud already started.
Okay, I heard you made a readout earlier that it's official, that the NNPC is the one that's going to support it, is going to be supplying the market here, and the crude oil. I mean the PMS, But last week, there's an information that came out from this, unless they tried to play some abracadabra. No, there's some information that came out when this information first surfaced. NNPC disputed it as this. They said Dangote could, that was the word, they used the word could, they didn't say definitely, could supply, some of, his PMS to the market here, it's not, they don't necessarily have to have the 100% monopoly on it. So has it been official right now that it's only them? Unless they are contradicting their
Yeah,
stuff.
no, that's what's coming out of the government. That's coming out of that came out of the finance minister while they're doing that. That's what was
Okay, so if you come out of the government, then it's official that that NNPC will be the sole provider to the market here, and Dangote will be selling. So if that's going to be the process they're going to utilize, how would that be a private entity, Dangote, if it has to supply to the government? Because let's call it what it is. NNPC is a government apparatus, so that's what it is. So we're going to be getting our crude oil. Now it's already been hiked twice, to my own understanding. By the time you get to, by the time you get to the market here and the pumping, everything will increase. So we might be looking, I don't know what it is as of today, but as of last week, it was like about 1,000, maybe 1,000 plus. So that just goes to show the corruption that.
I think that's where it's going to settle because NNPC is buying it at 893 from Dangote. So
Okay.
they're going to sell it onto the market.
I thought it was, but yes, last week it was 830 something. So
Well,
it's 893.
yeah, that's the figure they're giving us. They said they are buying it at 893 from Dangote. So they would then subsequently sell it on to the marketers. So the marketers will have to put their own markup. So they will put on a markup to sell to the marketers. So 898 actually, that's how much they're selling it for. That's how much they got it from Dangote. So they will put a markup on it to sell it to the marketers, and then the marketers will put a markup on it to sell it to the filling stations, and then the filling stations will put a markup on it to sell it to members of the public. So you're looking at
Man, you don't
1,200.
see this going up to 15 to 1,600 because originally it was from Dangote to NNPC. Then NNPC to and yeah, no, I think it was supposed to be from NNPC. What originally we had before Dangote started his oil production. And they mark it up to 8 something. So now you have 3 phases of or 4 phases before you can get to the consumers. So it might I mean the supply is going to be there because he already started pumping oil, like you properly stated, the truck already lined up and everything. I mean we're probably not going to have a fuel shortage like we normally have, but the hoarding may still continue because in the Nigerian space, everything is so corrupted that nothing runs smoothly well what it's supposed to be. So we just have to wait and see how it's going to go, but at least it's a good news. As far as I'm not a fan of the ideology of having one person as a monopoly. I would think that the Dangote Refinery, it's a form of monopoly. That's just my own opinion. I mean, but yeah, but it is good for Nigeria, because that's how I say it for now. Yeah.
All right, Brilliant. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Okay.
Prestige. Let's move the conversation around a bit. Go to Ekene, who joins us from Lagos. Ekene, what did they happen? How far? It's probably falling asleep. So the excitement was too much for Ekene. He actually fell asleep. So that's Ekene right there. He'll wake up in a moment and say, one man, waiting they have for now. So that's a kind of let's go to Baba. Baba, you're up next. You've been monitoring the petroleum space, the somewhat convoluted price points that they are coming out with. 898. That doesn't bode well for the end user.
Yes, man. Hope you had a nice weekend, and salutation to the panelists, and I give the same salutation to people of the comment section. And our esteemed viewers, I salute you. I hope you remember to click as you came on to the program. I know you enjoy the program and the ideas position of each contributor. You take them to heart and decipher them. Please like and share also, but do the click first. That's most important. Yes, for the fuel pricing, Dangote, through their spokesperson, has debunked the story emanating from the NNPC side that the invoice for 893 naira. So they are all playing games actually with themselves. But I think Dangote principally is waiting for the president actually to come on. I think he has an arrangement with the president personally as regards this PMS thing, which NNPC as an organization, they are not privy to, neither the marketers. He is working directly with the president at the moment. And between the two of them, I don't think the pump price will go beyond 900 per liter, though they might aggregate it as the months we roll into the new year somehow, but they will stagger it. But for starters, it will be around 900. Whatever is the shortfall, there will be a kind of intervention, smart mathematics that will keep it at that for some few months to come, actually. And I don't see any problem with this, actually.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Can I say something?
Is that Larry? Yeah.
Yes.
Come in, Larry. How are you?
So NNPC has been playing games since morning, and Dangote has now come out to refute everything NNPC said. So I dropped something in the chat. One man. That's the official statement from Dangote.
Yeah, that's what I meant by saying they are playing games. All of them, including Dangote, the marketers, and NNPC. But the president is the ultimate here, decider. And I think, I repeat, I think the president has an arrangement.
Baba,
yes, sir.
Surprised if NNPC is disbanded in 2 months.
Oh, that's in the works now. You should know that. That's in the works.
Yeah. It's getting
because you also have to realize that Dangote, they say Dangote built this $20 billion refinery, but that he didn't sign that check for $20 billion. He has investors, you know. So if his investors, if the people that are backing him with money, if they're hearing this sort of figures, then they'll be expecting those sort of returns. So he cannot have ambiguous and opaque figures being bandied about, you know, because he has to account for it. So what does it actually say? It says, our attention has been drawn to a statement attributed to NNPC spokesperson, Mr. Olufemi Shoneye, that we sell our PMS at 898 naira per liter to NNPC. This statement is both misleading and mischievous, deliberately aimed at undermining the milestone achievement recorded today, September the 15th, 2024, towards addressing energy inefficiency and insecurity, which has bedeviled the economy in the past 50 years. We urge, let's see if he gives us a figure. We urge Nigerians to disregard this malicious statement and await a formal announcement on pricing by the Technical Subcommittee on Naira-based crude sale to local refineries appointed by His Excellency President Tinubu, which will commence on October the 1st, 2024, bearing in mind that our current stock of crude was procured in dollars. It should also be noted that we sold the products to NNPC in dollars with a lot of savings against what they are currently importing. With this action, there will be petrol in every local government area of the country, regardless of their remote nature. We assure Nigerians of availability of quality petroleum products and putting an end to endemic fuel scarcity in the country. So, a lot to untangle from there.
Yeah. Okay, Larry, go ahead. I think.
No, Baba, continue. Baba, continue.
Okay, that's what I meant. Everything, but I think you just, which is fair though, with government, the president's intervention to stay. Let's go into December at 900. At least a principal thing is that we may not experience fuel shortage anymore in this country. That's the sweetest thing. And buying in Naira has created a lot of leeway for pricing mechanism for PMS, because government has nothing to do with AGO anymore. That is, what do you call it? Diesel, AGO, diesel. Government has nothing to do with it. So our principal concern is on the PMS. So we will go into the year at 900 at the moment, because he buys in Naira, and NNPC also purchase from him in Naira, 300 barrels to be supplied to him at the moment, and 300,000 barrels to him on daily basis. He has a whole lot of profit to be made from byproducts, and because it's almost things you can take from a crude oil is almost, in terms of productivity and grades of different kinds of oil, is almost ad infinitum. So there is no way he can get it wrong mathematically, and in terms of profits he will be making actually. So it is home for free when it comes to this oil thing, and at least we can all rest and focus on other things, reassured and knowing full well that fuel shortage is a thing of the past. That is my take on this. Now we'll go to Sowore. Sowore, as we speak, as of today, I doff my hat to him. He has gained my full respect. And I dare say he's not a bastard. He has walked in the shoes of people like Tunde Diagmo, who came back, just knowing full well that he will be incarcerated. He has walked in the footsteps of OBJ, knowing full well that he may be killed by Abacha. He has walked in the full footsteps of MKO, who came back and ended up in the gulag of Abacha. So Sowore is the man of the moment. He's done very well. It doesn't mean I'm going to embrace him politically, but as a human being, he's gained my respect, absolute respect. He's not a coward and he's not a bastard. That's what I have to say about him. I know he's going to milk this for whatever it's worth in the next 4 weeks, appearing here and there. If there is a press call in the heavenly body, I know he will visit and beam is
let me show you his welcome. It's only about 10 seconds.
No!
So there it is. That guy is going to end up stealing Peter Obi's goods.
Well,
Baba, can I say
yes.
something?
Oh, sure.
Is that not how you leverage your political capital? I'm completely agreeing with you about your comment in regard to him. I mean, he's leveraging his political capital right now. He might sort to the next level. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I'm eating.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's true, because it takes a high level of bravery to come back in the situation of we find ourselves in our country today, when they say we are on watch list, and you hop into a plane and drop into that zone. I mean, like we say in street parlance, your guts they smell if you do that. And I appreciate it. I know where that is coming from. So I doff my hat to him once again. That's a good one. And then for OBJ, Baba, respectfully, it's not within my, I don't have the mouth to say this, but I will just analyze the situation like it is. I think Baba should just give all this politicking a rest. Honestly, it's causing more confusion by playing old boy politics, or he should realize, I'm choosing my words carefully. Tinubu is not giving you attention. You went to his house unannounced. You didn't see him. You met the wife. I don't know the kind of message you left. Now you are going to Igbenedon to felicitate with him. IBB birthday was a couple of weeks, many weeks back. And I don't think it's Abu Salam's birthday, and you are having Gusau in Tao and things like that. It doesn't work, because you've offended these people before, and they know you for who you are. So what do you want to tell them? Must you bat the whole nation down because you want an interim government, or you want a government of national unity?
Why do you think this meeting is taking place? Because as I was saying, if there were any because people talk about owners of Nigeria, if there were any owners of Nigeria, it wouldn't be far away from those names that are meeting now. IBB, Obasanjo, Gasua. You know, but
Gusau.
Gusau. Yeah, what do you think that meeting will be about? What do you think the intentions are?
Look,
or are they just meeting to try and intimidate Tinubu for the optics of it? Yeah.
For him, it's just a kind of subterfuge, trying to leverage on these people. But they are only entertaining him because he is their senior. Because once you are a general, you are a general for life. You understand? He is the senior to IBB, to Abdul Salam. He cannot summon them, and they will say they will not go. But they are just being polite. You've caused offense to these people before. You've had altercations with them before. You've poured opprobrium on them before. So they know who you are. They know your kind of politics. Whatever you see, I mean, whoever in the world has had the kind of opportunity you had in this life as a military, you got into the civil war late, within I think 90 days, when all battle sectors had fallen, and you just went there and swept the place, and they handed to you. You wrote your memoir of the war, and you claimed the glory. Fine for you. You didn't plan a coup. You were made number 2. The man was assassinated. You became an head of state. You didn't fight for it. You stayed there for about 3 years. You handed over. You had all your prominence all over the world and things like that. And back you came to power. Whatever you had wanted to do, the 8 years you spent, between 1999 and 2007 was sufficient for you to drive this country, to shape this country to whatever you want the country to be, or point us in the right direction where you think will make this country a nation you will be proud of as experienced leader, a military general transitioning into a civilian president. Nobody had ever had that kind of opportunity in recent history. Okay, you failed. As far as I'm concerned, you failed. And here you are in the year of our Lord 2024.
I disagree with you, sir. Obasanjo did not fail.
Okay, come on.
What Obasanjo left, what Obasanjo left was what he met was a mess, and it left a buoyant economy. It left a buoyant, it left a buoyant economy and a stabilized political state. As at the time he handed over power to Yaradua. So you can't say he failed. He didn't fail.
Okay, I say it failed. One, we can debate it from now to eternity. Is it 10 billion or 12 billion we paid for debt forgiveness and things like that? I think we shouldn't have paid that money.
Why do you want to owe and you don't want to pay?
No.
Why were you given the opportunity? Why were you given the opportunity of a nation? I mean, as a nation, you are given a debt relief opportunity. Why wouldn't you take advantage of it? Debt relief and what do you call this thing? A reduced what do you call it? Debt payment. How do I say it? I can't remember the terminology used. Why don't you want to pay? Do you know what it costs? Do you know what it costs to pay loan, the fee and the charges and everything? Do you know what it costs?
And where has that gotten us?
Positive, you know the positive, the positive. I mean the credit worthiness that the nation achieved for paying off its loan. It opened your country to investors as a credit-worthy nation. So I disagree with you, sir, that Obasanjo did not fail. In fact, he put a country on the right track for development. Economic development.
What development? Elaborate on that, please.
Economic development, political development, but the political class destroyed the country, including what Tinubu are doing today. He came from the military constituency, and he turned around the economy within 8 years to a buoyant economy. So you can't say that he failed, sir. I disagree with you in totality. The records are there, the statistics are there that show that Obasanjo is still the best performing president ever in the history of that country.
Okay. Can I continue?
Go
yeah, he failed totally.
Sorry, better than IBB. A lot of people would actually argue that IBB was the best performing president.
Yeah. Why he failed? For his 8 years, he spent $16 billion for power.
You know that is not. You know this is the campaign rhetoric.
No. Let me tell you. Wait now.
That is
wait.
Not.
You can, no, don't say that.
Can you play an intervention role here? That
can
is,
I? Can I make my own point? You made your point. Let me make my own point. You are jumping into my throat now. You've made your point.
No, that is not true.
And I'll tell you why it is the truth. So wait. Simple. In 2005 or thereabout, an altercation occurred between IBB and OBJ. And IBB was trying to contest. And IBB said, look, you spent 16 billion on power and nothing happened. IBB said it in an interview And OBJ had no answer to that. And he has been confronted several times about that 16 billion. And till today, he has not come.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Okay,
Because
go
you said
ahead.
that he has not,
I have plenty to say, but just respond on the 16 billion.
Yeah, let me
so
respond.
When I continue, you come in.
That's been debunked. And as a matter of fact, during this Buhari time, when Buhari said it in one occasion that he attended, he came out the second day or the third day and said him, look, mister, if you have anything to prove, go to court. I have my record, and I'm denying that 16 billion was not spent. And to say he didn't build most of the generating plants that you have today across the country, he built it. So power generating plant rather. So you see this this habit of going after what do you call it, Obasanjo, and want to destroy him, that his regime did not do anything. That I think we have to retrace our step in that regard. We shouldn't be doing this. The man achieved a lot. As a matter of fact, in the recent history of that country, he built middle class that is missing today. The middle class that we saw, even the lower middle class, everybody had
check your what's up.
Was buoyant. The teacher were buying vehicles, teacher were building houses, teacher, civil servant. That is never seen again. It was during the time of Obasanjo that we had that buoyant economy that gave the civil servant that economic empowerment to enjoy their nation. So I totally disagree with everything you said that Obasanjo failed. Obasanjo did not fail. He put the nation on the right track, even on the economic, what do you call this, energy independent. He was trying to achieve that. He's already sold that NNPC and this thing to Dangote and all these things before Yadwa reverse it, revoke that contract and pay off what do you call it? What do you call this guy? Dangote, all the amount that he already invested in that sector. So Obasanjo did not fail. I'm surprised that we talk like this all the time. I'm just surprised.
I have the right to my opinion, and I stand on my opinion.
Opinion is not fact. Opinion
I stand. I've just sent. Look at what you are having on the screen at the moment. That's from Voice of America or Voice of Africa. Let me finish my point. I allowed you about 5 minutes to express yourself. So give me my own time. I have the floor. Obasanjo failed politically, financially, socially. He failed the country. On the political front, he was seeking a third term.
Sorry, Baba. You said no interjection, but you have to pick Obasanjo up from when he actually took over the country from Abdul Salami. So that would be the basis of his assessment. They wrecked the country, just similarly to what Buhari did to hand over to Tinubu. They wrecked everything and then handed it over to him.
Yeah, this is where when he took over, the West and particularly Europe, they rally around him because they were already tired of military government in Africa. They don't want it anymore. That is why they were so desperate. They won't allow some military officers like J.J. Rawlings, to put down their khaki and put on their native dresses and become president. They did it in Congo and all the rest. So they rally around OBJ and give him all the necessary support, everything, including the Paris Club. Give him the opportunity to say, okay, if you can pay, this is how much your country owes us. If you can pay this amount, cash upfront, we will give you debt forgiveness. And in taking that debt forgiveness, he forgot that there is something they call HIPIC, highly indebted, poor, he picked highly indebted, poor, something nation. That's the World Bank assessment of such countries then. Nigeria was put under EPIC. So they were entitled to all the kind of support he had. And what did he do with all those opportunities? Because that 12 billion, for instance, it's not like we don't have financial stability that we cannot service our debts, foreign debt. But paying that money in bulk, I don't think if Nigeria were to be a business, a private business, I don't think any businessman would pay that kind of sum bulk at once to his creditors when he has the capacity to service his debt. And that is one of the problems we have till today.
You have not answered
Can
the
I
question.
finish? You spend 5 minutes. It is my time. You have your own time. Let me marshal my point. Because you are jumping into my throat like this. You are not allowing me to marshal my point.
Okay, go ahead. I will come when you let me know when you are done, so I can
exactly
go after what you said. Okay, yeah,
exactly. My own business model, I will not dip hand into my reserve and pay because I want to be free, and they are going to give me raw materials for my factory so I can have rest of mind. That is not a business model I will follow. And that is the beginning of our problem. Because you don't take about 12 billion hard cash, and just pay it that way. Because then you don't have vision. Because whatever you've done in the year of our Lord 224, it's become rubbish. Corruption has eroded all those, whatever you say you gain. On political front, what did you foist on us? You foisted on us. You conducted first in 2003, the worst election in this country. In fact, you termed it do or die affair. Do or die affair. You rolled political tanks into all states and railroad everybody. That's not a good model. That was not a good model. 3, you also wanted a third term. You didn't get a third term because everybody was saying that you are not the only brilliant person in Nigeria. We have other people, so you have to go. We all know the story of how that panned out. And in the process, what did you do? You foisted Yaradua on us. A man you know is dying. You foisted him on us and brought Jonathan to be his deputy. And what happened 2 years later? Yaradua died. And Jonathan took over. And ever since, you've turned yourself into letter writer. You've never allowed any government to rest. You are a statesman, for God's sake. Retire to the farm and let them run their country. You've done your best as per your capacity. Yet you are not allowing anybody to rest. You want to interfere in the affairs of the country, rightfully or wrongfully. Who does that? Who does that? And today, in this last election, you wanted an interim government. When that was not working, an election was going on, almost concluded, you came on air asking the authority of that time to suspend the election. Field Marshal of the country, that didn't happen. And ever since, it's been one thing or the other. Now you are going to IBB, to this, to that. I think it's all subterfuge. It's all subterfuge. You cannot dictate to the political space in the country. You belong to a party. Your party is no more in power. And you cannot wear the garb of a statesman anymore because you are partisan. As a partisan, there is no way. We all know those that are discerning, not emotion or anything, that anybody partisan cannot be 100% rational. So whatever he's doing with IBB or anything, I can see that it's just a pinch of the salt. He'll be taking whatever he wants to say. Whatever he's angling for, nothing is going to happen. Well, you can come in. So one man, I rest.
So I can go now, right?
Yeah.
You see, this propaganda against Obasanjo will never work. Because what you are simply doing, respectfully to you, what you are doing tonight is just a sheer propaganda against the best, the man that have done the best ever in the history of presidency in that country. So when he came in as the president, Nigeria did not have $1 billion in foreign reserve. What we had in our foreign reserve was less than $1 billion. As at the time that he was leaving, I think he left about maybe $15 billion in our reserve. And in addition to that, he created excess crude oil account in central bank that, as at the time he left, we had about $45 billion there. Excess crude oil account is the amount, the difference between what has been budgeted as what we go to sell the crude and what we actually sell. If the crude was budgeted for like $50 and we sold it for like $70, that $20 difference represent the excess, and that excess, it was not spent. He saved it in an account he opened as excess crude oil account in Central Bank. No one ever done that since then. Since he left 45 billion. The GDP of Nigeria, we recorded the highest growth during this time, about 15% during the time of Obasanjo. That's a remarkable achievement in the history of that country. For you to say this guy failed, I think it's just coming out from just hatred for him because he doesn't play the politics he play, because he does not support Tinubu, and everybody is not going to support Tinubu. All of us in that country are not going to support him. All the leadership is not going to support him.
That's your word, not me. I didn't talk about Tinubu. In all I've said, I never spoke about Tinubu.
No, I know that is because of Tinubu, because of his politics.
You are a mind reader now.
Hey, yeah, I'm reading mind, and I know what is responsible.
And I say not me.
Okay, fine. So, this effort in destroying Obasanjo all the time because it doesn't play the politics that this sectional politics that particularly you in the West, Yoruba people play, because it doesn't play that all of you don't like him. So let us go to let us face the reality and let's go after the fact. The record statistics show that it is totally in contrary to everything you said about him, that he failed. He didn't fail economically. And he didn't fail politically. Nigeria was failing as a nation politically. We have militia everywhere. We have Niger Delta. We have Odua, Odua People's Congress. We had some Hausa district. Nigeria was disintegrating as at the time he came in. He stabilized that country politically. He built democracy. Democracy that your politicians are destroying now. He was able to build it, and he reorganized the military in such a way that the military cannot threaten democracy in that country. The democracy that you people are enjoying in Nigeria today, that the military have not threatened since he reorganized the military in such a way that there's no way they want to plan coup that it will not leak. That is the good thing that Obasanjo has given. That's a leader. That is the good thing he has done for that country. But it's never going to be appreciated by some of you. But instead of appreciating, you will destroy him every time, every opportunity to destroy that guy. So I just want to disagree with you. I don't want you to misinform people. That is why I am coming against what you said. Obasanjo did not fail politically, and the 16 billion is all crooked lies that APC has been painting. They've been crying. They've been there for over 8 years now. Have they given us electricity?
Look at the screen. That's Voice of America.
Please, can I say something?
So we have to balance this thing. When you are criticizing him, criticize him on issue. Fine.
And what did I issue now? I mentioned issue 1, 2, 3, 4.
No. If you
I'm not emotion.
On what
I didn't mention anybody. I pointed at what he did. But you are the one that is emotional now.
I am not emotional.
You have been emotional.
You said he failed. You said
I use the word failed, and I use it responsibly. Based on what I know.
You said it failed politically. You said it failed financially.
All right.
You cannot organize that kind of election 2020, 2003, and you've not failed. Larry, come in.
Yes, I think Larry wants to come in.
Yeah. So for me, I won't say Obasanjo, failed, but there are things that he didn't do right. And in terms of interference, ever since Obasanjo left, it's been on the neck of every president after him. It started from Yar'Adua. He had a lot of issues with Yar'Adua. Now he moved to Jonathan. He had a lot of issues with Jonathan. He moved to Buhari. He had a lot of issues with Buhari. Now with Tinubu. So I think when people are elder statesmen, there are instances where they need to live by it. Right? You don't come attack everybody after you. It's not like Obasanjo's government was 100% perfect, and every other person, that succeeded in, and after that, it's not like they are 100% perfect too. But Obasanjo has always been on every government's neck. That's what I just want to say.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. Okay, one man. Okay, I yield.
Yes. All right, Baba. I was going to move you to another topic, but let me move it around so that I will come back to you. Let's see if Ekene is ready for us now. Ekene, we did try to call you earlier. I suspect you've probably fallen asleep. Ekene. All right, let's go to Brownberry. See if he's ready for us. Brownberry. Let's go to Prince. Oh, he is ready for us. So Brownberry, Alpha, you are joining us a lot more these days. So, Brownberry, you were muted. All you have to do now is speak. Brownberry, calling once, calling twice, and that's Brownberry. So let's see if Prince Daddy is with us. Surely he is.
Yeah, hello, one man. How you doing?
All right, William. Good to have you, Prince. So what's all this business? A sniper chasing Trump all over the United States.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's ask Enigmatic and the other guys. Maybe this is fake news also. So you never know.
All right, it's getting more and more interesting. Coming to the conversation that we're talking about Sowore, showing that he has the testicular for. I've never been impressed by Sowore, but I can say in this instance I am, because not many people would have made that journey. But picked up by the DSS, subsequently released. He's there to supervise that the protest is that he has planned for October. So he's back in the country. The petrol starting to come out of NNPC, but the price point still somewhat shady. So all that and more, Prince.
Yeah, I heard you guys. Anyway, hello everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. I love the show. I heard you guys giving you, Baba, and Prestige giving Sowore a lot of credit. Um, so I don't know. Tinubu's not Buhari, so from that point of view, I don't think he's actually scared. I didn't think it was going to come back that quickly, but it did. And I would say though, if it was Buhari still in power, I don't think it would have come back. I don't think so. But not because Tinubu's weak. It's more liberal in that sense. It's not just going to grab him and jail him. And I didn't think actually that Tinubu had to be the one to give the directives on that. I thought the DSS or the security agencies, the people in charge, would find Sowore wanting, but I guess not. And who knows? I'm not going to say Sowore is connected, but maybe some people have made some calls on his behalf. To the Nigerian space, make sure that they don't rough him up. But yeah, but that's okay. I also heard you guys talking about how he may be drawing attention from Peter B and perhaps his followers. If that happens, that's another sure guarantee victory for Tinubu. Might actually be much easier than that about Peter B. So let's see what happens on the Dangote's pricing stuff for the PMS. I've always said that for me that place is so that this area is kind of it's somewhat complicated. Nobody knows all the moving parts, the parameters, the variables at play. And it's always like being a magician, to tell what goes in that space. Um, so yeah, you saying I think I heard you say 900 naira per liter, but the prices proposed so far is like less than that, right? Well, about maybe 880 cent per liter. Um, I'm not really sure how that would.
No. The arrangement is for NNPC to be the sole purchaser of petrol from Dangote. So they'll purchase it from Dangote and then they'll sell it on to marketers. But what NNPC are telling us is that they bought it from Dangote for 898 naira, which never enough is 900 naira. So if that's the price, then they'll have to put a markup to sell it to the marketers. The marketers put a markup to sell it to the retailers, and then the retailers put a markup to sell it to the end users. So you're looking about what 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. But Dangote has now come out to debunk that. So corruption already been embedded into that space.
Yeah, I mean, just like the food shortages or high prices of food, it tells the middle people, the market is between the farmers and the consumers that drive the high prices we see for this for food commodities. Um, uh, I thought I heard you say perhaps Tinubu made this band NNPCL, which would be a nice thing, I would think. I'm not sure why Dangote can go directly from his refinery to the market, or directly to the consumers. Given also that it's been purchasing some gas or fuel stations, and yeah, and at the end of the day, I think the NNPCL is really a barrier. It's a stumbling block to the price of fuel in that country, and even shortages, and some other stuff. So much shenanigans that goes on there. It would be nice to see Tinubu come about and negotiate a better pricing. Um, Maybe get a price around 600 naira, and have to give crude to Dangote to subsidize the pricing at the pump. I think making the price of fuel at 900 or 1,000, and at this point in time is kind of high, actually. Because everything's based on the price of the exchange rate of the dollar. But how many Nigerians truly have access to the dollar in their daily lives? What percentage of Nigerians? You know, it's I think it's too much. I just think at $900 is too much. Um, but let's see how they survive. It's too much. It's ridiculous. The weak naira is not really helping us at all. The common people is not, and we can't have a country of subsidy in every area of the economy. It's not sustainable. Nigeria can't do it. I mean, America and the West can afford to do it, but not Nigeria. It's yeah. At the end of the day, it's things are going to start crumbling. Um, it is not sustainable. I don't see it. Um, an average Nigerian, they don't make that much. The price of fuel coupled with the price of food stuff, too heavy on the people. Too heavy on the people. So I hope Tinubu finds a way, finds a good price point, really. Which I'm thinking right now around 600, 650 would be ideal. And if that happens, I think um, from now to next year, that'd be great. And maybe if the naira gains strength, it could bring it further down, and that'd be nice. But yeah, but until then, let's see the game that NNPCL and Dangote is playing with the price of fuel.
All right, and this meeting between Obasanjo and Babangida Abdul Salami and Gasua, or how Baba pronounced it. What do you think the game is there?
Yeah, I don't think I actually heard the readout. Obasanjo, I don't know what it means. I think we try to analyze Obasanjo's political capital in Nigerian space, and it doesn't have any. It doesn't have any at all. It's not been able to influence the outcome of any election. Apart from this last election, was trying to stop the result of being announced with all the shenanigans it was doing. But Obasanjo, I give him a lot of credit for at his age having the energy to run up and down and do stuff. But other than that, it is not a. It doesn't have any political capital to drive or to dictate who becomes the president in that country.
You don't
Yeah.
think it still has that influence?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, if it did in the past two elections, we would have seen it. I would think it doesn't have any. It's not been able to influence at the highest level the outcome of any election. He supported Peter Obi. What came about it? Nothing. But I mean, he loves to be active, which is fine. It helps him live longer. But is it Obasanjo? Is it who else you mentioned? Babangida and is this Abdul Salam? Yeah.
Abdul Salami and Gusau, as Baba pronounced it. Yeah. It was the former NSA, however many years ago.
Yeah, they have nothing to offer. It just calls for the power, and maybe good for the headlines, but yeah, it just to me it's just noise. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't affect anything. What is going to determine any impact on the election is, again, if Shuara is able to make an impact, and can somewhat displace Peter B in the next coming election. And the way things are going right now, we know Peter B may actually leave the Labour Party, which I have predicted since right after the election that was going to do, because we all know Peter B is not a skillful politician, doesn't have to negotiate, is not a good leader, is nothing. And it's an opportunity. That dread really encapsulates who Peter B is really. That's who he is. He can't do any work. We watch him on display with the Abure and the Labour Party. Um, you know, by default, he became the leader. Now, display your skills, shows how it's done. Being a former governor, being a politician, show some skills on how to go about this thing. Peter B doesn't have it. He's very comfortable being a second fiddle. As much as people want to push into the forefront, he doesn't have it. He's not the kind of a guy. So, and today we know people like they kind of acquiesced that, hey, if he becomes a VP to Atiku, that's good enough. That's actually somewhat insulting, actually, with all that noise and all the stuff. Nah. So yeah, it's okay. Um, let Shure do his thing. Shure also, he doesn't understand. Number one, I mean, he has a much longer way to go to make an impact in the next coming election. He doesn't have the funding, but guess what? Who knows? Comes 2027, somebody may drop a bunch of billions of dollars to him to do something about it. But Shure overall does not even understand Nigeria's political space. He does not have a clue. It's a leader of a student union protest. So, and he has that mentality, and that's how he seems to approach most things in the Nigerian political space. So I wish him well.
So, what else are you looking at within the Nigerian political circle?
Well, what have I been looking at? I've not been paying too much attention. I saw some few headlines. Which one was it? Okay, something about the flooding that happened, and I saw some other
in
stuff.
Maiduguri. Yeah, yes, I saw
Maiduguri, yeah.
I saw Zulum come out to say, the prisons emptied and a lot of terrorists that made their escape. Maiduguri is the epicenter of terrorism in Nigeria. A lot of terrorism made their escape as a result of this flooding. So we should be expecting a spike in insecurity, essentially, is what that means.
Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. It's the yeah, it's until we get to a point that each state or region become responsible for their own security, I think we're going to suffer a lot, and it's always the common people that suffer. We always talk about this um, uh, this Islamist in the north, killing Christians and whatnot. I think at the end of the day, I don't have the actual data, but I think they kill their own people, like many fellow Muslims, than they do Christians in the north. That's the sad thing about it. They just go around, causing havoc left and right. They don't really care what religion the people they kill come from. They don't care. So.
And in the American space, what are you looking at? How is it looking for your man?
It's looking. I mean, it's looking good as usual. I mean, it's looking very good actually. But you can never tell. You can never tell based on the,
Is that
you
from the
know.
polls or from your optimism? Is that from the polls or your what are the polls telling us?
Well, some polls are saying they're tied. Some actually in the recent days, many polls are giving Trump leading numbers ahead of Kamala. But in the but some national polls
One man
also
can I
get.
interject? Just a minute. I
So
am Prince Daddy. I think
uh,
it's all good for us to support whomever we support. But when you come to the platform, you may paint it to your own narrative. But you need to state the fact and bring the data. Give the data to one man. And I have my data because everything you just said is completely untrue. Okay? I mean, at least he can paint the narrative, try to deny that's gonna be Trump, which is support. There's nothing wrong. But you need to be coming out with fact. This last statement he just made, it's completely 110% false. I'm not saying Kamala Harris is going to win the election. That's all I have to say. One man, I can give you the data. You give if you want to give him the data. I have one man this and I can send it to him. So let's make it that way. If you're going to be spooning this nonsense.
Woman.
Yeah, I'm here. Carry on. You sent something.
Yeah, I said something. The war has just started. NNPC versus Dangote. NNPC just countered Dangote now.
So what is going on is really the thing. You're a seller, I'm a buyer. You give a price, I pay your money, and then why is it why is it such a mysterious thing? How much did they pay? It's just how much did they buy it at is the mystery. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's actually, it's actually very funny. It's funny. But what I see is that Tinubu is trying to take that power out of NNPC. That's what I see.
He's taking it already.
Yeah.
Even the demand they made on Dangote Refinery last week, they want an office space inside the refinery.
Yeah, he's taking that power.
I don't think that's an unreasonable.
But they have to rent it. If you're a regulator, a customer, you have to pay. You don't get it for free. Only custom can get it for free because they are doing a certain job there on duties to be paid.
I mean, that's not even a big deal. Dangote can allow them. But the problem is, you see, NNPC is struggling to face the reality. If I were NNPC, I would focus on fixing my own refinery. Because the way it is now, Tinubu has basically taken the power out of NNPC and gave it to, the fake guys. Wale Edun, Zach, and those other guys. And NNPC is really, really struggling to face the reality. And one of the realities that NNPC has been giving us quote, right, as regards how much they've been importing fuel, and that has actually backfired. So at this point, they are struggling to exist. They are struggling to keep the status quo, and which I don't really think the president really wants to entertain. So that's why it's going to be counter. You're going to see more tomorrow. I saw this coming, right? And you're going to see more counter. And I think at this point, Dangote should just, probably they will have advised Dangote not to talk. Let the people saddled with the responsibility of determining pricing be the ones to decide and kind of like come up with a price. And NNPC has not even given Dangote Naira for crude. It's just going to start on October 1st. So every crude they've sold to Dangote as of today were sold in dollars. So NNPC just needs to face the reality. We are going to see more.
So the NNPC has come out to tell us that they bought it for 898. So if they have to revise that statement, then somebody has to pay a price.
Because I think I believe them. You know why, one man?
That's flawed right there.
You know why I believe them? Because in the same vein, NNPC Dangote Refinery claimed they didn't put 898 on their invoice for them. They said the oil they refined so far was bought in USD.
Exactly.
That's what they claim. So by implication, actually NNPC has not sold anything to them in Naira.
Exactly. So probably it's NNPC that is coming up with this because it's still dollar for dollar.
But I want to make a prediction here. I don't think we'll hear of Kiari by October ending. He's toast. He's gone.
No. Kiari is going. Kiari, with what I'm saying, right? Because I see looking at, I've been following, and some guys inside, I've been following and I've seen that, it's been a lot. They basically sideline Kiari and made him understand that, yeah, it's the Tinubu boys that are going to decide things. Because Kiari has, they were not really expecting the $6 billion bill, right? And Kiari came up with that bill. Now, that bill is still going to be scrutinized. That bill
do you know that bill? Some of the invoices there based on 68 million barrels a day of PMS supply. 68.
Exactly.
When inventory has shown that we're not using more than 33 million barrels.
Exactly. So those guys have basically been cashing out seriously. So at this point, if I were Kiari and if I still need my job, I would rather focus on fixing those refineries than, putting on my pressure on determining what happens to Dangote.
The thing is, he's a marketer himself. So he's working with other marketers against the refinery and against Nigeria.
Yeah.
We need a special court in that country.
Yeah.
We need a special court.
He's playing dirty, he's playing everything. But the disadvantage he has is that he does not have the ears of the president. So he does not have the ears of the president. So that's why all he's trying to do now is basically trying to, be relevant. And they are basically telling him at every point that the game is up. So he just needs to, if I were him, I would rather focus on fixing, because the next thing that will come up for him now is, when is the Nigerian refinery going to be ready? And if nobody's talking about that again, right? They felt, probably all attention will be on Dangote refinery. While your own refinery, you've told us several lies, you've done all sorts of things.
He swore on the Quran, Papa.
Did he not tell us October?
No, he told us August. He told us
we're in September.
He said he's sure it's not a lie this time, and August is gone.
Where are even the pipes? He will run the crude oil through to LMA.
So he just needs to, I don't know, if I were him and if he has his advisors, it's better he just focus on that. And let's get at least, because if we can get that, at least Dangote is going to start with 25 million and they're still going to be importing like 15 million, right? And probably by October or thereabouts, they said Dangote will move to will move to 30 million. After that, that's how they want to do the face of this importation. But if I were him and I really want to at least, give something that represents that I've been working, I will focus on that 60,000 barrel refinery. At least let that work. If that can work, it gives you more leeway. It makes it easy for you to play another card. But the way it is, I don't know the card he wants to play, because the presidency and the guys in the presidency are not listening to him.
Is he too big to be arrested?
No, you can't. No, it's better. You know how Tinubu plays this game, right? People were saying, you should have, sacked that Kiari guy before now. So, and me, I'm like, why will you sack him? Don't sack him until you have an alternative, right? And now that he has an alternative, that's when you are now seeing the game coming out. Because at this point, when you have an alternative, it is difficult for Kiari to sabotage you. Because if you don't have an alternative, all they will just do, they will create artificial scarcity, they will do all sorts of things, and there will be a lot of tension. But now there is an alternative. So the next thing that you will see, and don't be surprised if NNPC management is disbanded anytime from now, and there will be probe. So, And he knows, and they know, right? They know because the whole conversation has been, Wale Tinubu and Zach, right? And in most cases, they don't even carry him along. So, and this is a terrain that he's been the one deciding, he's been the alpha and omega of that terrain. And now he's now seeing the thing slipping off his sleeves. So that's
Larry, the president played them actually, the marketers and Kiari. You know what happened? He made them believe that they should do all the supply and give him the bill he's going to pay. And that's where the subsidy, he didn't spend a dime on anything, intervention or what they call subsidy. He did not spend it. It's in that 6 billion bill. It's the greed that is killing them now. And the government will not pay them a dime. They will all lose because before they can gang up and refuse to supply. But now the country has an alternative in Dangote Refinery. So they can't hold Dangote Refinery to ransom.
No. I can't say about them not being paid, but what I know is that they are going to audit that bill.
All right, sorry. I don't think Prince got the chance to round up. So and then we come on to you. And to Niger, can you?
I'm very sorry.
No, that's fine. I think it's the Prince enjoys the conversation. To Niger, can you check the private chat? Yes, Prince.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I guess I can do for a bit since I came a bit late. So yeah.
All right. Yeah, Prince.
No, I heard Prestige interjected earlier. I think it was calling me out. I'm not sure what numbers you have, Prestige. What was wrong with my submission that Trump is overall is leading in the polls?
We are not giving the right data. I mean, everybody here is smart. One man can easily Google it right now. You go to
What data? What data
we
do you
give you the
have?
present number. What do you know? Tell me what state. Tell me. Okay, tell me the national average because it's 35-60 average. But the election is not won on national basis. It's formed by electoral college. So if you want to go to battleground state, which is the main important thing, Trump or Kamala Harris can be leading by 10 points, 15 points. It doesn't matter. It's meaningless. It's about those 7 battleground states. So if you want to go number by number, I have the information here. And if
share your information.
If you say anything contrary to what I said, you bring out your own. You bring out your
Let's talk and share your information. I got to run with that. So share your
want
data.
To share my information? Okay.
Yeah.
After the debate, you know what your man did on him. He was on hit and so on and so forth. I mean, eating dog and cat or whatever. So as of today, about 5 polls has come out. Forget about Tafaga and their Rasmussen. That's completely one-sided. It doesn't make sense. You have to go with the national average. As of today, on Kamala Harris is leading by 4 and 5. She got a bump after a beat down to Trump. So that's a fact. But that doesn't mean anything. So let's go to state by state. In Pennsylvania, she is leading by 1.5. In Wisconsin, she is leading by 4 points. In Michigan,
there are 52 states in America also.
No, one man. Yes, there are, but they don't matter because that's what we call. Hold on, that's what we call blue state and red state. Before the election already started, he can put it to the bag and give it to Trump. He has 219 already in the bag.
All right. Can we do this Prestige? Let's hear from Larry and then Ajan Lekoko, and then we open it up to that.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Prince, are you happy for us to go on to Larry?
Yeah, great. You can go to Larry. Thanks for
all right. So Larry, yes. Thank you, Prince. So I mean, everything changes but remains the same, isn't it, every day, Larry? The opaqueness that we're trying to run away from with NNPC, they've now transmuted it into this new entity now. So I still object to NNPC being the sole buyer of Dangote petrol. I mean, that's just not right, is it?
Yeah, that's not right. But as of today, we don't have alternative in terms of having a single unit that can actually coordinate things in terms of if government wants to still pay some subsidy. Right. So probably until we have that alternative, then we can say, oh, because as of today, right, I don't know if, we can,
Right. So the NNPC buys it from Dangote, they
yeah,
discount it and then sell it to the marketers. Is that
exactly.
all right? Okay, now
Exactly.
that makes sense. All
Yeah.
right.
So probably until we have, because if Dangote can't sell directly to the marketers at the exact price, right? Because that's not really going to make a lot of sense. So I think that is just NNPC is more of doing the coordination, not more of being the wholesaler that now sells to retailers. Because I don't even think NNPC can even put anything. Probably if they want to put anything on it, it's just they're just using them as.
Larry,
Yeah.
please, can I just clarify
Yes, sir.
from one man statement he just made now? He said NMCC will buy it from Dangote at one price and they will discount it to sell to at a discount rate. He will sell it at a discount rate to the marketer. Is that the arrangement?
Yeah,
That-
so this is it, Baba.
Mm.
NNPC is buying.
Can
So
you, if you have amount, how much NNPC is buying it and how much they send it to the marketer? Can
yeah,
you?
so the thing is, that committee will be the ones to decide, and that's going to be more of if government still want to pay a little bit of subsidy, on it, then that would definitely dictate what, in terms of the pricing, that would definitely be going to the NNPC will be doing. Right. So that's why I said NNPC as of today, what they are trying to use them for is more of coordination. Right. Coordinate that, then we can now know how much is it, then we know our bill. Right.
There's still two big spaces there, Larry. There is determining the actual quantity that the country uses, and then being able to put trackers, to make sure they don't go over the
Yes.
border. So if we are still going to be having cheap fuel, then we're back to where we were with this servicing the whole of West Africa.
Yeah, so that is why. So what happened is this: prior to this time, there is an high level, there's a delegation being headed by the NSA's office to ensure that they are able to track and also ensure that they're able to man our border against some of this illegal, this cross-border petrol transfer. So, so in order to do that, they actually gave that assignment to Ajibuno. So Ajibuno is one of the key guys in custom. So it will be heading that particular side, manning the borders, ensuring that they're able to track that. And while the NSA office will be the one to be the general coordinator. So I think what they are trying to do is to at least have a gauge, because I think as of today, they've actually gauged as 40 million liters per day. So then, if they're able to really curtail that, at least probably in the next 1 or 2 months, have at least, there'll still be some errors, right? Some errors that needs to be factoring. At least we have something that is close to what our actual consumption is, which will definitely help in planning and in order to really, know how much we are really going to be paying in terms of if the government still wants to subsidize, at least they have something to.
There is no way that the government is not going to have to subsidize.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll be paying 2,000 naira per liter in that country, won't they?
Yeah. There's no way, because and just like Baba said, so the thing is, until we're able to really man that border, right? Because it's still profitable, to buy at any price in Nigeria. Because as of today, in Niger Republic, if you put how much they sell a liter of petrol in Niger Republic to naira, so I think it's around 1.6 as of today. So which means that it's still profitable, in as much as you are not at par with that or close to being at par with that, it's still profitable. So I think it's just the major problem is how do we really ensure that we protect our borders, ensure that, we have, at least, even if there's going to be smuggling, it's going to be minimal. Then, it's not going to be that free for all where an NPC just tell us that we are doing 68 million, right? So at this point, at least we'll know what exactly, if we are doing 40 million, NNPC will, if we are doing 40 million, yeah, at least, we'll know what's up with 40 million. That's what I just think. And then another thing, so one man, I want to appreciate your platform. You're doing a good job. So yesterday, I was just kind of like, okay, fine, let me just try and see what's happening across the internet. And that was when I bumped on that platform that you were yesterday, that you came on. And my honest opinion, I can say you are doing a good job. Right? Because, and I said it in that, I tried to put something in the chat. I saw that, Man of Prestige was, I saw Man of Prestige. And if you don't have a thick skin, you can't be in those platforms. I can't imagine being on a platform where probably because I have a diverse view, I'll be called a bastard.
On those platforms, and there's a lot of them are pretty much the same diet. Somebody like Sully, he will be a choir boy he will be like a choir boy on some of those platforms. They will insult your mother, they will insult your children, they will insult certainly you. But you feel traumatized sometimes when you come off those platforms. It's wild.
Can I say something, Larry? Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, if he was on that platform, I don't know how often you go. Okay, everything you said is true, right? That's the case, but it's not just one part of the country that's doing it. People that come to that platform, right? It's every country. I mean, even I call somebody is not from the south is more vocal. I'm not saying there's not. There's no bigotry people from the south. Plenty on that platform, but it's universal. The people that appear.
But
Yeah.
no, Prestige, you are taking me to where I'm not going to. I never said.
No. I said I'm aligning with your statement.
Yeah.
Don't make it like it was one tribe that is so bigotry there.
No, I'm not.
He never even said anything about tribe.
I'm not talking about tribe. I'm talking about the platform itself.
Okay.
Imagine you being on this platform. We've seen instances that you have diverse view with people, right? And it's allowed, and that's why we have intellectual conversations. Everybody cannot be the same, and even if you want to have professional conversation, it is expected that there will be diverse view, and it's from that diverse view that we're able to get facts, right? And that fact is what will now turn into something that everybody will generally accept. And that's how it's always supposed to be in conversations like that. Now imagine you having a diverse view and somebody just come on from nowhere because he doesn't believe in what you say and call you a bastard. It's out of it. All right? It's out of it. So, I saw that and I was like, wow. And it's so unfortunate that these are people that live outside Nigeria and have conversations. Some of them, go to their companies, the companies they work, they can't even dare some things. And when they come on to public conversations and they do all sorts of things, and you ask yourself, are these people, as in which world, where exactly are these people really coming from? It is better you don't join a conversation if you can't take diverse views. Don't even.
It was actually when that guy was called a bastard that I felt the need to step in. I just felt the need to step. I wasn't even going to go anywhere near it, but I couldn't bear it. I just thought I had to step in.
Kudos to Adama. She did a very good job. And that was the first time, I've seen her on the comment section here. And that was the first time at least I saw who Adama is. She came in and she was able to at least speak some truth into those people, even though a lot of people do not really agree. They felt, she was trying to stop them from what they do. And I think it doesn't really matter, right? So that's why I think, one man, like I always say, right? And that's why, most times there are some conversations I intentionally always run away from, even on your platform here. Not because I don't have an opinion, but I believe that when I put some of those my opinion, I may be emotional with it, then I won't be objective. So I would rather not. I would rather keep some of those opinions to myself and listen to people. Probably some people might actually be more objective than I am. So that's just what I want to say, and this is exactly why I actually joined, because I want to put my.
Well, Larry, you know what? Those same people will accuse one man of bigotry. And some of them are in the comment section.
It's the wildest
and
thing.
It's amazing.
That I of all people, I am a bigot. But the people that actually, anyway, it doesn't really matter, you know.
It's amazing when I see them. They cannot tolerate opposing view for one second.
You can go to another person. I think.
All right. Let's go to Ajane Koko. On my way to Ajane Koko. Okay. Actually, let's go to Ajane Koko, and then Naja can take over if it doesn't mind after that. Ajane Koko, you're up next. So we're talking about NNPC now. You know, we are not actually acknowledging this moment in time enough. So what actually happened today marks the at least it should mark, I can't say categorically, but it should mark the end of Nigeria ever suffering fuel scarcity ever again. So that's a big thing. In terms of productivity, in terms of everything, it's a real seminal moment, a real moment in time, with trucks actually lifting petroleum from a refinery within our shores for our domestic use. Something that every other civilized country takes for granted, and now we can take it for granted too. So that's energy sufficiency right there. So, but that's the only good news. But the outside of that, of course, the Nigerian factor comes in. NNPC, the sole buyer, how much they are buying it for, convoluted and murky as everything that is Nigerian. They come up with a price. Dangote, the seller, tells us that we should ignore them. But then, of course, by the time it gets to the pump, you have to sell your kidney to buy petrol. So, what are you then making then of this moment in the petroleum space?
People gonna sell kidney to buy petrol. That's a funny one. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done. Look, one man. The price I'm hearing is it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy in the sense that when we were importing this thing, it was cheaper. And now that we are producing it at home, the price is unbearable.
Only in Nigeria would that be a statement, you know, that so when you are importing it is cheaper, and that is the case. Only in Nigeria would that actually be a statement about carry on.
So it's so, to me, I don't see it as a solution. I see it as a problem that look it looked like an insolvent situation to me. This problem with the situation of the price of this of petrol, it looked insolvent to me, and that is bad. The economy will take a hit of that. It's going to be very bad for the economy on the way forward. The government have to quickly get the refinery operational. Our refinery that they said, oh, it's coming back on stream, so we have to get it back on stream to produce this product and sell it cheaper to Nigerian people. That is the solution. This Dangote, this thing, is a privately owned, meant to make profit for the investors. It's never going to solve the problem. Whether it's going to guarantee regular supply, that's a different ballgame. But the price and the effect of that price on the economy, I think the economy will suffer severely for it.
But will the economy not just adjust to that price? Because I think I think the biggest thing that's actually making that economy somewhat wavy is the lack of consistency, is the lack of predictability. So if they have predictability, then the market will adjust to that predictability, wouldn't it?
You see, the problem we have, one man, is that we are not having a stable currency. If we have a stable currency, we can say, yes, the economy can correct it, and the currency value will overcome that, and somehow there's going to be stability on the way forward. But the way it is now, the price of that petrol from Dangote is not going to be permanent. It's not going to be stable. Rather, it's the except there's a deal between them and NNPC that we are giving it to you at this price, and this is price you have to sell to us. So, other than that, if we have to go by the market price, the international price, though they said they're going to be selling in Naira. So if the Naira price is stable, well, we could have it at a stable price and nothing will change. But if the price that NNPC is going to be selling to him, already they've said that it's going to be, the price is going to be, will be determined by the exchange rate. Is that not what they said? I think we read it here, isn't it, Larry? Somebody can.
Yes, the price will be set by the exchange rate.
By the exchange.
But then it will be determined for 6 months, though. So if they agree the price at an exchange rate, that rate will last for 6 months, and then it will be subject to review. I think that's what they said.
That's what they said. So if after the 6 months, if the exchange rate is like 2,000 plus, then that means we're going to be paying more for the price. So what I'm saying here is that we don't have a stable currency value, and as such, the price of the petrol will not be stable, and that is not good for the economy. So the only solution that I'm looking at that can bring stability or a cheaper petrol to Nigeria is if we have our refinery rolling out this product at cheaper price, then Dangote, we have to look for another market outside Nigeria. So it is insane that a product that we produce internally is so expensive for us. It is totally insane. We have to correct that. We have to correct that and make sure that it is affordable. So, but the arrangement that we have it now is gonna be so bad on the way forward. The economy will suffer it, and the people of the country will suffer it seriously. So productivity will suffer. Small businesses, will some will close down, some will be operating at a very difficult environment that to survive and to make profit will be so difficult. So I don't see what we have now as a solution to our problem. So
Sorry, Babaja, and even one man. Why do we ever envision that the price would be cheaper with Dangote, given all the other parameters remain constant? Or why did we even think that in the first place?
Sorry, Ajale Koko, all the parameters do not remain constant. That's the thing. Because the round tripping of crude and then importing it back, so that's not constant anymore. So we're not refining it outside of the shores and then paying demurrage and all of that. So that element is removed, and that should marginally reflect as a downward in the prices. It should marginally reflect as a discount in the prices.
Well, actually, to the contrary, one man, because sorry, the main factor right now in determining the price of anything, especially the price of the pump, is the weak naira. So this is just a marginal, maybe savings in the total cost of the PMS at the pump. The main problem is the naira. And if you have manufacturing, usually if you manufacture internally with a weak currency, it's usually to export to the outside world to bring in foreign currency and eventually maybe strengthen your economy. But Dangote is producing internally, and if it's going to be using dollar as a benchmark for its activities, then there's no way we're going to save. There's no way we're going to save in that country. So everything still really remains the same. I mean, it's not going to work. It's only going to work, I think, with subsidy. As long as we have this weak naira going on, just like Baba Ajala said earlier, the price will go up next year. If it goes to 2,000 naira per dollar, price at the pump is going to increase. So Dangote is not going to do any magic economically. You can't do any magic about the price unless there's a huge subsidy, or if there's another way to peg the crude oil that it gets to some other commodity, maybe. But if you're going to be based on the free flow of the naira, it's not going to happen.
But the fact remains that we mine crude oil. Crude oil is not PMS, it's not AGO, it's not propylene, it's not jet A fuel. There is cost of production. That crude has to be blended, it has to be transported. There is cost of production. The refinery that will produce it, whether NNPC owned or privately owned, there is cost of production. The machineries wear off, they change them. So we should just be mindful of these add-ons. We don't mine PMS, but crude oil.
Yeah, but if you mine, obviously we don't mine PMS. It is crude oil, and again, if you go with the international price of the actual price of the PMS to the naira rate, it should be much higher. I think we should be paying over 1,000, maybe 1,200, 1,500 naira per liter at the pump. Okay, again, it's all due to the weakness of the naira. If the naira was exchanging right now for 300 naira to a dollar, then we'll be paying around 450 or so at the pump. So it's not so much about the cost. I mean, there has to be. I think Tunaja gave the numbers the other day. The average cost, or somebody did, of a barrel of getting PMS from a barrel of crude oil. It's about it's $0.1 to 0.5 naira per barrel, getting over 100 liters per barrel. There's an international standard price to produce this PMS from a crude or a barrel of oil, right?
There is
doesn't seem, and
150. There is 159 liters. 159 liters is a barrel, and you can extract 170 liters from a barrel of PMS. You can extract 170 liters PMS from a barrel.
Actually, apologies, Baba. Let me be last hand over to Tunaja. I have an early start, so I was just waiting for someone to comment. So Tunaja, you take charge, acknowledging the super chatters. That's Ike or Geame who kicked it off. So that's a Kulata right there, and that's still Kulata still. Of course, we'll mention Ayo, and we do. So that's Ayo right there. That's the Kingdom. I think it may well be Prince, who owns a factory somewhere in East London, and there he is still. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. So Tunaja, you're in charge. The conversations wrap around. Well, people know what the conversation is, but just free flow as you will. Dangote, we've not made as big a deal as I would have wanted us to of this particular moment in time. But let me be last hand over to you, Tunaja. Tunaja, acknowledge you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. My audio is behaving weird. It's like fading in and out. I don't know what's going on.
We can hear you clearly.
Yeah, let me just refresh the screen just to confirm, because it's fading in and out. I can't hear people sometimes, then it comes back again.
Okay, so that's Tunaja sorting out the technical. Sorry, back to Ajane Koko.
Okay, so for me, I think that the arrangement we have here is going to be temporary. Temporary in the sense that the government will gradually wean itself away from this subsidy stuff. I don't see how NNPC will survive when they continue on this subsidy. The only thing that NNPC could do is when we have the only thing that can keep NNPC in operation and profitable is when we are producing our own, petroleum product, sell it to wherever we want to sell it to internally and outside the country. That is the only thing that can make NNPC profitable. But if they want to depend on, this crude selling to Dangote at this price, they're selling it, and then they want to buy at a particular price and then sell it at a discount rate to the this marketer. This kind of arrangement cannot last. It's usually an arrangement like this is for short time, just to intervene, stabilize, and get out. So, but why we are having this problem of pricing is because we NNPC has stick its neck deep with the backing of the government in this subsidy stuff that is not even clear to the government. This is even worse that when it was budgeted for, when we had it on budget, when we have provision for subsidy on the budget, that was more even legal. We can know how much we want to sell. We want to provide for subsidy on monthly, but this arrangement that NNPC is the one doing it at their own, by themselves, crooking their own account books, and nobody really know how much and what they are really doing. I think it gives room for more corruption than when we had it, when we had a provision for it in the budget. So for me, I think the pricing is going to kill the economy further, and it's gonna be the hardship will be more than ever before, and let's wait and see what we are going to see out of it. But for Dangote, congratulations, business has begun. This guy will start making his profit both internally and externally. But Nigerian people that provided everything for him, they are the ones that are going to suffer for his profitability, for his business profitability. Nigerian people will suffer it. The economy the government could get some revenue from it, but the economy of the people, the people will suffer serious hit on this price. That is the way I see it, one man. So let me go over there. Let me go to Showore's back home. I think now everybody has seen it clearly. Those that can really stand by their word. Someone that is very stable with what he stands for. Somebody that, is never shaky and never cow to government threatening and never believe in any other country but in his country. His patriotism to that country is second to none. Second to any, is not second to any politician in that country. Because I want to put him in the position of politician because he contested for position of president. So among all the politicians, his patriotism to that country is second to none. And he demonstrated it today. It was outside the country when he participated in it, not physically, but he was talking to the people on the ground, and they tried to scare him by saying, oh, some people's name, including his name, has been penciled down, that will be taken to jail when they come back to Nigeria. And he said, okay, Nigeria belongs to all of us. It's not your father country. Your father doesn't have bigger stake in that country than his father.
Mm-hmm.
And the father of all of us that are saying that this country, the way it's being governed, is not good. You people in the government, your father does not have bigger stake than our father. So, and to people that be saying that there is an agent, government in abroad is an agent to CIA, is this, I think they need to have a rethink of what they are saying, because there is no coherent in what they are saying. This accusation against Sowore and his activism against bad governance. So if you have people in government in Nigeria working in alliance with the United States, Britain, how come that they are the people using Sowore at the same time? That's external forces you are talking about that Sowore is working for. Why would Sowore be working? Why would they be supporting Sowore to work against the government
I
that
think
is working right for them?
there is this concept of controlling chaos, whereby there will be opposition to the government, so you control the opposition to the government itself. So you, in other words, you assure yourself that, because there's nobody that is taking Showore's position if he is the one that is seen as the major opposition to the government. So you can see that if you control both sides, you control it's more predictable. That's why people can make that assertion or accusation that Sowore may be compromised.
I don't understand what you just said. Well, can you repeat your point?
The idea is that if you
which idea? Tell me.
The idea is that if you want to control a situation like a country,
Mhm.
you want to control not only the government, you also control the opposition to the government. So they have to dance the dance, otherwise people will know something is up. So one side has to be opposing the other side, and just like labor forces will be opposing the other side, but in reality, they are all dancing to the same tune. It's the same thing that happens in the West. Like even in Western countries, they always say that whoever you elect, the establishment wins. So that statement implies that both sides are being controlled, and that's what corporations do. Corporations contribute to both sides, and they tend to control both sides of the aisle. It just depends on a little bit of a difference here and there in the West. I mean, but in the context of Nigeria, you can see why people would make that same assertion and say, this is Sowore. The way it comes across, it doesn't come across like somebody that is authentically an opposition to the government. Have you seen Sowore go to any other nation other than the Western nation? How many times?
That is not the issue. Let me tell you this. There is contradiction in that concept that you just mentioned. Where have you ever seen in the world you see Western world supporting the government in place and at the same time supporting opposition to take out that government that favor them? It's never happened.
America has done it even with Israel.
It happens all the time.
They do it all the time. Like they wanted
I don't know what you are saying.
Netanyahu out of office.
I don't understand. Hold on. I don't understand what you guys are saying. You have to give me instances of where this happened, and you have to be factual. Don't just come with your opinion or with what you are thinking about. Just tell me concretely with fact where you see Americans standing with the government in power and at the same time supporting the opposition to unravel, to take that government. Where have you ever
before the assassination of Muammar Gaddafi? One second,
you are building a house and you want to destroy that house. Does that make sense?
No, they are not. Often they don't topple the house. They just keep it down, looking like.
I don't. Okay, what is the end goal?
The end goal is to preserve the status quo.
Okay, hold on. Preserve the status. Okay, when that opposition succeeded in bringing down the government in power, so what is going to happen? Another opposition will come against that one. So what is going to happen?
If the government in power decides to do something that the other side doesn't like, then they will empower that opposition to be able to take over power. But if the government keeps doing what they want, they will keep the opposition as the opposition.
I don't get it.
Okay, Angelico, listen to this. You remember before Gaddafi was assassinated, before he was assassinated, he eventually came around and became a friend to the West. In fact, he was eventually invited back to the United States. He traveled across the country and actually, I think, met with Hillary Clinton. He became essentially a friend or an accepted ally to the United States. And during the Arab Springs, right, it didn't take that long for the U.S. to support also. We can say concurrently they were supporting the opposition in Libya. So when the Arab Spring happened, right, they, even though they were showing publicly support for Gaddafi, they were the ones that fueled and funded the opposition that brought down Gaddafi at the end of the day. And I asked the question: so what's the end game? End game or game of what they did? Chaos and destruction of Libya. For whose benefit? Well,
okay, let me
do the math.
Let me tell you this. You see, the case of Libya you just mentioned is Gaddafi's that played into their hand. They are never comfortable with Gaddafi in power. So Gaddafi's son was the one at the middle, trying to reconcile between the West and his father. And Gaddafi didn't want to do it because he has been playing this opposition against the Western interests for since he came into power in 1969. So, but his son had been westernized a little bit. He schooled here in London, and westernized to some extent, was trying to open up the system and make it for his father to relax a little bit, and that was how they were able to get Gaddafi. So it wasn't that Gaddafi is totally I've totally reconciled with them, but you know.
Okay, what about Hussein
They,
Mubarak, Egypt? Yeah, Hussein Mubarak was a friend and ally because of Israel to the United States for many many years. When the Arab Spring came about, okay, it was the CIA that supported, funded, and fueled the opposition against Mubarak. That was
that is not true.
overthrown.
That is not true. CIA
It
was.
is true.
That is
And,
not
and
true.
before the Muslim Brotherhood came into power,
No,
yeah,
no.
see,
It's Muslim
listen,
Brotherhood that was strongly behind that Arab Spring in Egypt. They took him down, and election was. They took him down. They took Mubarak out, and they got the power. And when what do you call it? A Muslim Brotherhood, when they got into power, the person there now was the chief security officer of what's the name of that Muslim brother? Mosu. I mean, what is his name?
Morsi.
Eh?
Morsi.
Mosi. He was the one that.
Morsi, yeah.
Yes, Mosi. He was the one that the CIA worked with to take down Morsi. Morsi was dead. They were not friends with CIA. They were not friends with America. So they wanted to rule Egypt on Islamic tenet. So, and a lot of Christian in Egypt doesn't want that. And this man colluded rather with the CIA to take Morsi down. So they didn't support. Do you know how long this guy has been with them? What do you call it, Mubarak? He did everything. He protected their interests, and they were friends to Israel. Everything was going. They were not behind it. It was Morsi, the Muslim Brotherhood, that started that Arab Spring and took that guy down. And they were never happy with him that, oh man, our interest in Egypt must not go easily like that. We have to do something. And they use his bodyguard chief, who is the president today, to take him down. So the Gaddafi, Gaddafi that lost his own, that he was tricked. They were not his friend. They didn't want him there. So let us look at this.
The CIA or America did never put their egg in one basket. Anytime they
Wait,
support a leader,
sorry.
anytime they support a leader, they always
Can we
support
try
the
and move away
opposition
from
also.
Gaddafi and co, and let's come back to track, please? I know Gaddafi's statement, American statement is good, but let's try and focus on this NNPC and co and Dangote, please.
Okay,
so okay?
we should forget that. I'm speaking on
no verse, no, Gaddafi. I just say we just move too much into Gaddafi matter.
Oh, okay. So what you want to say something?
We'll go back to the NNPC. No, not me. I think we'll try to go back to the NNPC matter.
Now Sowore matter at the talk. So what I'm saying.
Sowore matter, sorry. Sowore matter. We could not go too far.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that redirection. So thank you. So Sowore is back, and the government, Tinubu government, and the security agencies, they acted very, very smart. I must give that to them. They knew that if they detain Sowore, there's going to be problem on them. Problem in the sense that that will empower the opposition. What I mean by opposition, it's going to empower the human rights activists in the country. It's going to empower the people's opposition, particularly those that are very, very strong with their mouth, people that can talk, like Femi Falana and some other people. And that we send a very wrong picture of what the administration stands for on democracy. So they acted very smart. They knew they have nothing against him. Buhari regime even charged him for treason. What happened? Nothing. So the government, the present attorney general, dropped that case when he saw there's nothing. So far, I have to give it to Tinubu administration that they've been acting very smart on Sowore issue. They knew that he has not done anything wrong with the state, and they knew that if they should put him in detention wrongfully, there's going to be strong opposition against their administration. It's going to cause distraction. It's going to engineer, it's going to give power. It's going to give strong power to opposition to speak up more. And people like us online and others across the country, we speak across the world. We come after the administration. They don't want that noise against them.
For all we know, Tinubu is probably using Sowore as much as is using OB. So don't give Sowore any credit.
No, what did you say? You said Tinubu is doing what?
I think Sowore may be a pawn also for Tinubu.
From what I can see,
is a what?
A pawn.
Come on, man. Why are you talking like this?
Sowore doesn't seem see, I think there is a
what are
reason
you
why
talking
a lot of people.
Have you ever seen Sowore say anything good about Tinubu? Ever?
Exactly. And that's the geniusness. That's the geniusness of Tinubu. That's the smartness of Tinubu. A lot of people they've insulted Tinubu.
That is not the case. They don't have anything against him. He have not done anything wrong, and they knew that if they should detain him, on what charges?
There are plenty of charges they can put on him. There are plenty.
That we even. Like I said, it will empower the voices of opposition across the world against it, because
it's a lie. Which one? Maybe you and your couple other friends. Which opposition around the world for Tinubu for where?
Oh, okay.
Stop,
It's not like Sowore is that won an election.
I'm not saying.
Angelico, I saw Sowore just in his picture in TV channel today. He was in a TV channel wearing sunshades. The guy doesn't look very serious. I don't know why. He doesn't seem
so
like
sunshade means he doesn't look.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. He looks like
no sunshade. How does sunshade define person as unserious?
You know why? Whenever you see leaders that wear sunshades, there's something. Yes.
Sunshade. Somebody wears sunshade.
I'm just saying that maybe I'm being petty, but a serious opposition leader.
What you are saying sounds so
doesn't sound very serious. No,
what you said just says now. It just sounds so.
What is he doing wearing sunshade in a TV studio? Have you seen any serious leader that does that?
What are you? Can you just listen to yourself?
Okay, give me one serious leader you know that have gone on to rule their country very well that wears sunshade in the TV studio.
Are you serious?
I'm asking you now.
Are you serious with what you have just said?
I'm seriously asking you.
How does that make somebody a serious person and not serious person?
No, I know it doesn't make somebody, but it also seems to be a uniform of some dictators.
You sound so funny.
This is not a very serious point, but
no, you sound so funny.
It's not it's not a kind of a scientific or analytical point. It's just that when you dress in a certain way and you talk in a certain way, and to be fair, Joe Sowore has a kind of dictatorial way of approaching things, and I think that he's wearing a sunshade inside a studio, and his approach to politics seems quite off. Somebody see, I really wish there was some other person that has, you know,
you
carried the cross in
you
Nigeria.
guys sounds to me like you're looking for somebody that will compromise all the
No,
time.
no. I'm not interested in compromise. I'm interested in somebody that has a clear vision that can articulate it for Nigerians to believe in. He doesn't seem to have it.
You don't know his clear vision.
Even in his manifesto, his vision is not very clear. He's really
Oh,
talking about human rights constantly, as if it's human rights people are going to eat.
Oh, really?
You know how people talk about climate change? That's all he keeps talking about. He talks about human rights while he's talking. When he actually talks in real life, he sounds dictatorial himself.
So you don't see that part that he said is going to give education to all Nigerians free to university level. That does not sound as a clear vision to you on the way to take people out of ignorance in that country. So
that is good policy. I'm not saying that policy is not good. That's a good policy to have.
So is policy on energy independent? You don't see that. That doesn't sound as a clear vision to you.
Sounds
Peter
good,
has
but
better
it
policies.
doesn't have the underpinnings that will make those things possible. That's my issue.
Peter B has better policies than Sowore. So what about that? Sowore is a joke. You and I know that. It's a joke. Forget about Sowore.
Daddy, you can be so funny, Are you changing your position now? Daddy, I was describing Obi. You are describing Obi before the election that the manifesto was worthless. Everything worthless.
I just want to drop an information.
Sowore has got below.
Yeah, let our brother speak, Larry.
Yeah, I just want to drop. So
Larry, welcome.
Please go ahead now. So minimum of petrol price in Lagos will be 950 at the pump price. So NNPC just released it now.
Minimum of what?
So petrol price in Lagos at the pump price will be 950.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
America will say,
do you see what is happening? Do you see what is happening? They are trying to stitch Dangote up with the bad news of high cost of petrol. They want to use Dangote to remove subsidies, technically. That they were supposed to have removed over a year ago because of the devaluation of the currency that came on. So now they want to use Dangote coming on stream to remove the fuel subsidy so that it looks like Dangote is the one causing the problem for the people.
Yeah.
It's just nasty.
Tunaja, can you open those link? So that's the official statement from NNPC this night.
Yeah, let me get that up.
But Larry, that is a killer right there.
Yeah, so Dangote sold for them in dollars, right? And
they want to finish. They want to put it on Dangote, boy.
And
so Larry, that means they are not selling to Dangote in naira.
No, they've not started at all. That's
they've not.
In October.
That is Bagwe right there.
Yes, so they've not. That was what I was saying. They've not started. So everything they sold to Dangote as of today is in dollars. So Dangote also sold to them in dollars, and they are now quoting. NNPC is now quoting exchange rate of 1,600, and I think 1,637. That's the exchange rate NNPC is quoting.
Wow, that's nasty. 1,600. Thank you for them depreciating the currency. If that currency was around 600 now, that problem would not exist. But it's all right. They are welcome to carry on with their depreciation. But I don't like this thing that they are doing. But let's see what Nigerians think about it anyway. They are stitching Dangote up big time to take the fall for.
No. I don't think a reasonable Nigeria will want to see Dangote as a problem.
No, Dangote has tried his best now. He even Dangote even discounted them, right, compared to what they import. So he has tried a lot. So it's just for NNPC. And I don't know why NNPC is quoting 1,637. If you go down a little bit, you see the exchange rate NNPC is quoting.
Let's see. Okay, is it down here?
Yeah. You see they are quoting 1,637. So in some places it will be as far as more as 1,000. So it depends on states.
Wow, the prices in East State and Abuja 990 1,000. If this was in 2023, early 2023, just after Tinubu came into office, he put this price, there will be riots on the streets. But people have become adjusted to the 600 for a while, and that's what they did. And now, suddenly, when Dangote is coming on stream, they just started jacking everything up.
So that means government is not paying any subsidy. They don't want to pay anything.
Yeah, they don't want to pay anything. And my problem with that thing is that they are not even like saying, okay, we are removing subsidy. We are not going to channel this our money that we used to get before, borrow or whatever you want to do. This is where we are going to channel it to. There is no clear vision of it. I don't understand. What are you doing with the subsidy removal money? Just distributing to states so that the states can use it to fix the dam and levy that are just broke, that they didn't do. All these states are getting money, but they didn't do anything. They just flooded Maiduguri the other day. Bandits are running riots all over the place. It's just, man, I don't know, man. There's no coordination
I
here.
said it earlier, Larry, that this effort is a way of winning themselves out of payment of subsidy. So this price, I don't know how Nigerians are going to survive economically. The economy is going to
This is ruthless. This is
it's
ruthless.
going to get worse off, and people going to purchasing power will be further battered, and productivity. I don't know. So
I think the only thing that we can see
Hey,
now
these
is
people
the
wicked
exchange rate.
though.
So exchange rate is the major
is
determinant.
the major, is the killer, and I don't know
Because
why they are.
for NNPC to, it's so crazy for NNPC to be quoting 1,637.
I don't know why they want to use exchange rate
of 1,637
for product you want to use internally, because they have allocation of barrel that they are giving to him. Why to say should they sell it in dollar to him?
Exactly. So for Dangote to have
Why?
even told them,
I don't even know what the
no, I
that's
think
quite true.
Dangote,
What
I
is
think
the
Dangote
what
is
is the
even.
point
Do you
of
know? I
selling
think
it in that
Dangote
high
is
rate?
even right. Right? Dangote is right because this is a price quoted by NNPC because NNPC decide their own exchange rate they were going to use themselves, right? And Dangote,
Sorry,
yeah, for Dangote to have said,
Jack,
okay,
sorry.
I sold to them.
Can you sorry, Larry, can you zoom into the price for the south side? I can't see how much is
The
sorry, Larry.
Southware?
South. What was the price
This
down
is
there?
my audio. My audio is a little bit messed up. I'm sorry, guys. My audio goes in and out. Let me see if I can
No,
just view the
can
image.
anybody see the one down south? I don't see the price. I don't want to. Yeah,
Everybody's gonna see soon.
sorry, Larry. Sorry, just wanted to.
No problem, sir.
Because it said 960 in Ogun State, but I can see the.
You're worried there.
Okay. Oh, 980.
Which one are you looking for?
Oh, reverse. Okay, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
980. Okay.
So this is more.
They've not done well for selling.
No, NNPC is the one playing the game here because
Yeah,
if
I agree with
NNPC had used probably like 1,500, 1,000, as the exchange rate, then it would have been cheaper. So Dangote is right for him to have said he didn't give them that price of 898. They came up with that price themselves because they decided to use that exchange rate, of 1,607.
Wow.
Is that the official exchange rate, which I don't even know, for them to have used 1,637 as their own rate?
Northern states are getting massacred based on these numbers, man.
Yeah,
Those ones
it's
are,
transportation cost. If they factor
yeah,
transportation cost,
they charge them higher there.
they will charge them higher.
In the area that don't have enough resources are the ones that they are charging more. Sometimes, some people, but then again, if you do it, it's capitalism.
No, but I think another thing that the states can do now, if they are not paying subsidy, which means that they will be getting what they need, because I think the last time NNPC even paid a dime into the federation, into the CRF, Consolidated Revenue Fund, was actually sometime in February. So NNPC has not even paid one kobo in. So at the end of the day, if NNPC is not paying any subsidy, then give us what you sell for us.
So, but I wanted to ask a question. You know how these, they sell to Dangote at market rate. What is the essence of that anyway in naira? You might as well just do quid pro quo swap. Give them crude oil, and we get so and so back, and then we take the oil and give it to the Nigerian. There's the petrol and products, and give it to the Nigerian state. A kind of
Yeah,
you
kind of
process it
like
for us and you give it to
a
us.
swap deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't want to do that. You know those guys, they won't want to do that. Right. So because even if they start that one too, don't be deceived. They will put. I think this is the best thing, as far as I'm concerned. This is the best thing in the sense that take an NPC out of it, right? Let us get exactly what Dangote is giving, and if they're going to take that, then I think this might actually happen. Probably, I don't know. I'm just looking at it as a model. If some of the state governors can subsidize what is coming to their states, if everybody is getting, everybody's getting exactly what they are due to get, then probably some states can subsidize, which I think it might actually be another model, right, of pushing subsidy away from the federal government and NNPC doing their magic, their plus or minus, right? Because if NNPC is getting at this point and government is not subsidizing, so people should buy directly from Dangote rather than having NNPC as a bottom.
But Larry, I think before Dangote started before Dangote came on stream, I think we were doing crude swap, right?
Yeah, that crude swap.
Why can't we do it? Hold on, Larry. Why can't we do it with Dangote, and then the final product based on number of crude that what do you call it, NNPC gives to Dangote, the final product will be released to NNPC, and NNPC will sell it at affordable price to Nigerian people, because that crude in the first place, that allocation that is a mark for Dangote is our own crude.
Yeah.
Why can't you make arrangement for
But
swap?
there's this argument that somebody made that the money that they used to get for the crude, they don't get it anymore.
Baba, they can make that arrangement, which means that there will be shortfall, right? And the government will be covering up those shortfall. Because
Larry, you are right, because we belong to an organization, OPEC. You cannot sell outside the OPEC price range. Except we leave OPEC, there is no way you can do that.
Yeah. So if they want to
no, OPEC, I don't think OPEC have anything to do with the price of the petrol internally, what you sell it into.
No, they do. Think about it.
Okay, let's say that is stated. For me, one of the areas that pains me also is the divestment that the Nigerian government did from Dangote. They didn't even consult Nigerians to say, okay, should we reduce our stake from 20% to 7%? They should have asked Nigerians, and I'm sure Nigerians would have said, no, don't remove it. Keep it where it shall go to 30%.
They did, for that, they did consult Nigerians. You have
Who did they consult? I wasn't there.
Hold on, because thank God they didn't consult you.
I can't hear you again. Sorry, man.
Can you? So, you have people in the House of Rep and the Senate. They are the people's rep. That's the people that they consulted. So that's the people of Nigeria, pretty much. So I don't know why you keep saying they did consult you.
It's really how is it? I can hear some things, but I can't hear other things. I don't know.
Can you come out and go out and come back?
I've done it a few times. It's not making any difference.
Can anybody else hear me or something? I don't. Maybe it's just me.
We can hear
everybody
you,
else can hear you. Only me. I don't know how this is possible. It's really strange. Sorry about that.
Go and buy red oil and worship your system.
Wow. but to Baba's point, I wanted to clarify something earlier. If you are part of OPEC, if everybody starts selling price crude oil to themselves at a lower rate, it will lower the price of that globally. Then it defeats the purpose of exporting, unless you just want to use the crude oil for your own consumption only. If you still want to make money from it at the international market, you must go with the OPEC price, because if you lower the price in your own country, the value of crude oil depreciates, then you don't make as much dollars from it if you sell it from to outside. So that's how that works, pretty much. So you have to stay with the OPEC price. If
I don't think that the price, the internal price of petrol in our country has anything to do with
no,
price, because
no,
it is what we export. Hold
Baba,
on, I think it is what we
no,
export.
you're not getting what I'm saying.
Baba,
Like, if you how many countries produce petrol? Like, let's say all countries that export petrol now say, okay, we will sell it at a different price in our own country. That's what they want to do. Because remember, it's not only Nigeria producing the crude oil, right? Then the value of that oil, the value of that crude oil will come down. It will affect international price unless you do one thing that I have suggested on this platform. I said, you know how we say, oh, they always have like 400,000 barrels missing every day. Now somebody stole it. And so just backdoor it and steal your own crude oil and just use it to do that. That way the price will
can't
be
do that.
I know, but
you can't do that.
that's the only way. But just if you're gonna make it legal,
You know,
then you
you know,
can.
Babati, you know, if you ask me, right, if they were being sincere with the whole negotiation, if NNPC had maintained that 20%, then they would have negotiated more from renting Dangote Refinery to refine for them. Which means that,
Like just pay them for the cost of refining. That
yes,
would make more
yes,
sense. So
rent it for, more like you're paying rent and refine this thing for me. Let me get this out. Probably some of your advantage might be actually some other things that comes out from it. We can negotiate.
Larry, if you were Dangote, will you agree?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said if they had bought more stake, that would make them a key stakeholder. Because if you are buying 20%, that's key, right? As a key stakeholder, at that point, you have right to make some decisions at the board. So
exactly. Did you hear that Farouk saying that Dangote wants to become a monopoly? Did you not buy more stake in it? Instead, you go and reduce your stake in it. If you are being, we have 20-35% now, Dangote will be selling to many African countries. Do you know Nigeria will be raking money from Dangote selling to other countries? You can't even make it up. But these guys went and divested.
Okay, Larry, can I ask a quick question? So, how, if we were to go your own route where we sell for cheap to ourselves, how low can we go, or how low should we go? Half of the price, or 10% off, 20% off?
Yeah,
How low can you go?
I think Kulata in the chat just confirmed something. The OPEC countries sell crude to local refineries at discounted prices to ensure.
But I'm asking, what is the actual discount? Discount enough to sell? Okay, because you have countries like Saudi Arabia that will sell for cheap. But I want to know, how low can you go for Nigeria now? This is our case study, Nigeria. How low can the federal government go to affect the price of food? Yeah.
Yes, for us to have economic growth in this challenging time, it should not be more than 300 naira.
So
per liter.
That is about that's about 60% off now. Be 2/3, right? That would be two-thirds of the actual price, right? So you want government to then discount at 2/3 of the current price, about 900 or so, right?
No. What I said is that if we're doing this crude swap with Dangote, we are giving him crude, he make the product for us, and then we now determine the price, sell it at 300 naira, so that we can have economy.
Without subsidy.
How about the shortfall, Baba? In terms of the money you'll be losing.
Yeah. The shortfall. You mean?
Obviously, you'll be losing money. Nigeria will be losing a lot of money.
2/3 of your money is gone to you because it's technically subsidy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you are doing 2/3 of the price to subsidy. So if you do 300,
no.
I'm saying that even that 300, you still have to factor in the cost of refining from Dangote. So if you're gonna go to 300, you're almost doing 70% subsidy. because it's going to charge you for refining that crude oil. So to him, maybe about 250 or 260. Then he asks about 40.
What of other variants of product that you'll be getting from that crude? Everything we have to sit down and work it out. He's a Nigerian. Hold on, he's a Nigerian. We are giving him too much. You know, for
you are social. You started.
No, Larry. I want the Larry. I'm asking for the price point here so that we know. I mean, I need to know. He says 300. So just for Dangote, forget Nigeria, but Dangote can Dangote give you the fine product for 300 naira with its own cost added to
you heard where Baba is coming from now.
Of any year now,
when Baba tells you Dangote has taken so much with this and that, Baba, the reality on ground is today. CBN needs to look for ways to strengthen the exchange rates. If we can't do that, I don't know. Even when they want to start naira to dollars, right? Naira to crude for naira. NNPC quoting 1637 today. That means that is what they will quote in selling to Dangote, which is still the same thing.
Larry,
I think
is that price doable? Is the question. Baba goes 300.
No, Baba is just being sarcastic.
No. Let's break it down now. Is it doable? Like, can you do 300?
No, it's not doable. Doable for where?
I don't know why you guys are saying this.
Please,
Baba, no. Baba, you know why we said it's not doable? Doable when every other thing, ceteris paribus, every other thing still being equal. Exchange rate is still the same exchange rate. And
this has nothing to do with exchange rate. Look, no. We are talking.
It has to do with exchange rate because
Baba,
wait. If you are selling to Dangote, and you are collecting your cash, right?
We are not selling to him. You do what I'm
now. Let's say you are selling to him today. Now, let's say this is your model. We now want to do this your model in October, right? Which means that we are not selling. Right? We just said, okay, fine. That crude that we are selling to you, that we are collecting this price, help us refine this crude. And we'll give you probably, okay, this is how much it costs you to help us refine. Right? And we'll sell at 300, which means that money that we ought to have got, the opportunity cost of that would definitely be that money we ought to have got from Dangote. Which means that probably, okay, as of today, if I had sold to you at 1,637, I will have got my full price for my full money. Now, if I'm not going into not selling to you, which means that I'm just going to pay you, okay, fine, this is how much it costs you. Then I'm going to bear the loss, right, of 1,000, probably 1,300 that I ought to have gotten. Then I'm going to,
but Larry, this is my point. That 300 that you mentioned, what is the cost of even of lifting the crude? So what is the cost of lifting the crude plus the cost of refining plus the profit Dangote has to make? Can you get that under 300? Forget government even making money. Plus the cost of lifting,
those deals that you said.
Yeah, but we don't even control the lifting of the oil. It's private company. So if you look at the cost of lifting the oil, the cost of refining, and the profit both companies that are lifting and refining have to make, how can government then fix 300 as a private? That's what I'm trying to understand. I don't unless you want to do it for free. Where you just, okay, you lift it, you take your profit, and government makes no money for local. That's why I'm trying to understand that 300 price point is what I'm trying to understand.
Probably when we do all magic and increase our crude production, when we have excess, then government can take some of these things Baba said.
300k. I don't know how.
No, the government can even decide to, like Baba now. Baba is a socialist, but government can do it free if they have excess. That's part of giving back to the society now. Government can try to give back to the society.
But you know, if you do, the demand for that will go up now.
No. If they can increase now, let's say now, as of today, we are doing 1.3, and probably one magic happen, and we eventually start doing like 1.8, right? Which means that we want to still retain. Let's say we still want to retain how much, okay, what we sell. That means we still have excess. Now, then you can play with the excess. But the problem is we don't even have that excess. So what Baba said, there's nothing too big for a government to do for its citizen. Then that means you at least you met your quota, right? And at least you have excess. And at that excess, you can play with it. Government can try to play with it. It's only, now playing with it with Dangote is what I don't know. If Dangote can, you can't force Dangote to do that for you, right? Then probably if you have your own refinery, you can play with those things now.
Okay, Larry, sorry, but Baba is back. So can you please? No, I want to know how you can get the cost of production from lifting to refining to them making profits under 300. If you don't mind telling us.
They will make profit because Dangote Refinery is advanced refinery that variants of other products can be getting out of that crude we are supplying him. He's going to get diesel, he's going to get this, he's going to get that, he's going to get that. So we can work out, it's going to profit more.
But the cost. No. I'm saying you must factor in the cost of lifting the crude oil from the ground.
We are the one lifting the crude oil.
No, we are not. We employ private companies to do that for us. We don't have the capacity to do that by ourselves. What I'm saying. So your BP, they are all there. So you have to pay them too. They're also charging for lifting the oil. We don't lift our own oil.
I agree with you. We
don't have Aramco. We don't have that in Nigeria. So that $300 naira is what I'm trying to figure out how, because even that don't take, it's almost the price of lifting the oil is 300 already. So
well, that is an area where the government have to do something too because how can we be an oil producing country? We don't even get our oil from the ground, the crude from the ground by ourselves, but rather
because we are still slaves, Coco.
Yeah, because we are still slaves. It's just how can we get it right? Right from that point, it showed that we are failed as a country. So if we don't have the control of extracting that oil by ourselves, then we don't have economy.
Well, Angelico, what in the economy, what do we control? What do we control in Nigeria's economy?
You're right. I agree with you. I don't know. So if we can't be in control of our crude, then we don't control nothing. We are just
we don't control the currency. We don't control the.
We don't control currency. I mean, we are just serving the master.
We don't control. By the way, we don't control the quantity of crude oil that we sell. We sell by quarter, even though we don't meet a quarter every month or every year. We don't meet it, but we still under restriction by the quarter. And now I heard Babati say that even the pricing, we don't control the pricing of the PMS at the pump. But really, are we selling at the? We're not selling at the going rate that it should be given the price of the naira to the dollar pricing, right? Are we? We're not. We're selling below that.
Yeah. I think Dangote is just generous with the pricing he gave NNPC.
What do you mean by generous? Generous what?
Yeah. Is compared to the normal price, right? In terms of what NNPC buys elsewhere.
No, look, if they really sat down and look at, I don't know if it's only, I don't get it, man, because
Baba, this is it.
It's not generous. Don't say
no. It's generous. It's generous. You know why I said it's generous?
No. Don't say it's not generous at nothing.
Baba, wait now.
Yeah.
Looks like, I'll sell to you what you sell to me. Right?
I agree.
Yeah. So now if I decide to probably reduce, I know what every other person is selling outside. And I just decide like, okay, fine. You sell to me at 5 naira. I can decide to like, okay, fine. Every other person at the and outside is selling what I'm going to give you at 7 naira. Right? And I'll decide, okay, fine, because I'm a Nigerian, let me give it to you at 4 naira. Right? Which means that because I'm not selling, because if you want to go elsewhere to buy that thing, you buy it at 7 naira. And I'm giving it to you at 4 naira. Then, and I'll put the ball in your court to now decide how you want to now convert it. So now, NNPC now decides that, okay, fine, they want to convert it by 1637, which to me, I think is highly debated. We need to debate that 1667. I don't know how they came up with that. Did they just wake up and go to say and get a price there and say that is their price? Or did they liaise with CBN for them to be able to decide that price? Because every price that you are seeing is basically NNPC deciding that this is the official exchange rate today, right? Which is 1,637. So which means that if this go on, all NNPC will just do next time is to probably go to Wuse Market and ask for their price in Wuse Market and say that's what we are quoting. So that's why for me, why I said even this naira to naira deal, Dangote is going to have some losses, because if you sell to Dangote naira for naira and the exchange rate does not stabilize, that means you sell for me today, then in like a month's time when I'm done and I get that naira from you and I want to change it to dollars because I have foreign debts that I need to pay off. Spare part and everything. That means if I'm not able to, if it's still increasing, that means I'm going to have some losses. So it's a whole lot. So that's why I said the major determinant is still the exchange rate. That's what I think the focus should be on now. And in terms of subsidy, if I were president, what I would just do is I will call a NEC meeting and let everybody, now it's not going to be more of presidency deciding, let Nigeria decide how much subsidy we want to pay. And if the state governors object to paying subsidy to the point that they feel is going to reduce what they get, then that's to Nigerians to decide. I don't want a situation where it's going to be more of a federal government thing. Now, at least we know anybody can go ask Dangote how much he's selling to us. Then Nigeria can decide if we want to pay, which means that if we are paying, what each of the state governors are receiving is going to reduce. Are they ready to take the fall? Right, at that point, nobody will, at that point, it won't be more of, oh, it's a presidency doing this. It's going to be more of Nigeria decides.
Sorry, Larry. Well, just like I said earlier, I agree with you that is the exchange rate that's the big problem in this transaction. But in the naira to naira transaction, did they fix a naira amount?
Yeah,
obviously they have to do that.
So it's going to be spot price. So it's going to be spot price at that point. That's why I said I'm against this 1,607. Now let's say they want to fix naira to naira today. Now NNPC is quoting spot price.
No. So, they can't do well. What I'm thinking, I mean, the only way is going to have a between Dangote and the Nigerian government, they have a fixed naira amount, independent of the going rate of the naira in the open market.
Exactly. That's why Dangote is waiting for the presidency, because all these things NNPC do, they decide their own exchange rate themselves, and that's so now probably by October 1st, where the committee is supposed to meet. Now the committee then, because there is CBN as part of committee, it's not just NNPC waking up and telling us, oh, this is what they sell dollars in Wuse or sell dollars in zone 6, right? And just say this is what. No, it doesn't. So it's not supposed to work like that, right? It's supposed to be more
The problem is that it's just bad negotiation or bad negotiator. This thing is quite doable. I mean, Baba mentioned earlier that okay, the naira to naira deal would be net negative maybe for Dangote because of the spare parts, the repair costs, and all this other additional costs. But they can always make provision for that somehow. Maybe pay a little bit premium or guarantee some hard currency for Dangote to the central bank. You can make a deal. A deal is not linear. A deal is making a deal that's customizable for the Nigerian market that would work. That would benefit Dangote. It doesn't have to lose. You don't have to make a deal to lose. And there's so many ways, I believe, to get to this point that we're trying to get to. But we have bad negotiators, and I think a lot of people that don't understand what is going on. And some people do understand what is going on. Of course, they want to milk the system, and that's the problem.
Prince Daddy, you know what happened? That committee has not even decided. They've not even sit down to decide the price, which means that they've not even sit down to decide. Now, they know how much Dangote sold, the price Dangote sold to them in dollars. And I'm sure that committee is supposed to be the one to decide the exchange rates, which NNPC unilaterally decide themselves. That's why Dangote was more like, is that committee that is supposed to sit down, decide for Nigerians what exchange rates. Because take for instance now, if that committee decide that exchange rate is going to be 1,500 today, then the price is going to be different from what NNPC is quoting. Probably that will be around 700. Because 1635, if the committee sit down today and say, okay, fine, we are looking at the exchange rate of 1,500, right? Then probably we'll be looking at, instead of 858, probably 898 or something, probably we'll be looking at 700 and something. So that's when, for me, I think CBN needs to, because I want to know where NNPC actually get that from, because I don't expect NNPC to be in the position to decide the exchange rates. It has to be a CBN thing. So that's what I just think. It's so unfortunate, but it's the reality that we find ourselves in. So Labour and everybody should be ready. Push them very well.
Well, but profit. What is going on with Nigeria's system tonight?
My system is just speaking on jargon here.
I saw you today. I think I saw you on Clubhouse not making sense as usual. You were there today. I saw. I'm like, oh god. I'm like, who brought this guy on Clubhouse?
Oh my god! Okay, come. You see, one of the problems that I noticed with the discussion we are having here is the exchange rate problem, where the exchange rate seems to be moving price left and right. That is something that the government should not have allowed to happen, because one, if they have kept the exchange rate where it was, like when they removed the subsidies, then what will happen is that because Dangote is coming on stream, now the demand for the exchange, they already have saved some funds because they are not paying subsidies anymore. It will be around 600. With Dangote Refinery coming on stream, the demand again will come down even further. But what they've just done is move the exchange rate to a different place, where now they are having to increase the petrol price that is making the lives of Nigerians a living hell. They created this problem, and personally, the sabotage of the Dangote Refinery started from the very moment this guy got onto that podium to when he was being sworn in as president, because he just went straight up, removed the subsidy immediately. The chaos started, petrol price jumped up, and till now, till just when Dangote is coming on stream, the subsidy hadn't stopped. They just carried on doing it. How can you remove subsidy and subsidy remains? For the fact that they remain in office after doing this type of crazy stuff, it shows you how much Nigerians actually tolerate from their leaders. You did that stuff, you survived till now, and now
We are still looking for ways where what if the currency goes up to $1 goes up to 2,000? Petrol price will keep rising, chasing it. This is madness.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not good. It won't get to that level.
How do you know? There is nothing stopping it. All.
No, it won't get to that level because with Dangote, right, buying in naira, that is going to reduce the demand for dollars. Chunk of the demand for dollar is actually going to fuel importation. Is a large chunk.
But that should have happened when they were selling it for 600 naira.
It's
but they let it get to this point.
Yeah, so it's a large chunk, right? So if that is out of the way, drastically the demand is going to reduce. And if demand reduce, we all know what will happen. So we can actually start looking of, the exchange rate kind of like going downwards. It might not really be sharp decline, but at least it's going to be a little bit,
See, what if it doesn't go downwards? Who are you going to blame? Are you going to be the fool that has just been fooled again?
No, it will, because basically then most demand will just be around probably normal people importing things, right? And probably people that want to pay for tuition, or probably want to go for holidays, right? Because
my thing is what I've discovered with our Nigerian government.
Okay.
What I just explained to you is an artificial problem that was created.
Yeah.
It didn't need to happen. Now, what makes you think they're not going to repeat another one again?
You know why? I don't talk more on the problem because I can't reverse it. They've done it. All I can do is to complain and complain and complain. So rather than doing that, I would rather focus on what is the likely thing that might happen today and tomorrow. Right? Because he has done it. You can't tell him to do it.
Okay, but the likely thing, you see, my problem, the point I'm trying to highlight is that the likely thing, because of what they've done from Buhari to now, is like they are dancing around. They are not allowing the Nigerian economy to function.
So that thing that you want, now this is it. You see, when there is that reduction, that's when it will be easier for CBN to now do whatsoever they want to do. You can see, right? Because for me, CBN has, in terms of whatever they want to do, put in all their tools and everything, there's still limits to what they can do. You understand what I'm saying? It's easier to control supply than demand, right? Because if it's still on the supply side, you have an hedge.
Actually, the demand should be easier because that's on your people.
No, the demand will be a little bit easier. The demand will take it first. Take, for instance, look at what happened now. If Dangote and most of those guys, right, are not looking for dollar everywhere to go import, and Dangote selling petrol, and some other products, bringing, repatriating whatsoever it gets from that place into Nigeria, which means that supply, there's going to be more dollars in the economy. And if there are more dollars in the economy, obviously we know what will definitely happen, right? So that's what, in terms of what, for me, right? Because most of all these things, how do we get here? How we get here was basically because we left demand and supplies to dictate the price. And how are we going to get out of this situation? Until we have a leeway. And that leeway is until we have supply that is a little bit above demand, right? Without us doing intervention, right? Because when we get to that point of not doing that intervention, because what CBN has been doing is more of intervention.
Larry, good morning. Sorry, I'm coming.
Hold on now. Let him finish his point, please. I want to know what he means by CBN intervention.
Yeah, so in terms of that intervention is, you see that every time you see that the exchange rate is going above what they can control, CBN comes in and pump money.
Yeah, I just want to give an example of what you are trying to say. Recently, you know that the CBN has continued to fix the, the clearing rate for the customs. It's about 1,500 plus. I think they can also do the same thing for this petrol we are talking about.
Yeah. That is what I'm.
So at the end of the day, I think that's what is going to happen.
Yes, that is what.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's why Dangote is also talking about that committee, because that committee needs to sit down. It's not NNPC unilaterally telling us today that it's 160.
I think what the NNPC is trying to do is that they are also looking at it from their angle that they have not contributed to the national purse for a long time. And they're thinking about, if we are going to do this business, at least we are not going to import anymore. We could have as well make profit as well. But at the same time, they don't have the sole authority to determine price.
Exactly.
So they cannot just do whatever they want. And when you talk about the Naira something, people forget one thing, that before Buhari left, we are subsidizing the Naira with a tune of 1.5 billion every month. Can we still continue to do that? So floating the exchange rate, although maybe not a very good something for Nigeria today, but you guys have to ask yourself a question. Why is the government getting a lot of money from exportation? The Nigerian government is making more money from export nowadays. If you look at the NBS report for the last 2 quarters, they have surpassed the non-oil export, has surpassed what money we generate from oil. We do not even generate nothing. So, like, we actually
that is quite a ridiculous claim to make.
No, it's not ridiculous. That is the truth. You cannot lie about that one.
No. You are not using the correct number.
No. These are data. For the past last quarter, Nigeria get a lot of money from non-export.
February.
Non-oil export. So why are you saying it's a lie?
February.
Nigeria Bureau of Statistics.
You know, since February, Nigeria has not got a single dollar coming from crude. You've not got a single dollar coming from
from oil, from the sale of your oil. You didn't get nothing.
February.
So, oh my God, Remy, you need to calm down. See, what is happening there is export, but we are usually to get petrol. Make no mistake.
Understand you, but the way the NNPC are doing it, I think what has been transparent before is very easy. They are blending the crude and they are doing all their shenanigans and they are bringing it to you at a cheaper price. So that is how to say, this is what you want, but the quality you are getting in Nigeria as you buy your petrol in the pump station is not a good quality. They are blending them and they are doing all their ojoro or whatever they call it to bring it at a cheaper price. As present as we are now, although because Nigeria economy and purchasing power is not high, so we can say the price of food the NNPC is churning out this money is not good enough. But I think the government will come into board and probably sell crude at a very fixed dollar rate to Dangote for now. And they have also agreed that when they go to Naira, they are going to sell it at a fixed price, not all those fluctuations you are talking about.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fixed price for the first 6 months or 1 year.
Remy, hopefully NNPC does not sabotage that.
There's no way they are going to sabotage that because they have played their hand now.
That's where I need the president to stand his feet down.
Yeah.
And that committee, you understand? Because what NNPC just did, this, you understand, this afternoon was basically trying to be smart.
I know, I understand.
They are trying to
you know what? When you want to get somebody, you let him play his hand. They have played their hand already.
Exactly.
That is a mistake on their part. They shouldn't have played his hand like that.
So,
and that part, so
exactly.
Nigeria's export, for one, I don't think the numbers people are getting are accurate. Like the government telling you that the economy has grown by so and so.
No,
when in reality, the GDP of Nigeria in terms of dollars has almost halved. That is what they laid down for the Nigerian people. So they will tell you, they give you other number. You have to look within the statistics they are giving you, because our currency has depreciated. So they are giving you from a depreciated position, telling you that something is growing. It's like something is this in 3 feet tall. You cut it to 1.5 feet, and then just because the stuff goes to 1.6 feet, you say it's growing.
Okay.
No, you've just chopped up 1.4 feet already. That is the problem with what they've done to the Nigerian economy. And when they give you statistics, you have to look behind it and say, convert it to the dollar. Is it truly an increment, or they are still looking at it in Nigerian naira? If you look at it in Nigerian naira, it seems like it's an increment, but in reality, there's no increment. It's a trick that they are playing with words in the economy. I've seen that so many times that the government has done, and nobody has challenged it. But it's all right. But in terms of the exchange rate issue, for me, that is where the sabotage happened. Because if they hadn't done it, I said it. Remember, I've said it. Don't make mistake. I've said it on this panel that Tinubu had it in him to be the greatest president Nigeria has ever had.
No, you are doing
But
one
what he has
mistake.
done with a year and a half so
Tonight,
far, he has used it to
did you
completely
factor?
mess with the Nigerians left, right, left, right. Let's see. He might still correct course because people are talking about the price of Dangote petrol and all the rest. Let's say you cancel out the subsidy removal that President Tinubu in his inauguration,
I'm not sure.
and let's say after Dangote starts supplying petrol and they remove the fuel subsidies, that's when the actual removal of fuel subsidy happened. It still doesn't mean if the Nigerian refineries come on stream, he does everything on security, that he still cannot end up being the greatest president Nigeria has ever had. But from what I've seen, he doesn't have the will to do so. He doesn't want to do that.
Larry,
he has a different plan for Nigeria.
He can hear himself.
That's my problem.
I tell you that much.
I don't understand him.
You know,
He can hear us. I told you before that before this president came on to be, they are subsidizing the naira by a tune of 1.5 billion every month. Can't you factor that and you continue to go back?
So Remy, the thing is this. Tonight, don't mix. You see, it's just more of all these economic terms, right? GDP, equating GDP to revenue. You know, it's different. There are two different things, right? So now ask yourself, NNPC has not really brought anything, right? And FIRS, they've not increased the tax rates, right? Then how are we really getting that money to sustain the country? Which means that one way or the other, right? FIRS, customs, right, and probably some other small, mining and some other sector are doing things to help us sustain the country. And that's why for me, right, I think it's, if you ask me, government should not pay subsidy. Rather than doing that, look for ways to, probably
invest the funds.
I think, Larry, what is going to happen is that
what I mean. Look for, now we've talked about minimum wage at 70%, at 70,000, right? If you're not paying subsidy, you can renegotiate the minimum wage and put it a little bit. If you can jack it up a little bit. At that point, Nigerians know that this is how much we are getting. We are not paying subsidy. Then I'm transferring that money back to you guys. So it's more of you calling everybody, calling the governor, calling labor too, right? Let everybody sit down. Let them decide what they want. If they decide that they should put that money into subsidy, yes, let it be so. And if they feel that, let's go with the normal rate, then this is the wage bill. Help some states, if you need to help some states, I don't know.
No,
then,
I don't subscribe to that.
Yeah, that's
if you want to help them state, let them become lazy.
I'm just putting this is it. I'm just putting different options on the table.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying this is the right thing.
I think, Larry, the best thing the government can do, like they are all agree when they are going to do naira to naira, is to, for now, put the fixed rate maybe about 1,500, not 1,600. These people are claiming. Even they can put it at 1,450 just for this one, and government will also count their losses. So far, they are making more money from non-export. They shouldn't worry too much about this. At least give Nigeria a little succor, a little bit. So at the end of the day, if the per liter is going to be around 700 or 725 naira or 750 at worst, at the pump, that is okay. And I think when they started their naira to naira or whatever they want to do, just maintain that price, maybe from 700 naira to 750 at the pump. It's okay. So
that's what I also think, right? Yeah. I think they need to sit down, CBN and everybody needs to sit down. Let them agree on an exchange rate. at least for this transaction. They are still leaving things for NNPC.
Just like
I don't see. I don't understand how you people just keep talking as if you don't know your country.
No.
We've been talking about this since 2000.
You see,
they are going to do this. They are going to do this. They always find a way to mess it up.
So you have to
I'm getting jaded. I'm getting so jaded by these guys that they don't seem to want to do anything right.
Wait, can you listen?
You have
Can
to
you listen?
understand the situation.
Can you listen? Now, we're analyzing this, right, and being as objective as possible. You see all this, you don't, everything I said is devoid of assumptions, right? And which is more the best way to analyze issues. Those other things that you said, those assumptions, oh, probably this can actually happen. Now, I'm not disputing the fact that it can happen. And if you put it to statistical analysis, there's still going to be some element of error in whatsoever we say. But the first thing for you to establish facts is to be objective. This is it. Being objective means 1 + 1 = 2.
So what does your objectivity tell you about this? A pattern that has been repeated, that has repeated itself over and over again.
Yes,
What does your objectivity tell
the
you?
reason why it was like that in Nigeria is because we have over subsidized everything. We do not tell ourselves the reality of things. Look at it from this example. Look at even the US that have the largest chunk of oil. I mean, they have a lot of petrol. It's not all that cheap also there. Even here in Europe, the price continues to fluctuate every day. For example, as at Thursday here, it's about 1.8 or almost close to 1.9 euro per liter. But as we are talking today, it's about 1.7 blah 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 per
liter. But even if I concede that point, you are not. I don't know.
I understand.
It's not the subsidy that is causing the problem. We all agree that okay, it's good to remove subsidies. No, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point now. We all agree that we need to remove subsidies.
Factor this into your point. Factor this into your point. Throughout the 8 years of Buhari, we are subsidizing our naira by up to tune of 1.5 billion naira every month. And now this guy came and floated the naira. Although you might say that there's not enough transparency or whatever, at least that money, we are not using it to subsidize the naira anymore. Now, for the naira to find a very good rate, that means we must be productive. We have not been productive for more than 15 years, for God's sake. How do you expect? And now that things are coming into being little by little, and we started exporting a lot of stuff. For the last 4 or 5 or 6 months, the money we are using for that country is coming from non-oil export. And we are telling you this, and we're saying it's a lie. Nigerian Bureau of Statistics brought out the data. You can
give me the number of the Nigerian export, because what I'm seeing right here, look at that. From what I'm seeing right here, it says $2.7 billion.
Let me put a question to you. Now, put yourself in the shoe of policymakers in Nigeria. What can you do to bring down the exchange rates?
One, what I would do when the president came in was to
no. I don't want to. That came in. That's then. We are going back. I don't want to go back.
You mean from now? You mean from now?
Yeah, I want to talk from today and tomorrow. Henceforth.
Yes. What I'll do now is try to reverse the change and go back to around $800 per listing naira.
Okay.
And
wait.
Okay.
Reversing that change from today means that you are going to cover the shortfall.
Yes.
How do you cover the shortfall?
First, cancel out a lot of demand, a lot of useless things that we are not that's not useful to our economy. Fairly used cars. Now we are getting rid of a lot of petrol imports, cutting down on a lot of exports that is seeping a lot of our foreign currency that we have. You see, the fact that Dangote is coming on stream is another thing that I highlighted before that would have meant a reduction in our foreign exchange demand that would have benefited the Nigerian and in the currency if they had pegged it. But what they did was they sabotaged Dangote from coming on stream and made it look like it's a fait accompli right now. So that is my point. You can go backward and peg it and reduce demand. And any useless stuff that doesn't benefit the Nigerian economy, don't bother reporting it. Let the Nigerian local manufacturers start manufacturing it. It's going to be painful, but that type of pain is the right kind of pain because actually you are using it to create wealth within your country. But when those people start manufacturing stuff and start selling it to West Africa, Central Africa, and overseas, that is when the Nigerian economy will truly become diversified. All this money now that they are removing from fuel subsidies, where have they put it so far? Where have you seen it? Where is the manufacturing coming from? Now they are going to get a little bit more foreign exchange that they're going to save. Where are they putting it? Are they putting it in manufacturing? I'm not seeing it. So this is the problem. If you have been, he took all the money, even with all the devaluation that they did. He took all the money and said, you know what, we're going to be using it to do manufacturing, and you can see manufacturing industry popping up in Nigeria left and right. If anything, they are closing down because cost has increased for all of them. Instantly, inflation is through the roof. Do you know how many businesses have closed down in Nigeria? I think somebody said something about is this 6 million of business of 60,000? No, a lot of businesses have shut down in Nigeria because of what these people have done. Big companies have lost money. NTN, Dangote, many companies have lost money because of what they've done. So if you ask me, I will go back to where it was before. I'll rewind it. Dangote Refinery coming on stream has already helped to an extent reduce the demand on the foreign currency. Then you peg the price, and if you want to do devaluation, you do manage devaluation whereby you move it from 800 to 900 because you know that one I can be able to afford it. You see what I mean? Then I will fairly used cars, I will reduce them to a minimum. This thing, plastic that we can manufacture, that goes away. Chemical that we can manufacture with Dangote Refinery on stream now, we don't need those things anymore. So many things that will save money on, and I will still have money in my hands to spend because I've already removed subsidies. For crying out loud, Nigerians can pay 800, 700 pounds, 700 naira per liter for petrol. So you can see what can be done if the president wanted to do that, but they don't want to do that. They just keep wanting to go north, Why not creating industries that can export a lot of goods so that that low value of our currency will actually pay off? They have not done that. I wish they can do that, but if they do that, we'll all be dancing here. That's my own way of looking at it. Either way, they will not do it my way, but if they do it their way, and they increase manufacturing in Nigeria, and economy start this is doing well in Nigeria, everybody will forget all these problems. Will they do it? I can't hear anybody. I can't. It's crazy how this audio is behaving today.
Okay, I see. You can't hear anybody.
Can you hear anybody?
I think you can't hear anybody.
Okay, I think I will just keep it like this.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I'll just keep it like I'm not going to use headphone anymore.
So, quick question to Ninja. Why would you assume that? You're talking for 1 minute and nobody interrupts you, and you don't think that perhaps your system is not working? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, you talk for 1 minute, 1 minute, nobody interrupts you. What do I expect?
Nobody cares about what you have to say anyway. But Larry, go ahead.
So you see, number one, I said don't go to the bank, but you're busy going to the bank. But that's no problem. You see, with that, right, that you said, number one, immediate solution that you have is either you deplete your foreign reserve. That's the number one immediate solution. If you think you want to go back to 800 today, you are going to probably half your foreign reserve, push like probably $15 billion into that economy to cover that shortfall. You see, this is of I will reduce import. They are not immediate solutions. You can't wake up tomorrow and say, yes, reduce import. It's not an immediate solution. And what you just said, like, you just wake up and say, exchange rate is now 800. Oh, bros, it doesn't really work like that.
It actually really works like that. I don't see if they can unpeg it, you can peg it back again. And Ghana did it. Ghana was able to rearrange their currency. You can do whatever you like with your currency.
Don't use Ghana as an example, though, because that Ghana, if you open what happened in Ghana, so it's Ghana is not a good example.
Okay, let's put it this way: America is able to
manipulate their currency. China is able to manipulate. You can do whatever you like with your
But oh God.
I don't know why it's only Nigerians that think. Why is it that it's only Nigerians that I meet on this panel that think that we cannot control demand? Why is it that it's only us that think like that?
Okay, I think I give up. I think I give up.
No, why is it if you run a home and your children are asking for ice cream,
How do you I try to go because of that from your side, you are hearing more.
What's making that noise?
Something like that.
Is the noise from me?
No, Madam Sita, it's not from you, something like that. Something like that.
Okay.
I mean, but it's one man there. I mean, I've told you, I don't know why you said that. I mean, what is all this? It's one man. Somebody call one man. Can you call one man? Can you just send him a message or something?
Go out and come back now.
Probably still talking and still talking.
Yes, still public.
Wow.
Go out and come back. You can't go out.
It's supposed to be paying attention to the private chat. They want to pay attention to the private chat. I don't know.
If the sound is coming from you, go out and come back.
My God, I mean,
thank God he has muted. Madam Zita, can take
how much can we endure this guy? Yeah, just well, I don't know. Well, anybody talking should go ahead and
Madam Zita.
Yeah.
Me?
Oh hell no. No, stop. No, just no, hey.
Is it me?
No, it's not you.
No, I said I think you want to talk about that.
Let Madam Zita mute herself first. I think maybe the noise coming from her.
No, it's not her. It's
it's not me. Oh,
it's Nigeria.
So just on mute.
Go out. No, go out and come back in, because when you speak, you're man. I mean, yeah, it's better now. Go ahead, man.
You can go ahead.
I wasn't the one talking. I wasn't speaking.
Okay, let me talk. Good morning, everybody. I think you know what Nigeria is talking about. It's like Nigeria is finding it very difficult to learn, and once he has an idea, he will just be propagating it, and then he will not even.
Including you.
What are you doing, Madam Zita?
Yeah, including you and Remy. Listen, anyway, continue.
Okay, so let me say this, because he's been talking about, hey, why did you remove the subsidy? Hey, why did you remove the arbitrage? Why did you remove the fixed exchange rate? Whatever. If he knows what that thing is costing the economy of Nigeria, he will not be saying what he say. He's just looking at the economy of a country like a one-man business. Like, this is what you can just do. Why did you remove this? There are so many factors that you have to put. If you have a fixed exchange rate, what it means is that you find that very difficult to fix interest rate to determine how you run your economy. That is one of the disadvantage. And if you are not a productive economy, whereby you have that liquidity, you have that money, that foreign currency that people can use to buy whatever they want to buy. Because if you don't generate enough foreign exchange to actually finance your importation, That's what you see. That means you have to be borrowing money to actually even finance your importation. And you look at your foreign reserve. If you look at, let's start from during the Jonathan regime. During that period, at least oil is being sold at an average of about $109 for like three to 4 years. And that was what actually made us to have a seemingly stable foreign exchange. But what happened? At what price do we get that? Our foreign reserve was reducing. Even the so-called what they call it now, that account that they used to have, excess crude account that they used to have that time, was depleted. And shortly before he left, the price of oil started coming down. And by the time Buhari came in, it went down to $26. And coupled with what the so-called Niger Delta Avenger, both production and price of oil fell. How can a country survive that? A country whereby is just a oil-driven economy. So at that time, that was what actually made in 2016 they floated naira that period, and we see what happened. Nigeria went into recession. And then by 2018 again, the CBN governor again now introduced this multi-currency whatever, multiple exchange rates, parallel market, in window and all those things. But it was not working. So from around $150 naira per dollar that Jonathan left, before Buhari left, it was already around 500 naira. Even with all the subsidy and whatever that even money what Buhari did to the economy, Buhari was not looking at the solution. It was just like a palliative things. Okay, if we need money, that was what Buhari was just doing patch. By the time he left, there was nothing to do again. That country has to survive. And if they don't take those two crucial decisions, it is actually painful to the masses. But that was what made that country to survive.
Let me
Besides that,
Remy, Simba.
Okay.
Let me say something. And sometimes when I say some things, you guys don't like me, but I don't care. But I have to say it. Black man is always looking for a shortcut, easy way out. That's why we're in deep shit. You see, to be honest with everybody this morning, there is actually nothing wrong in having subsidy in Nigeria. Fuel subsidy, precisely. There is nothing wrong with it. But what is wrong with it is the way it is being managed and run. It became a Yahoo. So that is the problem, not the subsidy itself. But no one wants to talk about that. And instead of them to go that length in solving the Yahoo, they always take a shortcut. Remove the subsidy. Things don't work that way. And until we learn how to solve problems, we will continue having problems. Shebi una don't remove subsidy, una won't remove them. You don't remove them, you are not removing it. It's not steady. How far? We should learn how to stop things that happen around us. Not looking for easy way out. The easy way out doesn't solve anything. But if you people say it solves something, I rest my case. According to you people, some people came to this platform and said they know they know where to keep me. And they don't know that I am one human that you can never find where to keep. Ridiculously, I am one human being you can't find where to keep. I will always say what I want to say. Like me, hate me, I don't care. Removing subsidy is just an easy way out. It's not going to solve the problem, and it will not solve the problem.
Solve the problem of what?
Who asked that question?
December.
The petroleum problem in Nigeria is not going to solve it if you don't know the problem the subsidy was solving before it was removed. You shouldn't have asked that question in the first place.
There are so many problems now. I have the right. I can ask question now. There are so many problems. We talk about the price of goods and services. We talk about smuggling. We talk about what is costing the country.
But when
There
I
are so
came
many
in, I
problems
came in
with
because
it.
of
So
the subsidy, and I spoke on the subsidy.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not only one problem that subsidy is causing. And then why do you think that? Why do you think that Nigerians can only survive with subsidy and cannot survive without subsidy?
Did not cause any problem. It's the people managing the subsidy and the people running the subsidy and the people who want to be subscribers to the subsidy. They are the problem.
But now that you have highlighted that it's the people is the problem, don't you think the best way is to just do away with it totally?
No,
I think
that's
that
not the
problem will
best
solve.
way. That is not the best way.
So what is the
Taking
best?
the shortcut is not the best way.
So what is the best way?
Hold on. Okay. You see, Simba, you see, when I am speaking and somebody asks me a question and I am trying to answer the question, if you cut me off by bringing in another question when I have not finished answering the first one, you are just being anxious. That's anxious. You shouldn't be doing that. If you ask me a question, you allow me to answer it. Cutting me off is not the best. You were accusing Two Niger of having an idea and holding on to it. You are just doing the same thing. That's why I said, including you. You ask me a question, I want to answer it. You load another question, I want to answer it. You load another question. That means you have your mind of your own. You are trying
Madam Zita, it's like you people are having issue identify who is talking between me and Remy. You understand what I'm saying? I was one that asked you question first. Remy was the second person that asked you. I am not the same person.
Okay,
so that's
please,
what I think that
people have the same voice. Please say Aro and S.
How can we have the same voice?
I don't understand.
Madam Zita, I think the two of them they are always the same. So even me, sometimes Simba will talk. I would think it's Remy. Remy will talk. I would think it's Simba.
So now
Okay,
you say
that is in your mind. Our voice
so
is
it's part of what is affecting you, Madam Zita. Now, what you are, the impression that you have now, you think that it's the same person that's asking you, and that's why you are responding the way you are responding.
Yes, because I think you are the same person that asked me the first question.
So you should calm down. You should calm down. So you should calm down. No bad feeling. We are just having a discussion. You understand? So just calm down.
We are just unnecessary anxious too. So
it has started.
In fact, I like what you are saying, but I want the alternative you are trying to say. That's why I asked that question. That you said subsidy is not the whole problem.
Hold on. What is wrong in the government of Nigeria not being corrupt? What is wrong in us removing this? There are certain things I shouldn't be saying, but I just have to say it sometimes. What is this corrupt-mindedness that is so deep-rooted in my country that you don't even know how to handle it? Even if you bring a task force to check the number of fuel that is being brought into the country, those task force will collect bribe and still give you a wrong figure. I don't even know whether the president of the country will have to stand in front of all those things and handle it himself. I really don't understand this country. But let me be honest with you. Removing subsidy does not solve any problem. But if you people think it can, I wish you people luck. Because listen, let me tell you, all over the world, subsidies are cushioned. It's a good policy to remove subsidy in petroleum. But if you remove subsidy in petroleum, you have to subsidize other things too. Every country lives in subsidy. More so after the pandemic.
Madam Zita, it's not only oil that has been subsidized in Nigeria, and you know that there are so many other things that have been subsidized. Health is being subsidized, education is being subsidized, even electricity. So I think we are not doing a good service to our country by just saying that the only thing that the people are benefiting from government is subsidy on
Listen,
oil.
let me tell you, do you know why I mentioned fuel subsidy? Why I mentioned fuel subsidy is that those guys that, how will I put it, the subscribers to the fuel subsidy are monsters. The moment you remove anything from them, they put the country in chaos. They have done it before, they have done it again, and they will continue doing it. So why don't you handle them?
So you think that if it is easier to handle, even military regime, during military regime it was difficult to handle. We have successful.
Hold on, let me tell you something.
Mm.
That is actually the reason why the refineries in Nigeria are not working. It's because of that subsidy.
The presence or absence of subsidy.
The presence of subsidy.
And that's why I'm telling you that initially when you are saying it's good, let me say this. Initially I asked you a question and you're asking me, I'm asking a ridiculous question. When you are talking about subsidy, I said the effect of subsidy is not only one. And you said, no, it's only for the people. There are so many effects that it has. Disadvantage.
Okay, hold on.
So it's not only about pricing of that people benefit. There are so many other things that the presence of that subsidy.
Do you know that it's very easy to do the subsidy now? Do you know petroleum subsidy?
How?
It's very easy now because it's very easy now, but they won't do it.
How is it easy? Explain.
Hold on, calm down. You asked me a question. You said how? First of all, I told you that the refineries, government-owned refineries and NNPC in Nigeria are not functioning. One of the reasons why they refuse to function is because of the subsidy. Do we believe, have we agreed on that? Because of the presence of the subsidy. Do we agree on that, first of all, before I move forward?
I cannot agree on the one owned by the government. I can agree that okay, it might discourage private investor in that sector. Yes, but for government owned not to work, it's not due to subsidy. I don't believe it is that. So if you can convince me, go ahead.
Okay, let me convince you. I came to this platform several times and I said those refineries can never work. But now that Dangote's refinery is working, the refinery might work. So they were not working because the people who are in NNPC, they don't want it to work. Because most of them have refineries overseas. And most of them are subscribers to the subsidy. Or their brothers, or their family members, or their friends, or even the ones that don't have anybody, have those subscribers paying them some money. So now you know why those refineries are not working. Those government owns are not working. In fact, the government owns are actually supposed to be the one to work. So that government will not be spending money on subsidy. But they will never work. But now, I think they will work. Now.
Oh, I thought one of the reasons you are going to give is that You cannot be, if you want an investment in certain sector, you can't be fixing price for that sector because it will not encourage willing buyer and willing seller.
Okay,
I
listen,
thought
let me
that is
tell
one
you.
of the reasons why. So you are just giving reason that okay,
No, no,
because
no, 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 no.
conspiracy,
You can okay,
conspiracy reason. That's what you are giving
hold on.
because nobody can actually substantiate what you are saying. That
You've
most
made
of
your
them
point now.
have
You've made your
this
point.
thing
Before I
outside.
lose my thoughts. Before I lose my thoughts. You made a comment. You said if you want investors in something, you are not supposed to be fixing price, right? Is that what you
Yes,
said?
yes.
I don't know where you got that one from. But the
Okay.
price of petroleum all over the world is fixed. So what's your problem with that if it's fixed in Nigeria?
Where is it fixed?
Hold on, if the crude
All over
oil
the world.
is hold on, yes.
Why did you make such a statement? Tell me. Even the price of
Wait
food is
now,
not fixed.
I made a mistake by saying petroleum. Let me use the word crude oil. The price
How
of
is it
crude oil
fixed?
is fixed.
How is it fixed? It does not fluctuate.
Is it not fixed? When they say it's $100 a barrel, it's $100 a barrel.
No, it's not stable now. How can you say that,
That is what
Madam
I'm
Zita,
saying
that the
now.
price of
The
food is
price of
fixed?
petroleum in Nigeria, is it stable? It's not stable. So what is your problem with that? Even as they fix the price, it's still not stable.
No, you can't come here and be telling me that the price of crude is fixed. How can you be saying such a thing?
Of course, it's fixed. When the one they say is, listen, if they agree on $100, that's when it's going to go. Till they change their mind, they will fix it again. They say now it's $80 per barrel. That's what is going to go. When they change their
So
mind, they fix it
what is
again at
determining
$70. That's what is
what
going
is
to
the
go. So
when
why
you
are
say
you saying
something
why
is
did I say
fixed?
that?
Why when you say something is fixed, I thought that the price will not change. So why is
No,
it changing every
now
day
it's not that
per
kind of
second?
feast. No,
Why
it's
is
not
it
that
changing
kind of
every day?
feast
Why is
I'm
it
talking
changing per
about.
second?
Wait. It's not that kind of feast and lucky and throw away. That's no, there is nowhere in the world such a thing is done. Anyway, I don't know where you got that kind of fixing and locking down and throwing away key. It doesn't happen now because currency value, even the currency the value is not fixed. So why would anything be
So
fixed?
the price of crude in the world is not based on demand and supply. So why do OPEC members reduce their production to jack up the price? Why they do all those things?
Excuse me, that's what we are told, that it depends on demand and supply. That's a lie. Even
Let me, Madam Sister, just hold on. We can only, this is rational thinking. I cannot be basing my argument on the way you are just basing your argument on conspiracies, which is not a fact, which anybody is open to everybody. You are the only one that have the information. We are basing our argument. My own argument is based on what I can explain, based on the law of economics.
Okay. Have you finished? Can I say something?
Go ahead.
If it's not fixed, I'm not talking about the lock and throw key. You said it's based on demand and supply. Why would they tell you how many you have to produce? Why? If it's based on demand and supply, why don't they allow you to roll on demand and supply? Why are they the ones creating the demand and creating the supply? Anyway, since you say you know economics, I leave you with that. If you say it's determined by the price,
let me tell you, if you are a supplier, if you are a supplier, you can decide on how much you supply to the market to actually maintain the price. So that's not price fixation.
Hold on. You say you
And
know
that is why you see
economics.
that occasionally they will have a meeting and they said, okay, they want to cut production. And some big players there, they cut their production to jack up the price. So why are they doing that? If they can just come and wake up and say, okay, this is the price you want to sell.
Since I work in oil and gas for 21 years. I worked in oil and gas for 21 years, and I am still working on oil and gas in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria. I want to close by saying this on what you said. If it is based on demand and supply, and I said, why do they have to create the demand and create the supply? I leave it like that. You can argue for all I care. Okay, let me go back to Nigeria. You asked me, why did I say that this is the best time to do subsidy? Dangote can supply fuel Nigerians can use. I repeat myself. Are you still there, Simba?
Yes, I'm with you.
Dangote can supply enough fuel Nigerians can use. I'm talking about Nigeria as a country. So this is the best time to do the subsidy. If they actually truly they want to do the subsidy. And then put it in the air, let it be an open subsidy, because the one they are doing before, we don't actually know the heck what they were doing that they call subsidy. How much is Nigerians? How much do they consume? They consume so amount. Dangote can produce so amount. Okay, we are going to the subsidizing. We are subsidizing 200 naira. So the government is going to give Dangote 200 naira. The remaining 200 naira, Nigerians are going to pay. The whole Nigeria will know what is going on. Am I still there? Very easy. Very simple and very easy. Nigerians don't consume hemehe, as they seem to say. So now we can know how much Nigerians consume. And I am sure, extremely sure, that at least Nigeria as a country, Dangote Refinery can produce enough to feed them. So this is the time to do the subsidy. How much is fuel from Dangote? 875 naira per liter. Okay, government, Nigerians, make una hear. Dangote Refinery is producing at so and so cost. For Nigerian consumption, is going to be lifted from him. We are subsidizing so amount. So you pay the balance. Chikina, transparency. But they will never do that. And I can assure you, Nigerian government is still subsidizing. I heard it from here. They are still subsidizing fuel. For reasons I don't know. So the problem is still there both ways. Nigerians that are being subsidized, Nigerians are still buying it at high rate. Everywhere is in chaos. So it is what it is. It's a country that I don't know why the government and Nigerians do what they do, but it is what it is. Before now, I used to pity them, but I don't pity them any longer. When I notice that the corruption is deep.
So Madam Zida, so your way out is that they should go back to subsidy.
Of course, this is the best time to do it.
So no, a follow-up question. So if they should go back to subsidy, I think you have been following what is happening in Nigeria. NNPC have fixed their price, and the prices are different from state to state. Some are about 922, some are about 950, some 960.
This guy know they listen to me.
No, I just want to ask you a final question about that. Some is about 1,015. So if they're going to go back to subsidy, at what percentage or what reduction are you proposing?
After, Remy, look, when I was speaking, I called a company and I gave a statistics of the amount the lifting from his refinery will cost. I think 870 something. And I made a specific comment. I said that fuel from that refinery alone can feed Nigeria. That's what I said. We don't need NNPC again. We don't need Port Harcourt refinery. We don't need all those refineries all over the place.
So
hold on.
We understand that. My question is
Let me finish. We are looking for a way to solve the problem. Ask me a question. I'm trying to answer. Don't cut me off. We don't need all those chaos all over the place that we get so confused. We don't know who is giving how many and how many we need and who is dropping how many and how many is lifting and the landing price and the costing price and the delivering price and the dropping price. We don't need all those now. All those are in the past. He has said how much the lifting from his refinery is. Government should step in and give the subsidy. Chicken now. So what is all this drama everywhere? At least for Nigerian consumption alone. All those people who are refining everywhere that need money, hey, you want to keep their businesses. Other countries in Africa stay there, where they used to tell us they brought 200 and they go and drop 5 in Nigeria and subsidize 200 for them, they drop 5 and go to those African countries to sell. The time has come for them to sell to those African countries. So what is all this?
Madam Vita, try understand what Remy is talking about. You know, when they were paying subsidies, the way they subsidize is this: for them to have a uniform price all over the country. It's not only that they will say, okay, let's say NNPC is saying, okay, this is the cost of bringing the fuel to the country. And then we are going to, okay, with subsidy, we are going to be selling at the cheapest rate at 500 naira. For them to get that to get that fuel in Maiduguri or somewhere in Kebbi or Sokoto, they have to pay what they call petroleum equalization fund also on that. What that one means is that the cost of transporting and the logistics to take that fuel from Lagos to Maiduguri to the remotest part of the country have to be also be factored in on the government, and they pay those ones to the to the fuel stations owners. So that one now has been removed. That is what Remy is talking about, that you cannot have a uniform price all over the country.
God of mercy. I don't get this. I don't
If you
even
don't
know
get
why
what,
people. Hold on.
that is why they say that in some area you get it at 900, some area you get it at 1,000 plus.
You see, this is actually the problem, one of the problems, because I have a lot of problem with Nigerians, because I don't have a problem with my country, Nigeria. I really do have a problem with Nigerians. Now, I made a comment. Even when the price of fuel is fixed all over Nigeria, it is still not being sold the same all over Nigeria. So what difference does it make now? The price of tomato in Boronu, in Kebbi, is not the same price of tomato in Owerri.
So what? So now, if you are talking about the subsidy, so why do you now? Why do you?
Hold on. I said, let me repeat myself again. I hope you people will understand. I said, this is the best time to do the subsidy, so that Nigerians will know the heck what is happening with their money. Now, I have mentioned Dangote. I said I have a very vague figure of how much he's selling his fuel. 875 naira. That is the domain where the fuel is. Okay? And he said, this is how much I'm selling my fuel. The government come in and said, I'm going to subsidize this amount. And then somebody will lift the fuel from Dangote Refinery, take it to Kaduna, and now said he's going to sell it 875 naira because he has to include his transport fare. Obviously, that's not going to happen. He can add 20 naira, he can add 10 naira. It doesn't really matter. Because even when fuel was 65 naira per liter, in the villages in Nigeria, it doesn't go for that amount. It goes higher. Why? Because the number of people that use it in those villages are smaller. So for you to bring in fuel in those areas to keep it, because it evaporates, you have to quickly sell it off and make your money. So you find out that those interior villages, most of them don't even have, what do they call it? Filling stations. What they have is people who sell on jerry cans or who sell on tanks. So what the heck are we? And then it is more expensive buying from the tank. I remember when we went to, what is it called? What's the name of that village? We bought from, this kind of kerosene tank that is red, that they opened the tap and sell fuel. That was where we bought the fuel we put in our tank. There was no filling station in that village. So what the heck are you talking about? That if somebody take it, they have to include. This is how you people make provision for how they sell our money. What kind of argument is this?
Madam Zita.
The price of tomato in the place tomato is being lifted. By the time you get to Owerri, yes, there is nothing wrong in the seller adding a little money. It changes.
Madam Zita, my question is simple and direct. You said they should subsidize it again. And I let you know, you are right. The prices are different all over the Federation. In your own position and from your own experience, how much is the subsidy you think government should subsidize it? Is it 100 naira? Is it 500 naira? Is it 800 naira? That is what I want from you, from your experience.
What you want from me is that the government.
It's not all this story. It does not matter.
No, government knows how much they have and how much they can afford. But the only thing I will not tell the government of Nigeria to litter their subsidy the way they have been littering it. I want them to put it somewhere so that all Nigerian eyes will be there. We want to know the heck what is going on in that subsidy. If they want to be transparent and be fair to Nigeria, this is the time to do the subsidy.
And so I think the subsidy you are talking about now should be on production, not on consumption.
On consumption, yes. On consumption.
It's on consumption. So
yes.
That means they are not subsidizing Dangote. They are going to be subsidizing. No. I want to get something clear from you.
Wait. Okay. Wait. When I mean consumption, I mean the finished product.
Yeah, it's the same thing. That means at the filling station.
No, not at the filling station.
If it's at the finished product, then you are talking about.
No. Look, you are not understanding my point.
It's saying that the subsidy should be paid to Dangote. It's not true. It is not to the filling station.
I don't want our subsidy.
He said finished product, and I said to Dangote,
when you say at the filling station, hello. When you say
no, but listen to me carefully. Also, I said you mentioned something. I said, are you saying the subsidy should be paid to? You said finished product. The finished product now would be Dangote Refinery.
Yes.
So that means we are subsidizing production. It's as simple as ABC. It's the same thing.
I don't know what you mean by subsidy.
Let's move ahead.
What were you subsidizing before?
Is it not consumption or we are subsidizing?
How were you subsidizing consumption?
Is it not all those marketers that brought in the petrol?
You are still bringing these marketers again. So
excuse me. You are the one that asked me a question, and I'm responding to you. And
so if Dangote, if the finish, I believe what Nigeria was subsidizing was the finished product. In as much as it's being carried by some marketers, they are not subsidizing the marketers, they were subsidizing the finished product. I believe so.
Okay, whatever that is the past.
I believe that what Dangote that will be lifted from Dangote Refinery is going to be the finished product.
Okay, thank you.
So if he says that his finished product, the how do they call it? Remind me when the end user.
Yes.
The end user is going to get to is finished. So if anybody comes to take it here, as long as the person is taking it from lifting it from Dangote, that particular person is the end user. That's how it works.
Okay.
So at that point, it's a finished product ready to use. And he says, this product is finished. This is what I'm going to sell it.
Okay? I think from your experience from this oil industry, you all agree that Dangote, having put this refinery into being, also want to make a profit. It's not.
Hold on. We all agree now. We all agree.
Okay,
he's going to make profit.
So now that
hold on. Now I'm coming down to the people you are concerned about. You are concerned about the filling stations and the marketers who has been killing Nigeria. But let me tell you how, because you have said this some time ago. Listen, I record everything, like my brain sentences and phrases people use, more so the one I listen to, stick to my brain. You have been concerned about them. Not this night, but you have been concerned about. I know on several occasions you have attacked me in this platform, telling me that, what about those who have been living on it?
Not
and
me.
I,
Maybe
and
it's
I,
another person.
and I maintain my ground, and I told you, it's you. And I told you, are you not Remy? Is it not Remy that is speaking?
Yeah, it's Remy. Yeah.
Thank you. You have told me in this platform that I cannot say this because that, what about those filling stations that have been leaving the people they employed and so on and so forth? I will come to that this night. I'm in a very good mind to address it.
No, Madam Zita. I'm sorry. I think you are mistaking me for another person.
This man,
We never have that kind of discussion before, and
that was a long time ago. But
like you said, that your memory is good, my memory is also sound. So
okay.
if I say something like that, what I'm trying to ask you just today is very simple. Now this is the present situation.
Let me finish now.
Should come back. No, listen. It says subsidies should come back, but you cannot put a figure because you don't know the person.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I will come to that. I cannot tell government how much to subsidize. That's not what I'm going to do. I will never do such a thing. Anything that is sustainable for them, they should do it. Now, Dangote's refinery says it's 800 naira per liter. That's what their finished product is going to cost. With their gain and everything, of course, 800 naira, at that point, they are making their gain. And government says, everybody lifting that fuel from Dangote is going to lift it. That is, when Dangote is selling it to you, instead of selling it at 800 naira, Dangote is going to sell it at 400 naira. What are they saying? I am going to buy it from Dangote, agreed, at the rate of 700, at the rate of 600 naira. Dangote has taken his. I've subsidized 200 naira for Dangote. And for you that is supposed now to buy 600 naira from Dangote, I'm not saying this is the amount the government should subsidize. Don't get me wrong. I'm just giving an example. I said, and for you who is now supposed to buy it from Dangote Refinery at 600 naira, I am going to subsidize it for you with another 200. So you are lifting that fuel from Dangote Refinery at the price of 400 naira. So why can't a government do that? That's the question I'm asking this morning. Why can't our government do that for the citizens?
At what cost?
Everybody goes their merry way. So actually the price of the fuel to the final, will I say, to the end user is 600 naira.
No, you said government should give Dangote 200 naira and give the marketers 200 naira. That should be 400 naira. Yes. So what is the 600 naira? How do you now arrive at the 600 naira marketing price?
You don't understand. I was trying to address your point. When I told you that it's the price of the finished product, you said it's the price of production. So
Simba is the one asking you question, not Remy.
I did not say Remy now. I said I am trying to address what Remy said. Remy said that the 800 naira is the cost of production. I said no.
I did not say that. I did not say that, Madam Zita.
You are the one that said it now. I don't even know where you get that one from. You are the one that said that one.
I never mentioned any money today. What I just asked you is that, in your own opinion, what should be the price of that government should subsidize? And you said you don't know.
I can never give a government the price that will subsidize. They can only do a price that is.
No, maybe you use an arbitrary figure. You said Dangote said
an arbitrary figure. That's why I said Dangote says that his final product. I don't finish my agari. I don't find my gari finish. How much you go sell your gari? I'm selling my gari for 800 naira a cup. Okay, and the government come in and say, hey, 800 naira seems to be too high. We're going to subsidize it. Let's agree. Please come down, blah, blah, blah. He said, no, Final is 800 naira. The government said, okay, the people who are going to be buying this gari, I'll be giving you your 200. They will come and be buying this gari at 600. Agreed. Now, the people who came to buy the 600 are people who buy in bulk. And the government said, I budgeted 400 naira for subsidy. So I'm giving the refinery, Dangote, 200 naira. You that is lifting it from Dangote, I'm giving you another 200 naira. So you're not going to carry the fuel at the price of 600 naira. So what you are actually going to pay Dangote at the end of the day is
So you
400 naira.
give a uniform 200 naira to every marketers, irrespective of where you live. You just be dashing them money. You dash them money like that. Just everybody just
listen.
pay.
Listen. Let me tell you how it works. I thought you said you are in business. Where on earth? You see, these things you people are saying actually blow my heart. Where on earth does a company that produces something give different prices for different customers, if not on discount? I don't get this.
No. They do. You ask a question now. You ask a question.
Let's respond to your question.
Let me finish. So because let me use an example, because when we talk about crude oil, fuel, you people see it as a different commodity. So what you are saying is that if there is a sardine producing company in Lagos, when the people who are coming from Kano to come and buy load from that factory to Kaduna or Kano, the company should give them a different price because they're coming from Kaduna. Is that what you people are saying this morning?
No. What we are trying to tell you is very simple. The price the NNPC fixed for different states.
I said I don't want NNPC again now. I'm doing a different policy.
You cannot
Remy, sorry. Let me answer her question, because she said that, okay, when I asked the question, she says, well, I thought you said you're in business. Okay, let me tell you the way they do it. All those factory examples that you are giving. Before, those factory, they are the one that bear the cost of transportation from wherever they produce to the final consumer in the remotest place. They will be the one that will pay for the cost of the logistics and transportation. But in a small, and that was what government was doing before, to make sure that the price is uniform. That was what I was trying to explain to you. But you,
continue.
I think it's very difficult to have a conversation. You don't want, you don't want to understand what people are saying. I beg, I'm tired, George.
Okay,
I'm listening. Continue.
Take it easy. Simba, continue.
Continue, please.
I think what
because you see, do you see why I am not I said ignores my heart. We are doing something, and that thing ruined our country. And I came into this platform this morning, and you guys are asking me a question. I said, we should do this. And all of you are bringing back that old thing that we are doing.
Because what you are saying, let me tell you, I only want to listen to yourself. We don't understand what you are saying, and how practical is what you are discussing.
Can I finish? Can I finish? And you are saying that the government was doing it like this before, that they bear the cost. And he's trying to tell me that before, it is the company that bear the cost. And I am saying, for we to solve this problem, we have to get rid of all those policies that have ruined our country. And he said, it is difficult having a conversation with me. What conversation are we having?
You said, hold on. You said that, okay, you give an arbitrary price. You said, okay, government should, if Dangote says, okay, this is the cost of my production, and if I sell at 800, I'll make profit. Fine. You are now saying that, okay, government should give Dangote 200 naira, and then I give 200 naira to all the marketers also. And I'm asking you, the question I ask you is that, okay, a marketer that is selling in Lagos, maybe barely, maybe 10 kilometers from the refinery, should be given 200 naira. And then the one in Maduguri should also be given 200 naira. That was my question initially. And you said, yeah, you said that was my question before you now started talking all your
You
English.
said, what I said is that I I don't understand, because I buy from companies in large quantity. I never knew that there is a ridiculous law that if I'm coming from Japan, my price will be is cheaper than somebody coming from the backyard. You people are just telling me that.
Wait, what are you saying? That's not what you are saying. Try
You
and
said
understand. Don't you? You don't understand what you are. What I'm saying is that because you came by throwing a jab at me that I thought you said you are a businessman, and I'm telling you the way the companies does it that makes the price uniform all over the country. I'm telling you that this is the way they do it. If you are buying sardine, let's say you are buying from PZ or Liver Brother, maybe a Lux. What they will do is, okay, this Lux toilet soap, you will buy from Lagos, they will be the one that will bear the cost to you in Maiduguri, so that that cost, you will not add it to your distance and you'll be able to sell it. So they will factor the something all over everybody, because they've already factored that cost into to their production.
Yeah,
You understand?
let me protest your point. I deal with Lafarge before. Lafarge are the owners, founder of producing Portland cement. I deal with their haulage and I also deal with their final finished product, which is cement. Like you said, they have already factored in all those things. They are the one that will pay the haulage fee. And the haulage fee is different from city to city all over the country. So that is how it's been done. But when you talk about oil, the question we are asking you, we don't want a lot of stories, because now that you are clamoring for subsidy that has been good for Nigeria, it is the people that is doing it that are very bad. They are the one that is not doing it very well. And you are now clamoring for that subsidy to come back because you are in that industry for a long time. And you also tell us that refinery from Dangote maybe probably produce at 800 per liter when blah, 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 finish. So the question, because you have the experience, and then we ask you a simple question. In your own analysis, at least you have been in industry for a long time, you should be able to tell us that maybe the government can subsidize at 300 naira or at 400 naira or at 600 naira, but now giving 200 naira for NNPC, 200 naira for independent marketers, that is no more uniformity. So we cannot really get what you are trying to put across. And if we said this subsidy is not good for the country, and you are telling us subsidy should come back, can you also tell us where can the government get enough revenue to pursue their infrastructural development, or also to share allocation with all the states of the federation? If the money we are going to
do you believe that prices are sometimes being inflected?
Can you come again?
I say, do you believe prices sometimes are inflated so that the sellers can make gain?
It's possible. Anyhow.
Thank you. Now, since you people want me to talk on this, let me talk on it well. If Dangote says he's going to sell for 800 naira, he might, at that 800 naira, he might be making 400 naira gain. Do you believe so? I ask a simple question.
I don't know about that, because I don't know what
I'm telling you now.
I don't believe that.
Everything. When you are making discussion, try and be practical. Don't be making your discussion on assumption that people all those secrets that you think you know, and then be using it to make discussion. We don't have access to all those information that you think you know now.
Wait now, and I'm just saying it. It's either you believe me, you don't believe me. But can you allow me to say what I want to say, please, sir? I'm not saying you should believe me.
All right. Guys, good night.
because you are hammering on the gain people are supposed to get. Okay? So I'm trying to let you know that even if they lift it at 400 and take it to their end and sell it at 350, they will still make gain. You will not understand. But they are listening to me this morning. They know what that I know. They know what I'm talking about. So it doesn't run that way you think it runs. That because he said 800 naira, maybe his gain is 50 naira. It doesn't work that way in petroleum. It doesn't. If it works that way, a barrel will not be 120 because the cost of producing one barrel is more than 120. Refining one barrel should be more than 120. The cost of bringing it out from the ground, one barrel, is what cost more than $120. So it doesn't run that way. For such products, there is what they call them. Such products like petrol.
You are just, Madam Sister, you know what you are doing? You are just talking in abstract.
I'm not talking in abstract now.
Believe me, that's what you are doing. Because if there's anybody that can say you understand, it's just being sentimental.
Okay,
You are not
you know what
explaining.
you
If you are a teacher this morning, you are a bad teacher.
Hold on now, not the hyper. Cool down. We are just discussing. Do you know what you will do for? Take your time at your leisure. Make. I actually want you to do on petroleum products. Go and do your research, very good research on petroleum products and their pricing. Why their pricing go low, even when it's too expensive to produce. To refine that fuel, to get that crude from the ground is extremely way too expensive. If you put the burden of the price on the finished product, nobody will buy it. I leave you at that. What you're going to do, go home.
Why can't you, don't be, we are having a discussion, you are giving me an assignment. Why can't you explain? I'm not the only one listening to you. There are other people, thousands of people out there. So are you giving them assignment also?
No, wait. Yes, I'm even
explain what we don't know, want to learn. Explain to us.
I will not explain to you any longer because you said I'm speaking in abstract. You know, when I try to
I'm the only one. I'm here speaking on behalf of other people. If we don't understand, explain and let us understand the thing.
If you really want to understand, you would have just understood. I have already told you now.
I just assumed I understood.
Listen, you would have understood because I said, let me repeat myself. I said that actually, if they lift it at 400 naira, they sell it at 300, they will still make gain. You didn't understand that. You say it's abstract. And I come back.
Because simple, let me tell you, if I buy something at 400, just hold on. If I buy something at 400, let me tell you, as you said, I'm a businessman. I do with even wholesale and retail. The only reason why I can buy from a company at 400 naira, I'm not even talking about oil now. You understand? I can buy a product from a company and at 400 naira and sell below that cost price, and I will still make profit. I know that. And the reason why I can do that is because of what they call what's it called now? That they used to give, depending on the volume that you buy, they give you a discount on each on per tons. Because I deal with that. They can say, okay, if you buy 200 tons in a quarter, they are going to give you 2% or 4% on the, and that one you can actually determine how much you can get, and you can, because of competition, you can say, okay, I can, if I prorate this 2% or 4% on each goods I buy, it will come to like 50 naira discount on each one. I can say, okay, I can give that 20 naira to my customers, for the customer to come to me, so I can sell at 380. I understand that. But is that the same thing that is happening in the oil sector? That's the question we're asking. So why is it so difficult for you to say? It's not a secret. Tell us what is happening.
Hold on, because you said, listen, that was why I made a comment. You've analyzed your own the way you do your own. And I told you, I made a specific comment here, which doesn't sound abstract. I can actually don't remember what they call petroleum products. But by the time, if I'm able to come here tomorrow, I will remember what they call petroleum products in economics. Then I will, the type of product it is. So the burden of the production is not actually put in the product, because there is a way they make up their money. I will come with a full analysis. In fact, I'm going to drop it in the comment section tomorrow for everybody to go and read. So that's why I told you people that the chaos and the manipulation and the deep-rooted corruption in Nigerian subsidy that made it to go deep into our economy. That's why our refineries refuse to work. And I said, this is the right time to put the subsidy, so that Nigerians will see what is happening. That they are lifting it at 400 naira doesn't really mean, I don't know, you try to explain it, but in petroleum it's quite different. It's a little bit more different. I'm no longer in the production session, but I will try and explain it the way you people will understand it, so that you won't say that I'm talking abstract. What you said, yes, something like that. That's how it happened in petroleum, but it's not exactly like that. In petroleum, it's quite different. So when they lift at 400, they can actually sell for 200 and make their gain. I can assure you that. Clean. They're listening to me this morning. And most of them who are marketers, they know what I'm talking about. They can sell it at 200. So all those money, the government and the landing, when I hear it, my brain blows off. Those are deep-rooted corruption in our country. It doesn't make sense to anybody like me. And none of them will stand in front of me to tell me all those ridiculous shenanigans they're doing. Because I know that's all to collect money. It doesn't work. But let me go this morning by telling you people, subsidy should be back, and this is the right time to put it. Simple. But if you not believe, say, the man in Kanu will not make gain, the one in Kafanchan might not make gain, because Dangote Refinery is in Lagos, and the one that is in the border of Cameroon and Nigeria will not make gain. I leave it for you people. But I can assure you, if all of them lift from Dangote Refinery, wherever at the same price, wherever they are taking it to, they will make gain.
So before you go, I just want to ask you a question. You might not know the answer, or you might know it. From your own experience and from what you have done over the years, how much do you think this refinery, Dangote, will probably refine 1 liter of petrol?
How would I know now?
Just your own something. How much do you think it will refine just a liter of petrol?
I wouldn't know now.
Okay. So that means both of us were in the dark now.
No, wait, listen. The only time we can start making agreement with him is when he put out the price. He's not going to put the price of the... In petroleum, you don't put the price of the cost of production on the finished product. It's not done in petroleum.
Because what we have learned in the last 12 hours was this. NNPC fixing their price, telling us that they bought it at 896 per liter from Dangote. Dangote came out and refused it. And I said, no, that is not what they sold to them. And NNPC came back again. They said they have documents to back it up.
Okay.
And before this situation, before today, what they have is that the tripartite committee, including the Federal Ministry of Finance and some other stakeholders, will come together and fix the price or probably arrive at a particular price. So why is NNPC, who is lying here?
Okay,
So,
at least the good thing is that at least we are hearing how much that is given. We don't used to hear it before. Don't you think we are making progress?
Of course, I know we are making progress. So at the end of the day, if NNPC said they are buying at 896 from Dangote, and Dangote is trying to tell no, we did not sell at that price, and NNPC say no, we have a document to back it up. So within the next 12 hours, we will see what
they should bring the document.
Yes, that is the point. They should bring out the document that shows that they will do. And Dangote is trying to tell us that, look, the crude oil that we refine, we bought it from NNPC in dollars, not in naira.
See, listen to me, Remy and Simba. Listen to me very carefully. I want two of you to understand one thing this morning. The cost of producing the finished product from the crude oil, it is not put on the price of the finished product. Let me repeat it again. The cost of refining, producing, or refining crude, can never be put on the finished product. If you put it on the finished product, nobody can buy it. But I will come back to explain how people make huge money in petroleum. How they work around it, because petroleum is a different kind of product. It's a different kind of consumable product that there is a way they run around it to make money out of it without loading the cost of the production on it.
Madam Zita.
So let me say this. Whosoever that is refining a product and come to sell it and tell you the cost of this producing this kerosene or producing this fuel cost me so and so amount, that person should be hanged. Never in petroleum.
So
never in oil and gas.
Yeah, what I want to say is this, because there's something that I also think about. This same crude, we have a lot of byproducts that come from it, including PMS, diesel.
Now you're talking.
So many products. How come that it's only this PMS that is giving us trouble?
Now you're trying to understand.
Maybe when you come tomorrow and break it down, at least we're able to learn. Not only me, the rest of the
You see, now you are coming in terms with what I am talking about.
No, I do not. We do not what we are. Sometimes we talk about subsidy, and the impression given out there that subsidies all over the years is just a way to make money for some big boys, and they have been making money. They have been whether they are ripping up Nigeria or whatever. So this government said they remove subsidy totally. So we don't know. And the beauty of it is that I think we have a refinery in Nigeria that can cater for the need of all byproducts of crude in Nigeria. That is the good news. So maybe when you come tomorrow with your analysis and we'll be able to understand.
Maybe even before tomorrow. The issue here is that maybe I don't know, but why do you think that subsidy is the only problem Nigeria have? That is the only thing that can make Nigerians to live where it will solve all their problems. Because that fixation that we have on this subsidy of a thing, that if we don't give subsidies, Nigerians will not live well. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, let me explain to you.
I'm talking about subsidy on fuel. I'm not talking about other subsidies.
That's where I'm coming.
That they cannot survive with that subsidy.
Okay, let me explain. They cannot survive without subsidy because of the way the the subsidy is being run in Nigeria. The subsidy is littered all over the place to the extent that they form a gangster, they become monsters, they become a deep-rooted corruption in our country to the extent that they now fight the government. So the moment government remove it, they strive, they want to strangle Nigerians so that government will put it back. But there is an adage that used to say, they say, do not put your eggs in one basket. That's a lie. If you scatter your eggs, you're going to lose some. Trust me. But if you put your egg in one basket, I can assure you, you have your eyes on it. You're not going to lose it because you guard it jealously. So, subsidy, it is not what keeps Nigeria. It is not the problem of Nigeria, but it has been run to become the problem of Nigeria. Let me tell you this again. You see that subsidy? I said, this is the time for them to do it. I'm not saying it will be forever. No. This is the time for them to do it, and when they do it with Dangote Refinery, after some times, they're going to reduce their hands. They will carefully start removing their hands from the subsidy. They start removing their hands from the subsidy. Because let me tell you something. If they do that subsidy with Dangote Refinery, other refineries will start working. They won't want to be the part of that subsidy. I can assure you. Because that idea of importing it will no longer be there. And when the others start refining in Nigeria, the prices will start coming down. The prices will go to, and I said before, and please go home with this tonight. Nowhere in economics, in marketing, do the price, the cost of production of petroleum product or crude oil being put in the price of the consumable. It's not done. Nobody can even try it in the first place. Because if you try it, nobody gonna buy it, nobody gonna use it. It will be way too expensive for anybody to buy. But then somebody will ask Zita, if it is not done like that, if it's way, way cheaper than the cost of production, how do they make their money? I will come tomorrow to explain that to you. Dangote will not even come to tell you that the cost of producing his fuel. If he said that, I'm going to bust him on his nose. He will just tell you, this is how much I'm going to sell my fuel. Not that the cost of producing it from here, buying the crude, producing. This is what, I'm even dashing you the 800. Now, nobody says that. As I said before, the cost of producing a barrel of crude oil can never be $120. Never. But it sells for $120. That's the highest it has sold, which is peanuts compared to the cost of production. So all this Yahoo, they do with a subsidy and buy sentiments from those who they are killing should stop. Our money should not be littered in the air. We're going to put it in one basket and watch over it. The time has come for us to do that. At least something is happening. Dangote is saying, don't mind them or that lie, I did not give them at that price. I say, yeah, we have documents to show. Let them bring out the documents. Let's see. At least we are listening. We are hearing. Before, Remi Asemba, do we need to hear how much they paid? We don't used to hear things like that. Before, NNPC, they used to talk to us? Mbano, they don't used to talk to us. But now they're talking. They're really gonna fight it out with Dangote. I can assure you. Because that man's see, that man's CDU is massive. NNPC go here. I don't even know why they let that man do that in the Nigeria. They go here this time now morning and they laugh. We there for morning, no. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
I said this time now morning, they never see anything. They never see something. You see those your NNPC. They never see something. No. You see that gigantic thing in Nigeria, it will expose a lot of things. It will expose. And their time has come for Tinubu to start firing people left and right. Too. I don't know why he's not sacking people. He better start sacking them left, right, and center. So that everybody go sit up.
Madam Zita, you know earlier on, you said you don't even understand why Nigerians are corrupt. You understand? And it's not only the government that is corrupt in Nigeria. Everybody. When I say everybody, I mean everybody. It's only people that are not benefiting from corruption that condemn corruption in Nigeria. You understand? Even this one that you are proud of now, that okay, because of and the Dangote that comes now, it's going to eliminate other corruption, is a lie. Let me tell you, after some time, you discover that corruption will creep into what Dangote is also doing.
Understand now. You don't understand me. Listen to me very carefully.
So no, let me just finish what I'm saying. What you are just saying it is not as if you mean it that okay, that it should come, or you are saying just because of Dangote comes, if government want to do it, they should do it now. Are you particularly saying that we should continue with subsidy that will benefit Nigeria? Is that what you are saying? I want to be clear. Hello?
For some time, yes.
What do you mean by for some time?
They should continue with the subsidy for some time.
So what is the best time for them to remove your I don't understand that one.
It's a gradual process. By then, a lot of competition will come in.
Can you hear me?
And that time it will be everywhere.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I think for me anyway, subsidies, if you want to get rid of it, you have to have something you want to do with the savings you want to make from taking it off. You have to have personally the areas you want to move into. For me, security, manufacturing, and if you want to divert the funds, let's say to finish Ajekuta steel for whatever reason, those are the kind of strategic moves you expect a sensible government to be making instead of taking it off and just sharing money among the states. That is my take in terms of subsidy removal. But I don't know why Simba was struggling and Remy was struggling to understand you. You spend more than 30 minutes explaining a simple concept to them, and they are arguing this thing over it. And let's watch what happens. I think all this stuff we are saying, I've seen things in Nigeria, and I'm becoming so skeptical right now about everything.
Let me say this, Simba and Remy.
Yeah.
There is something you made a comment now. You said the corruption will still eat up Dangote. It will get there. Let me tell you something. I don't know whether you understand the analysis I gave by putting your eggs in one basket. There is a phrase that said, don't put your eggs in one basket. That's a wrong phrase. You put your eggs in one basket. I can assure you that Dangote doesn't want Nigerians to set that refinery ablaze. I can assure you. He's passionate about his refinery. It's his name. So even if there might be corruption, yes, I quite agree with you. The corruption might be in the pricing. He's putting out a heavy price to get his subsidy. I agree with you. But let me tell you this. The corruption can never be as bad as what they have in subsidy in Nigeria. Do you know how much Nigerian government was spending in subsidy that crippled our infrastructural development? And still, Nigerians are complaining that they are suffering. There's never been a time since I was born in Nigeria that Nigerians were not suffering. The only thing is that it keep getting harder and harder every day. And some people jump out of that suffer to make up and become something and start cooching themselves without it hitting them so hard. Some families used to smoke gari to train their children in university. God will help them, they will get scholarships. Some of them will get a green card and go overseas and make money, and then the poverty for their family will be alleviated. That doesn't mean that it's not a continuous process. Since I was born in Nigeria, people have been suffering. But the government has been throwing trillions into subsidy. So has anybody bothered to ask why? Why is that subsidy to the main product in our country, why is it not affecting the country, the citizens? The answer is just because it's Yahoo Yahoo. And I said, let the Yahoo Yahoo end. Let them do the business. Now, at least we are hearing NNPC, whether they're lying or saying the truth, we will soon find out. Whether Dangote is lying or saying the truth, we will soon find out. Abi? They said he sold the amount. Like the man screamed and said, that's not true. That's not the amount I sold to you people. They said, okay, we will bring the papers. Let's bring the papers. Then we see whether it's Dangote company signature or not. Or whether somebody in his company, he's saying this is the price we are going to sell, and somebody from behind, because that's what they do in Nigeria. They will tell you, this is the amount we are going to pay you. But this is the amount we are going to put in paper. Yeah. Have you people forgotten? Even in Shell, they do it. How much is it? It's 300 naira. He said, okay, we're going to pay you 300. But when you are giving us the receipt, write that it's 700 naira. So we will soon find out who wrote 800 for them when they paid 600. Abi?
I don't think that is a bit of a red herring where they use that as a way of saying Dangote is going to get corrupt. What is going to happen to Dangote if the government is going to try to sabotage it? They can create, personally, anybody that is doing any analysis should be looking at it from that point of view and saying, okay, what can happen to Dangote Refinery? Because Dangote has run cement, has run sugar, fertilizer, reasonably okay. You know, these industries, they are big, and he's selling them in many countries. So he could still run this.
So Niger, before you go ahead,
Yes.
You know when he started selling Dangote cement, it came with a price very low, extremely low. It disrupted the system, and within a space of 3 or 4 years, it became the market leader. In the market now, Dangote cement is even more pricey than Elephant cement, the one from Lafarge, the one that used to be in Nigeria for a long time. They are now the market leader, and he's the one determining the price. From average of when he came on board, he started selling at 1,000 naira per bag, and at that time, Lafarge was selling for 1,500. I'm not, as a businessman, I'm not saying he's not doing it right, but be careful. So that is why a lot of people are also saying that it's monopolistic in nature. All those industries you mentioned now, it came back, give you what do you call cheaper price. In the space of 4 or 5 years, he became the market leader. He's controlling everything now. So sometimes I like what he's doing, especially on this Dangote refinery, but it's not like he's coming at a cheaper or whatever like that. He's a businessman. At the end of the day, so don't expect a cheaper PMS.
I think you know, the issue you are raising is a valid point. But for me, when you are looking at different tiers of problems a nation can have, those are like, let's say tier one is the fundamental idea that we don't even have petrol being produced in Nigeria.
And tier 3 is where I will put something like this monopolistic practices that as a problem. So there are other problems like corruption and other things that are on the tier 2. This is why when we are arguing about Dangote, for better or for worse, whether it's a demon or whatever, we need him to start producing petrol so that Nigerians can get petrol in Nigeria, have security of supply, and it's going to benefit a lot of industries in Nigeria. That is the first layer problem. Then this other layer problem that I'm worried that that's what the Nigerian government is going to use to sabotage it, is the kind of problem they generate within the economy itself, depreciating the currency, causing instability. All those sort of things can affect Dangote, this refinery. Those are fundamental industries that a nation needs to develop, like Nigeria. So if Dangote refinery does well, goes on to perform the way the cement one is performing, give it 3-4 years, you're going to see the impact on Nigeria. No matter if the government doesn't do anything crazy, no matter what happens, you're going to see the impact because you're going to start seeing solid supply of petrol. And I think that's going to start affecting the inflation rate in terms of stabilizing the inflation rate. If the
You
government
are
doesn't move the
100.
currency,
You are
that will stabilize
100%.
things.
You are 100% right. Even before he started selling PMS, the guy already said it. He already make up to 2 billion naira on sales of aviation fuel alone, exporting to different parts of the world. In the next 6 months, it's possible that your naira can appreciate further, because more than 40% of what you spend on foreign exchange is on importing all these PMS from abroad. Now we are not going to do that anymore. That one has to stop. The problem we are having in our hand is this pricing. And as I know Nigerians, one way or the other, they will find an amicable solution to it. But as selling at 900, I don't also support it. I don't know whether the government should come back and subsidize him, but I have to go to the National Assembly again. That means that's another money to die. So
I don't know whether the government should come back.
But I can almost bet you that the naira is not going to appreciate anytime soon. It's not going to appreciate. I don't think it's even going to appreciate
I'm
under
not
this
saying
government.
it will in the short run. It will.
It should, but I don't think it will.
It will. It will. The reason why it will appreciate soon, I will tell you. Like if you churn out 40% of what you are using for foreign exchange, you are no more using it. It will already affect your naira. And if Dangote continue to export his byproducts, petroleum, aviation that he has been doing, it will really jumpstart the economy again. You are right in your analysis. But in the short run, it will affect the.
So what happens after 2 years? What happens after 2 years? The problem still remains that the currency hasn't appreciated.
The point now is this: the government will have to promote productivity. And how do you promote productivity? This is not just rubbing the hand on your children's head. Sometimes you have to force some people to do something. We have to be self-sufficient in agriculture. There's so many things. Not only government, individual also have to look at opportunity. People in diaspora also have to look at opportunity, what they can invest in their country, why they still continue to stay wherever they find themselves. So it's not only for government alone. What about the citizens themselves?
People don't need incentives to invest. Their need for survival will make them invest. The environment has to be conducive. You can't have inflation going through the roof and you go and invest in that kind of economy.
True, Niger. I think I don't know why we always think that, Nigerians, once we pick something, we get fixated on it and we think that is the only solution. We get fixated on subsidy, and that's why we've been talking about subsidy for decades. You understand? But now we are talking about Dangote. The coming of Dangote, we see it as the Eldorado. That Dangote is the solution to all the problems of our country. Initially, we are talking about pricing. No, by the time Dangote comes on stream, the price of petrol is going to come down. Now we know that one is not possible. And that's why we still reiterating on subsidy. The foreign exchange now, with all those things. You don't understand that whatever crude that we are giving to Dangote, we use it for foreign exchange before. It's no longer available for foreign exchange. So it's just like you are just exchanging something for something. You understand? What you need to sell to get foreign currency before to get that dollar. You are no longer, it's no longer available for that dollar. So you are not getting that dollar. So all this thing that we are saying, that's why I partly agree with Nigeria that is not going to have any significant effects on the exchange rate. It's not going. So we should get that one off our mind.
But the reason why it's not going to have any effect is not because it shouldn't have had. It should have had, because even like when you claim that because the imports, the exports we are doing, we're not going to be getting the foreign exchange anymore, so it's going to cancel out. It doesn't necessarily cancel out, because we actually export more than we actually get back into the country. So it means the crude oil that we are still exporting, some of them are still going to be going out, except we decide to give all of them to Dangote. It means that we are going to get excess petrol. It means there's going to be a kind of extra left for the Nigerian this government to get
Bear in mind that
from Dangote.
bear in mind that it's not only petrol that we import. So don't just get visited as if it's only petrol that we use foreign exchange for. You understand?
Yeah,
so
we import
whatever you are
all those
getting,
things now are
whatever you are
fully
getting
straight from
from the
Dangote.
extra, hold on, whatever you are getting from the extra is going to finance other things. So it should not, we should reduce our expectation from this Dangote of a thing. We should reduce it. We should not be giving people false hope.
You don't understand. It was
I
right
am
to
not
have
giving
those
any.
expectations,
I
but
am
our
not giving
government
any.
say, okay, let's start from zero. Let's say no subsidy has been removed. Dangote came on stream. What do you think will happen? All those, that foreign exchange demand will reduce, the cost of securing petrol will reduce. So it means the subsidy that the government is paying will reduce just by default of Dangote coming on stream. What the government is the
Let me
one that
tell
is
you,
the rogue agent here.
let me tell you, why are we coming up with all this theory now? Okay, let us say to him, why are we not, why didn't we allow Dangote to buy in dollars and let us see how that one is going to affect our economy?
Let me say
Let him
this.
buy. Let him buy in
Even
dollars.
if he bought it in dollars,
Just hold on.
and
Let
sold to
him
Nigeria,
buy.
Nigeria will see profits.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say something. I'm even surprised you are mentioning dollar. When he buy in naira, do you know what that does to naira? It makes naira to be a beautiful bride.
Thank you, Madam Zita. That's exactly what I want to tell them. Now,
and when a particular currency of a nation becomes a beautiful bride, it gains value. It becomes a scarce commodity. Instead of the dollar being a scarce commodity in Nigeria, the naira should be a scarce commodity in Nigeria. That way, the value will start soaring. It's because you guys forget the naira and everything is done in dollars. That's why the value will continue dropping. He should be buying in naira because we need that naira to be a beautiful bride in Nigeria that everybody is looking for. Everybody wants to touch it, just like everybody wants to touch the dollar. At least dollar is global. Let's leave our naira within its own kingdom to be that bride. It's as simple as ABC. And again, for someone saying, why must it be Dangote? Why would you tell Dangote to do this? Why must it be Dangote that will control it? I am not saying it must be Dangote, but it is Dangote because it's Dangote that we have now. If it is another person, we would have mentioned that person. And I said before I leave now, we're gonna put that egg in one basket and watch over it, not scattered everywhere. See you later today. Bye.
See you. Thank you for coming in. Yeah. For me, my own summation about this entire episode is observing the nature of the Nigerian state. And we have conversations about this every day as if we expect any repentance is going to happen anytime soon. And I'm beginning to become clear that they seem to always find a way, even when it's hard, they find a way to make it dysfunctional, the country dysfunctional. And it does explain everything we have seen in the country. How a country of 220 million people can generate just about 5 gigawatts of electricity, when countries out there that have been sanctioned for almost 50 years can generate 70 gigawatts. When a country cannot even process their own, get 4 refineries working, when the country cannot get constant power supply for their people, good healthcare, forget it. The healthcare is just too much to ask at this stage. Good roads, oh, forget it. That one doesn't. Our people live like animals. They can't they don't even secure their country. When you look at the way the country is functioning, I don't understand why people would keep making a lot of analysis, because it's like, it's like, a butcher walks into a surgeon's hospital, in a theater, and you expect that butcher to be able to carry out surgery. It's not going to happen, because the butcher has been butchering animals forever, and he never his modus operandi is not to carry a scalpel to start carrying out a surgical operation. We've seen it over and over again. What makes us think things are going to change now? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little bit jaded, and I hope I am. But some of the stuff that happened in the last 2 years, I didn't see that coming. I didn't, like, literally, you saw an opportunity, the government saw an opportunity to make something right, and they just made it wrong, like, for no reason. The subsidy removal was fine. Everybody was settled on that one. That take subsidy, you're going to save some funds that you normally spend on that subsidy. Then you can use that money now. That's the negotiation with the trade unions to do something, either for healthcare, education, or manufacturing. No, what they got the money for, they just took it and started giving the governors the money, and now we don't even know what they did with the money. And because they went and floated the currency, the entire thing is in shambles.
To Nigeria,
No, man, I'm skeptical.
To Nigeria, let me say this. I think I came back because I remember, Remy, maybe you've not been coming to this platform before. Before there was a guy called what's that guy now that lives in Cyprus? What's his name?
His name is this guy. That always the first person to talk when sometime one man came on board, right?
Sometimes he get angry. What's his name again?
I think I can't remember his
name. You
name.
remember him now? At least you remember.
Yes,
there was a day he had this argument with Kulata on this platform. Kulata keep telling him that the cost of production is being passed down. And I just saw his comment again. He's still insisting on that his shenanigan, that the cost of production in petroleum production is being passed down. And I jumped into this platform and I told the guy that he should tell Kulata that what that thing is called is scale of economy. Yes. What they use in petroleum and the costing of petroleum is called scale of economies. That's the word. Scale of economies. You should go home and read down what scale of economies means. That's how they run the cost of production, cost of finished product in oil and gas. They don't run it by passing down the cost of production to the finished product. It's called scale of economies. I just remembered it now. So they had that bitter argument on this very platform. The guy was struggling to explain to Kulata that you cannot, even when he said the cost of producing 1 barrel of crude can never be less than $120. So for you to say because it's less than $120, let it go for $120. Say no, it costs much more than that, but it goes for that price. And I jumped in, I told him it's called scale of economics. That's what
economics of scale, I mean.
And I'm saying it again this night. You don't pass the cost of the production into the finished product in crude oil, nobody can be able to buy it. But if he wants to argue, he can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding that pricing, when I had a conversation with Kolata, he was there. He said, economics of scale doesn't eliminate your cost. It doesn't eliminate the cost, but you can afford to reduce the overall charge because you're still going to make a profit, even if you are making a penny out of every liter. But however, the idea behind the cost, when I did some analysis, it came out that the cost of liter per liter in terms of production of the 1 liter of petrol should be somewhere around $0.1 to $0.5. If any of that is true, then we should expect, except that Dangote is even more expensive to run than any other most refineries around the world. Because based on refineries around the world, that's the scale that they expect it to fall under. And if it is 0.5, you can see why petrol should be somewhere around 700 this in naira. If it is 0.4, it should be less. If it's 0.3, it should be less. And for the life of me, I don't understand why things are so expensive to operate in Nigeria. And if the economy is very Dangote refinery is more expensive to run than many refineries around the world, then the federal government should be asking and saying, what have you done to the Nigerian economic ecosystem, whereby for a country where income is so low, they still manage to make cost of production extremely expensive. That it's just some of the stuff you see in Nigeria is just I can't get my head around it. The craziness that we see here.
Well, I mean, obviously the leaders, you can see the leaders, they don't care, especially about things like the educational sector. They're jetting off the educational sector. They don't take their children there. It's abroad. The hospital sector, they mess it up. The health sector, they mess it up. They don't go there every time their politicians are jetting off abroad. The whole sectors are messed up. So, and you see, they don't even care. So, is it about the petrol stuff they don't care about? As long as they're going to the status quo, that is what's most important to them. So they don't. We think these guys care about the country. They don't. They just see it as, let me pack as much money as I can in the end. That's the typical mentality.
That's Cyrus. I don't understand what you mean by saying
Many of our
sectors.
people are like that. Many of our people are like that. They don't care about their people. They, as long as some of them, once they reach overseas, they think the war has ended. That's it. They've made it, and they don't need anything else from the country.
To Niger.
And
Hello, can you hear
I've
me?
been in conversation. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Well, what you said, what do you mean by cost of production? I don't understand. What cost of production of what?
Cost of production of per liter of petrol. Because from my analysis, it was shown that the cost of production of per liter of petrol should be around 0.1 cent to
Production.
0.5.
Production of
Yes,
petrol. Do you produce petrol? I don't understand. Are you talking about cost of refining?
Cost per liter
The refining,
production.
that's the production. Yeah, the refining of the crude.
Are you talking about
I think
petrol?
50 cents.
Wait. You know, I don't know where you get that your figure, because
I think it's $0.5, $0.1 to $0.5. That's the actual terms.
No, what we are saying, do you know the price per liter of production from Dangote Refinery? Do you know?
From what I gather, they are saying it's so going to be somewhere around 800.
I mean, from Dangote Refinery. We are talking about.
That's what I'm saying. No. I don't have the figures, but what people have said that it is going to be more expensive. Of course, I didn't say I know. I said from my own analysis that it's supposed to fall within $0.1 to $0.5. But from what I gather, that in Nigeria it's more expensive to run a refinery, that is going to be higher cost, maybe $0.76. That's the figure somebody was banding around today. I don't know where he got it from.
Until we are able to pinpoint our hand on how much exactly is Dangote Refinery petrol per liter. That is when we can now. But for now,
if you are waiting for that, Remy, you can never get it. No,
So
no manufacturer.
means there is,
No,
that means there
no
is borrow from
manufacturer. Even if you are the one, you will not tell the world how much you
so
produce.
everybody's
They
cheating
do,
now.
they do, no,
So,
they do that. They do that actually. Why are you saying they don't do that? They do that. They will let you know the cost of production. That's how they get their profit, calculate their profit now. They will let you know the cost
oh,
of production of
oh,
this. The refineries, they do that.
Which
Why
refinery
won't
will
you be
tell
able to
you
do
that?
which
that?
refinery is doing that?
Then where do you think they are getting the figures from?
All those your Wikipedia findings that you are seeing on the internet, you think that is what is reality?
So where do you think the figures came from? Somebody just invented it and said this is the price the
Exactly.
cost
Somebody
of.
will just, yes. You can put your own there now.
No, that's not how it
You
works.
can't rely on what you get on Wikipedia now. You know now.
I
See,
think
Wikipedia is
what
more accurate than you.
sorry, Senator. I think what should happen. This is just my own personal opinion. I think the federal government of Nigeria should just try to like have a fixed exchange rate or fixed rate to be selling this crude to Dangote. That's all in naira. That's all. Just sell it to him and fix it. Both of you agree. I'll be selling this blah 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 at this naira.
Remy, you know the way sometimes when we talk, even if they fix the price of the crude that they are telling you, is that the only factor of production?
No, I agree with you that that does not mean that it will everything will be just like that. I know Nigerian mindset, and I know every
It's
Nigerian
not
is trying.
about Nigerian mindset. There's no way. Let me tell you, any goods and services should not be fixed. There shouldn't be any fixed price because things changes.
Yeah, but if we don't do like that in
All
Nigeria,
these things that
millions
we
of
do,
people now.
if all this if
No,
I
I know
don't
you
even
want to.
understand it again.
Uh,
Why are we
uh,
putting a lot of if into somebody's
Simba,
business?
Simba, you want to leave
Why
it
are
to
we
the forces.
putting a lot of if into somebody's business?
Simba, you want to leave it to the forces and demand and supply. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. If you want to put it like that, do you think if the price push up to like 1,200 or 1,300 per liter in Nigeria, what will happen? Your people will cry. Even at 700, they're already crying. Talk less of about double the price. That is why government intervention.
It's extremely
You know
hard now. It's extremely
what
hard.
me?
How can price go from 190 something to 700 within
True
how
Nigeria,
many
forget all those ones.
years? That
There's
is
no
very
way it
difficult
was like that.
to
It was
absorb.
this Ojoro they are doing, all this something that cannot be transparent. Everybody knows the truth, okay? We are just deceiving ourselves. Even you yourself, ask yourself a question. How can you buy a fuel in Nigeria for 197 naira per liter in Nigeria, and then you are buying it in your UK where you are staying? You are buying for almost £2 or maybe £1.50. Now, even at exchange of 450 during Buhari or 500, how much is £1?
That point has that point we already know about that. We already know about that, and we are
It's all a
already
borrow
in
that we are
agreement
doing
that
in Nigeria.
the
We are doing
subsidy.
too
See,
much to borrow, and that
hold on. What is the use of removing subsidy when you are not going to use the money for anything better? As a matter of fact, you
you
don't even
cannot
have
say
the
they
money
are
to
not using
use.
the money. You cannot say they are not using the money better. At least
Oh no, tell me what have they done with the money?
Listen
You tell me what
carefully.
they've done with the money now. Since you
Listen,
know, what have they done with the money?
But Tuna, tell us what they've done with the money now.
Hear me out.
Oh no, he is the one that nothing. I've not seen anything done with the money. That's my
So where is the
problem.
money right now? Is the money just sitting somewhere?
They spend it and distributed it to governors to help them fix dams that they never fix. What did they do with the money?
To Nigeria, we have a constitution in Nigeria, and the constitution state is clearly there. Any money that comes to the federation account, we have a federation account. All that money, half the percentage that goes to state, percentage that go to federal, and percentage that go to local government. So any money you get as in Nigeria as a country, that is the first rule. So
That
every
is
Let me
just
have
what you are saying.
issue
You
with
are
that. No,
just
no.
you just
Sunaja, sorry,
invented
let me
something. The
tackle that
federal
real
government
quick.
has the right to invest
Sunaja,
in
give me
something.
Sunaja, give me a second. Let me I've been hearing this from you guys, but hold on. I'm beginning to look at it from a different angle. Hold on. So this subsidy, you said any money that comes into the federation account, they have to share it. Is this money coming in, or is the money they just remove from? They cut down. This look like that subsidy is government, federal government cutting down cost of spending, basically. Is
Yes,
the
you are
money they
right.
are
Because
spending on
the money
something?
is supposed to
Hold on. This is not money coming in from somewhere. It's just the money they don't want to spend. They're cutting
they don't want to. They what's the word? They don't want to. They're cutting down costs. So now because they cut down costs,
No.
does that mean money is coming in?
Let him finish now.
So that's where I'm coming from.
I
Because
hear
I
where you're
had
coming from,
issue.
and Remy doesn't
I
want
had
you to
issue
make
with
a
that
point.
money. Hold on, Remy, wait. Let me say, Sonaja, I had issue with that idea that that subsidy money that they're putting, them sharing it with the governor. Because I asked that question one time. People were telling me that, there's a
No,
constitution
it is
that
not
says money
like
that
that.
comes in, they have to share.
It's not like that. Try to understand it first.
Okay, let me
When
understand.
there is when you import this crude from abroad, the petrol from abroad, Nigerian government on behalf of all Nigeria, they subsidize it. That means they pay some money to some marketers to make the price of your petrol to be at that low price. And they have been doing that.
The money, wait, hold on. Before you go further, sorry. The money the federal government is paying to the marketers, whose money? Is it federal government money?
Yes, it's Nigerian government. It's Nigerian money.
Federal government's money.
It's not federal. When you say federal government, that money they are using to subsidize it is like, for example, you have a pool. In that your pool, you remove also amount of money to subsidize. Then the remaining part, then you now share it with all the three tiers of government. It's simple.
Okay, so that pool, hold on. That pool is the federal government, inside of federal government's pool. You understand? Because what it looks like you're saying is
no, you do not get me. First and
right.
foremost, there is a pool. All the money your country is making go to that pool, go to that basket.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the federal government of Nigeria, they are in charge of, through NNPC, they bring in fuel, imported fuel from abroad. But because Nigerian government want to sell it at a cheaper price to their citizens, they have to put in more money to make life easier for the people.
We know that subsidy. Yeah, that's subsidy. Yeah, that's federal government spending. So it's up to the federal government to decide to spend.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Try to understand. This is the money is in a basket. Before we share this money among federal, state, and local government, we now tell everybody that this is the total percentage of imported fuel that they brought from abroad. They're supposed to sell this fuel in Nigeria for 900 naira per liter. But because we want we want good things for our people, we agree that we are going to now pay 500 naira on each liter of petrol that you buy from the petrol station. So we remove that money, or we budget for it in a year. So the rest of the money that remains there, we now share it according to the percentage for federal.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I think I get what you're saying. Let me understand what you're saying. Out of a pool, they tell everybody that, okay, we have to take this amount to put into subsidy, right? So subsidize petroleum, put it into this whatever endeavor, whatever it is, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now the rest we share. So now that money that you put aside for this subsidy, now you want to take it off subsidy. So now what me and Tunanja is asking you that, why don't they now say, okay, for the same reason we decided to put that money to subsidy, we want to put it into something else.
Mm-hmm.
Can they do that? What's the difference?
Yeah,
let's say, for example, let's say Tunanja, agriculture, for example. Let's say we want to subsidize agriculture farmers, or subsidize, or do something, or subsidize something else that will make people's life even flourish, or healthcare, or whatever it is. So if why can't, what me and Tunanja is saying is, instead of giving that money to the governors, why can't they put it into something else? So whatever else you are putting in, so that will be another subsidy. So what's the difference? So why is the constitution? Hold on, wait, because your response to what is that the constitution say they must share the money with the governors, but why is the constitution allowing them to put that money to subsidize, to put it into fuel subsidy, but they can't put it into something else? Why is
because the constitution never said any such thing? This guy is making it up. The government could have chosen. Yes, the government could have chosen to invest in something else, but they didn't.
Can you let me respond to this question? It's not only about paying for subsidy that is there. There are so many, like a sovereign wealth fund, ecological fund, and some money set aside for different reasons that all the state governors and the federal government already agreed upon. So when now that they remove the subsidy, then there is more money that comes into the federation account. When that money comes into federation, there's some money.
From where?
there is something we call, I cannot remember it very well. There is something that they divide that this is the duty of federal government in taking care of road. This is the duty of state government in taking care of road, agriculture, or whatever. And there's also some duty that both federal and state can do together, or any one of them can do it. They call it maybe superlative and complex. I forgot the term they always use.
We get that. I think you cannot divide.
I understand what you are trying to say. You are trying to say that
no. This is what you just explained to us. We just explained to us that when they remove subsidy, more money will come into federal.
Thank you. There is more money.
Oh no, more money does not come into federal account. More money remain in the federal account.
No.
Money coming in and money remaining are two different.
The money.
Hold on. The money that comes into federal account comes into federal account from different things like export and maybe revenue. Now, out of hold on, wait, chill out now. Let somebody land, man. We are not fighting. I know there's no point. We are just having conversation, trying to understand ourselves. So, money that comes into federal account are money from where they earn revenue from the federal government for the country, meaning we export crude, whatever money comes in or whatever things we export comes in. So out of the what comes into the federal account is what we take out to put into subsidy or put into this program or that program. Now, if we choose not to cut that program, it doesn't mean more money will come into account. Money will just remain in the account. That's it. It's like you stop paying. It's like you having a bank account, right? And every week you pay, you buy something, you pump money into something. If you stop pumping that money into that thing, your money will only remain in your account. Doesn't mean new money come into your account.
Can I respond to you? What we are trying to say is very simple. The money they are using to subsidize all those fuel, when they stop it, that means there is enough money to also add to what they are giving the state government. The federal government will also have enough money.
Does it have to?
Yeah, it's simple as ABC. You have 100.
It doesn't have to do that. He could have taken, let's say, hold on. Let me just add now. Let me just add something. He could have just taken about 30%.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, he could have. You have been talking now. You could have just taken like 30, even 40% of the money. Say, okay, state government stake. This 60% we are going to use it dedicated to other.
Hey, Nigeria, you are a joker. You are a joker. You are a joker.
What is
joker? You are talking as if you are not running a country with a constitution. That somebody will just say this is the way I want to do it. You're just a joker.
But the federal government does it all the time. They choose to do whatever project they want to do.
That is
not how you going on about.
Okay, there is constitution there. You have to follow.
All you need is the house of this thing. All you need is the assembly to pass the bill.
To pass the assembly, is it easy?
They were able to pass bill to borrow money, even more money. What are you going on about? Is it easy?
More money like before. Okay, that is the point. We all know the truth.
We are making enough money. They just mismanage your economy, and you're busy defending them.
This is not about.
They mismanage the country.
I think I see where Remy is coming from. Remy, I think I understand where you're coming from regarding the constitutional part. I think the budget. Hold on.
What is right, and I just say defending. Who is defending who here? This is not about defending. We are telling you what is in the Nigerian constitution.
There is nothing there in the constitution that says the government cannot decide on any major projects.
Give me 1 minute. First and foremost, there is a food inflation in Nigeria. Our people need more succor, something that can make them feel much more better. There's some money that you also give to the state for palliative purposes. These are some money set aside from this federation account that he has to give to them, or he has to do it by himself as the federal government. And sometimes the federal government cannot know the problem of what is happening in each state of the federation. He gave the money to this for palliative purposes. Sometimes he also bought some food or item to them. Some of the state governors, they refuse to share it. Some of them go and hide it. Some do share it. What we are trying to say here is this. There is constitution of the land. You must give what is deserved to the state. You must give them what they deserve. You cannot just say because you are.
Tell me what is it deserved. Is there percentages that are said to that the government has to allocate?
According to the way they share the money, I'm not totally. I cannot remember totally, but I'm damn sure that federal government is collecting about maybe 47.5%, and the remaining 52 or 51% is being shared between the state and the local government. But
Okay,
unfortunately,
so that percentage the federal government gets there.
Unfortunately for the local government, for the last more than 15 years or 20 years, those money that are supposed to go to the local government are not going to the local government. The state are collecting it on their behalf, and they are
Oh
spending
my
it.
God, you are just feeling waffling all over the place. The point is that there is money available for federal government. That's why they can fix roads, they can fix this in renovate train lines, they can build even new train lines if they needed to. They were able to do that. If you have money, let's say the federal government spends about $10 billion on subsidies, and you go and remove it. Then you say, okay, states take 4 billion. I'm going to take this 6
It's
billion.
not done that way. That's what we are trying to tell you. And you are
Oh
not
my
listening.
God.
If you don't listen, you will not know what is going on. There is constitution. I'm telling you
Oh my God.
Well,
You
Remy,
just use words.
can you quote that
It's
part
not
of the
true.
constitution to us so we can understand this constitution?
Okay, let him
He
just
is talking. It's not possible. What he say? Okay. Now let me question Remy. Answer straight question. I don't need you to give me long story. How does the government decide to fix the rail track that costs billions of dollars?
I will now tell you how they were able to do that. Most of those
How?
rail track, listen, most of those rail track and the rest.
She wants to
they
give us
just
long story.
contribute. Listen, it's not a long story. If they are loan money, they get a big loan from China. They pay their.
Oh, they get a big loan. So anytime the government wants to do something, they have to borrow money for it.
Let me finish. They get their counterpart funding from federal government of Nigeria is not to 25% of the total money they borrow from China. They borrow a lot of money to fix the track and also help you build your train. It's a big loan. And because we were able to put our own 20 or 25% down, the rest 25% were financed by China. And they are going to maintain those things for the next 25 or 30 years for you. That is how it's been done. It's not
Okay, so so you are saying now, from what I understand, that if the federal government wants to do anything, they have to borrow money. They cannot do anything from the money that they earn. They cannot do anything from the money. Hold on.
Because
See,
the
can you
constitution
just let me
says so.
talk? Can you just let me say a word? They cannot do anything from money that they used to borrow to pay subsidies. They cannot even do anything, even the money that they used to borrow. They can't decide that now, instead of paying subsidies, I can now take this money and do something else. Okay. Yes, they can.
Let me respond to you. Let me respond to you very well. The federal government have their own share of the federation account, and they also have their own budget, what they want to do for 1 year. I will give an example of the Lagos.
Who decides on this budget? No, who decides on the budget?
All the federal ministries and federal parastatals, they all give their budget to the federal ministry. And when they now have a meeting with the FEC through the presidency to determine how much is.
So, in other words, the president decides?
No, not like that. Let me tell you, can you calm down?
So the president doesn't decide what direction they should go?
Let's assume you are the Minister of Agriculture. For each year, they will ask you to bring your budget. But before you bring your budget to the presidency and also to the Federal Executive Council, there are so many parastatals under Federal Minister of Agriculture. Each of these parastatals, we have to submit budget to you as their overall head. And then you and your team will now put your own figures together and go and present your case to the Federal Executive Council. The Federal Executive, the President of the Federal Executive will harmonize everything. And when they are done, they give it to the President. The President will go to the National Assembly and submit it. And the National Assembly will now start calling you, Chunaga, you are the Minister of Agriculture, come and defend your budget. And that is why you see them doing that.
People like you are this is what's wrong with Nigeria.
No, let me just finish 10 seconds. I want to use Calabar.
He sees the truth and he pretends as if it doesn't exist.
Relaxing. You are asking questions.
Unbelievable. What a waffle.
I will let you talk now. Give me 20 seconds. I just want to use Lagos to Calabar as an example for you. This is a project that awarded to iTech something. iTech agreed to finance majority of the project. Government also supply money into it. Federal government. I'm not talking about state now, because this is the budget that the federal government want to take on. So it's not money from any state. It's from the federal government. But what you are trying to say is that The federal government can say, the money we save from subsidy, I want to spend it anyhow. It's not done that way because the money does not belong to federal government alone. It belongs to the state and the local government together. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's as simple as ABC.
Okay.
So,
They borrow
what do
the
you mean
money.
the
So
subsidy money belong to the state? How does it belong to them? Explain it.
yeah, okay, I will explain it to you. When they buy any liter of petrol they imported to that country, it's not only the federal government that is using the liter of petrol. They are going to spread it across the federation. So they know about it. The state know about it. The local government know about it. And if you now say, okay,
Remy, that's not what we ask you. I say, how does that money that the federal government decided to spend in subsidy for subsidy, how does it belong to state and federal and local government?
So you can see from my explanation in the beginning, I told you that the money is in a pool. And before they distribute the rest of the money, they already say, okay, fine. This money, we want to import this certain amount of imported fuel from abroad. All of them are go and import it. And when they bring it home, they distribute it all over the country. Now, we are not doing that
Remy,
anymore.
sorry, do you know that the subsidy cost is not fixed, right? It could the quantity. Hold on, the quantity each year, the consumption is not fixed. It's not a fixed consumption.
So that is why
so the subsidy cost is not like a fixed amount. You know that, right?
Yeah, you are right. But you must remember before that there is budget for these subsidies every year. It is only in 2023 that they have budget for 6 or 7 months of the subsidy. So that means before even Buhari left, but already say, okay, this subsidy, the money we are going to pay for subsidy for this year is just going to be 6 or 7 months. After that, no more subsidy. It's already there.
Now, one more question. Sorry, one more question. So that budget for subsidy, is it under federal government budget or is it under state budget or what is it?
Okay, fine.
It's under federal government.
When the federal government have a budget, the budget is for the whole of the federation.
No. Hold on. No.
You didn't answer the question.
Don't do that, man. What Remy like to do is
just waffle again.
Yeah, like to do that thing.
I'm not waffling.
Hold on, Remy. Sorry. No. Don't do this. Wait. State government have their budgets. Local government have their budget. Federal government have their budget. So don't come here and tell us that federal government budget is everybody's budget. No. Federal government budget is federal government. If the federal government decide what they want to do, you understand? Which usually the president want to administer whatever project he wants to do, whether he just wants to build. Hold on. Whether his budget that year is only to put 90% infrastructure in River State only, that's is what it is. We've had president that only build certain region of the country and ignore that sort of stuff. So you can't say he has to create a budget where everything has to be balanced all over the country. I don't think so.
See, my reasoning was originally correct because that's how it's done.
Your reason is not
like
correct.
see, Remy, the way you do things is why Nigeria is really in the bad state. Now let me read this. Let me read this. The fuel subsidy removal savings fall under the federal revenue. So while the federal government may not need formal permission, the allocation or utilization of these funds can be a point of negotiation, especially regarding. Can you let me finish? Can you let me read?
Listen to what he's saying.
Can be a point of negotiation, especially regarding how the savings are distributed to states or used for projects that benefit all levels of government. In other words, the federal government doesn't need state permission, and the only thing they can do is just want to talk to other people to consult them. But the federal government can decide to use those funds for any major project that benefits the nation, as long as the National Assembly agrees with it.
Let me ask you some simple questions. What do you understand by federal revenue?
Federal revenue is federal government's revenue.
It's
not state revenue.
Who constitutes the federal?
Is the central government, not the state government.
That is what I'm trying to tell
you.
The
country's revenue is the federal government's revenue.
Okay.
Now, whatever state, hold on, whatever state generates within their state, that's the state revenue.
Exactly.
Oh, it's very.
The federal government.
That's why we say some states are not what's the word viable because they can't really generate enough revenue to sustain themselves. So the federal government have to give them allocation to survive. You understand? So state revenue is what a state generates within a state.
I understand you
Or
clearly.
that, or the national revenue from export, all those things. That's the federal government revenue.
So when we talk about this subsidy, I mentioned a lot of things you guys are not putting into consideration. The money that goes to that pool is being shared among the three tiers of government. The imported fuel they brought into Nigeria is being circulated all over the federation. They are not saying, okay, this federal money is my money, so I'm not going to give fuel to Lagos State or your state or something like that. It's not done that way. What I'm trying to say is simple. It's an agreement with all of them. Now, the rest of the money, let's share it. You might say, okay, as a federal government, if you now talk to the governor, maybe what you are trying to say that, okay, oh, the money we are using to subsidize fuel before, I'm not going to share it to you state anymore. I'm going to now spend it on social projects in your state, social projects in that state. That also depends if the governor agrees. He cannot do that alone.
No, it's not. No. It's not. You see, you are saying they need government. No, if they don't. No, okay. Let me read it. Let me read it clearly. It says no. The federal government does not need permission of individual states to spend funds saved from the removal of fuel subsidies. That is something you fail to understand. When there is a state in a country where, let's say, state of emergency, and the government wants to spend money, do you think they have time to be consulting the state? They will not even consult the state at all. They will just pass the bill. What's the point of the Senate and House of Assembly? They are useless there if they have to be consulting the states for everything. The House of Assembly is useless.
No,
even remember John Obasanjo had to pay the external debt. He didn't have to. It's his choice. You know, he has to use our revenue to pay.
The same thing with Tinubu too.
So
Tinubu decided to pay. It's his choice.
Mike,
if Tinubu decides to pay our debt with the subsidy money,
Mike,
no one.
So
that's
Mike,
his choice.
Are you trying to say Obasanjo just remove $4 billion out of our money without the National Assembly saying yes to it? Just give it to our debtors.
Oh, now you bring it. No, how about state governors? Now it's National Assembly.
No, I'm asking Mike that question. You mean Obasanjo just took $4 billion from our external reserve and then pay off our debt just like that without the National Assembly say go ahead? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I mean, Obasanjo was a dictator during his time, so
no, you can't do it. He didn't do like that. He seek their consent. Maybe we can go and search it that time. He seek their consent. That's a lot of money. What I'm trying to say is that when it comes to money, there's some money that he has a power. The president, maybe they already voted for him from the budget. But if that money is not voted for him from the budget, if it's going to be extra spending out of the budget, he has to seek the National Assembly approval before he can spend that money.
Okay, which is fine, of course.
Yeah.
Checks and balances. But you can't tell me. Hold on. But you can't tell me that the subsidy money he has to give it to the states.
If
you're telling us that whatever, if you decide to do something else with the money, maybe put into other things that it has to go through National Assembly or something. Yeah, that's a fair argument. But you can't tell us that Constitution says that money he has to give it straight to the states. There's no Constitution that says that, man.
I really feel bad for Nigeria when some people make this type of argument. It's like this is common sense now. You know, federal government can spend money all the time. They don't need to consult state in most of the money that they spend. So I don't know why we are even having this discussion for how many minutes now.
I understand what you're trying to say, that the subsidy savings, the presidency can spend it any project it likes on. That's what you're saying too, Nigeria.
Yes, any project that they believe is going to benefit the nation. If let's say all they need to do is go through the House of Assembly and Senate.
It's the one presiding the country.
The problem that lies in that one is that when he is buying this imported fuel on behalf of the state, they all agree to it. And now that they now have subsidy savings, they are not telling that, okay, it's only the federal government.
Who told you it's buying on behalf of the states? Why you keep saying that now?
I don't know why you keep saying that.
Okay.
You forget that the House of Assembly and Senate can override anything the states do. They can. The states don't have power over the House of Assembly and Senate. You forget that. And they are all in Abuja with the president, and the president technically owns them, like we all like to say all the time. We all know what it's all about. The idea that we are even having this argument that the federal government cannot choose what they want to spend money on, we all know they can. And the question is, what they've chosen to do so far has amounted to almost nothing for the Nigerian state itself. with there's no strategic project you can say this is what they are doing that is big. The only thing that is happening right now is Dangote. It's not them. If anything, they decided to remove Nigerian stake in Dangote refinery. Who does that? This company is about to start making money. Oh, that's when you decide to remove your stake in it. What are you borrowing money for then? What did you remove subsidy for now? You took out subsidy. Is that not the money you are supposed to take from there and make your donation, that's your share of payments into Dangote refinery so that we actually own 20%? And maybe if anything, even increase it to 25% or 30%, so that wherever Dangote is selling crude oil products in Africa, Nigeria is going to be making profit from it. But no, instead they went and divested from that. Now Nigeria has only 7% from the income that Dangote is going to be making. They try to frustrate Dangote. The money, the subsidy money, they distributed it among governors to use for what I don't know.
That governor part,
Look at what happened to
that one
Medjugorje
turned
now.
me off, man. I won't lie. Like they turned me off, man.
Completely.
Because these are governors where most of them like they don't do anything.
That don't even pay salaries.
They don't do anything, man. I'm like, you just throw the money into corruption, man. You just handing it to go. I mean, like, if you're gonna remove something like that, you're gonna have a cost people paying. Just make sure you put it into something.
You have to use it for something tangible.
Yeah,
that people can say and say this is what they did.
You know, it's kind of like
they could build a world class. If they build a world class hospital in Abuja with that is worth $1 billion, that Nigeria say this is one big thing that Nigeria is proud of. No, not one thing came from all that sweat. And this money is saved every single year, not just 1 year. It's going to be saved this year again because I think it's going into a second year. It's going to be saved again. So the money is being saved. What is he doing with the money?
So now, I remember when people were hungry, they were like asking the government, like, okay, what are they going to do? And they're telling them that, hey, you should go to your governor. We give them and we increase this money to them. Like, who's going to go to governor? Why would you give the money to governors? Are you kidding me? They won't go to governors because governor is not the one that removes subsidy. You're the one that removes subsidy. So if you're going to remove subsidy and do something for us, you know, you can't tell us to not go to governors. Who's going to be matching the governors? You can hand money to governor. If you're going to remove subsidy, you have a reason why you're removing it. And that reason, you can't say I'm removing subsidy because I want to give governors more money. It doesn't make sense. You got to tell us I'm removing subsidy because I need to put the money into this other thing here. That's what we want to hear. And then how we can know that, oh, wow.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, see, it's like you guys are just bullying Remy for nothing. You guys are not understanding what Remy is trying to tell you about the subsidy money. In the first place, there's no special budget for subsidy money. You need to understand that. So what Remy is trying to say, let me just say this in a simple term. See, before they remove the money for subsidy, yeah, it's like, let me use, okay, 4 of us on this program now, we buy a bag of gari, for example, yeah, and we have.
I can't hear you. I think your system, your network.
Yeah, even my listening speaker is like.
Can you hear me?
I thought it was supposed to be simple. You are not making it simple.
Hold on, no. I want to make it simple. Yeah, we have this is my brother. We buy 1 bag of gari. Yeah, now I say, okay, before we share this gari equally among ourselves, we have some people that are hungry. Let's remove 4 Congo out of this bag of gari. You understand? Me and you, 4 of us, now share the remaining 1 after we already removed the 4 Congo. You understand? Now there's no more. We now decide, okay, we don't want to give gari to.
Yeah, your system again. But I see the analogy is trying to paint, but that's not true. Because
it's not accurate. It can be.
Subsidy payment come from federal.
Yeah, it's from federal allocation.
So what you trying to make it look like it's not federal. It's not coming. It's coming from special. This thing. You know.
No. The money. Listen, the money we share equally in Nigeria is the money we make. Yeah, together. Collectively. You understand?
So what do you mean collectively?
Money has never been shared equally. I don't, Jesus Christ.
No. They share money to state now. They share money to state,
but not equally.
They have sharing formula.
They have their own formula. Yes, exactly. But not all the money the federal government gets, especially when it's not actual money, it's borrowed money. The federal government can borrow money.
The one that go to federal account. You understand? So Tinubu has no power over that.
Eh?
So that formula has
Yes,
to be shared.
the one that's the one that the
In the
federal
state.
government didn't intercept for national this thing. If it goes into the federal account, that's the one that is shared out. But not when the government, the money that they are borrowing to pay subsidies, they can choose to borrow that same money and use it for other things. That's what we are saying. And at the moment, that's the argument them and the trade unions have been having forever. Why do you think that argument was going on? Trade union, one of the things they kept saying was that if these people remove the fuel subsidy, they're going to eat the money, and that's exactly what they did. They
So
didn't take the money and say, let's do one big thing for the country with it. That's
anyway,
the issue. That's the issue people are having with it. And
so
it's a bit
because
of a sad tale because I expected that at least one day, maybe improve our security so that people are not getting kidnapped left and right, and our business environment can be able to improve. And Nigeria is not losing almost $50 billion every year because of insecurity.
you know what,
Why is he not doing that with the money?
That to me, left to me, I would say they should remove subsidy totally from.
Why?
I don't mind subsidy being removed, the oil fresh subsidy being removed. I just want the money to go into something that will impact the life of the people. That's what me I care about. I don't want all these. I don't want it to go anywhere near corruption. Like if you give it to all these governors, maybe one or two governors will not be corrupt, but vast majority of them will be very corrupt. They're not going to do shit with that money.
Mike, you know
The
the
one they
game
are
that
already
seems to be
getting, they're not
happening,
doing
Mike.
anything. People come here every day. People come every day to complain about his governor that the guy doesn't build. That Guabiodun, he doesn't build anything.
Mike,
The guy
let me
built
let,
nothing.
let me give you the formula of the game that seems to be going on. The government will do something that they spend money on. They will say there is corruption, and they will say we need to change the stuff for the corruption. Instead of them to get rid of the corruption, they say we need to change the policy so that when we change the policy, the problem will go away. Then when they change the policy, the people are suffering now, then they will pass a law to stop the problem. So you could have passed the law to stop the problem initially, but you trick people to change the policy so that now you can go ahead and solve the problem. The reason why there's no speculation in the Nigerian currency right now, the government passed a law that all the ability change, you cannot make more than 1% profit. No malam or whoever is selling money on the street can make more than 1% profit. Why didn't they do that under Buhari? They didn't do it. They could have done it, but nobody choose to do that. So they made round tripping gain a bad name so that they can flow the currency. So we have the ultimate round tripping. Where do you think all our money went to? Foreigners have speculated on our currency, and now our currency is selling for 1,500 naira per dollar. This is a stupid game that they play with the Nigerian people, and people don't pick up on it. What can I say? It's just what it is. I'll just keep watching Nigerian. And personally, I'm very, very skeptical right now. If they can do this in broad daylight and get away with it, you have the country GDP in 1 year and you get away with it, anything is possible. What they can do anything to the Dangote and none of us will say anything. If they want to damage Dangote now, they don't have to damage Dangote directly. They just have to damage the Nigerian state. When they damage the Nigerian state, the nation becomes unstable. Boom, Dangote is affected. When they're not building the Ajakuta steel plant up to 97%, guess what happened? They sabotage that one to that one is not working. The one in Alaja is not working. Everything they sabotage. Man, I'm tired, man. If you guys think these people are serious about fixing your country, they are not serious. They are going to keep sabotaging the country so that nothing actually functions properly
So now,
in
do
that
you think
country.
the problem is that almost everyone in every uh, area of government, they're all friends, kind of connected. So it's almost like nobody want to go after another person. You know what I'm saying? Like, because a lot of these things, they all know who's doing what, who's doing something. Like they just don't want to go after each other because they all like it's like a group of people that know elites. They're just friends. So the person that's supposed to go hang the other guy was like, no, I'm my guy. Let me just leave him alone. And sometimes that's why I always try to look for someone that's just not connected. That's why Sowore is a guy I don't really like his personality and way he does things. But anyone that's just not connected to that paddy system, honestly, I don't care what. That's what I think should be president of
The
Nigeria.
thing is, the dynamics, the way it plays out is that you see, human beings are very strange creatures. You see, when you stand in a circle, and they have carried out an experiment where people will stand in a circle and everybody, they will tell all let's say you have 10 people in that circle, and they will put a shape in the middle of the circle. They will tell 9 of them in that circle to tell, let's say you put a square shape in the circle, and they will tell 9 of them among the 10 people standing around that circle to say, to keep repeating that what they saw there is a triangle. Even if it's a square, they will keep saying it's a triangle. So when they ask the first person, the person will say triangle, the second person will say triangle, the 9th person will say triangle. When it gets to the 10th person that they never told anything, that 10th person will be seeing a square and will call it a triangle. So it tells you that human beings want to conform to the majority narrative of what is going on.
Especially when you are,
And
that's why they chop, especially if that's where you are eating too.
exactly. So you are more biased to conform it. So there are
And
very, very few
everybody's there
people
to
that want
eat.
to stand.
So they just, everybody's there to eat. So they just don't, blind
There,
eye, just ignore the problem
there
and
are
just.
there are very, very few people at the top that truly know what needs to be done. But
Most
those
of
people
them do,
too
but the thing
become
is,
compromised.
if you're gonna try to go for what needs to be done, be stepping on toes, and they might cut you off. You understand? And most cases, how you got there was through somebody there that connects you to get there. You get what I'm saying, Tunanja?
Yeah.
The Nigerian system,
That's the
Nigerian system
problem.
is like a ride. If you can get on a ride,
And they make them swear. They make them swear. One lady came out and said they were telling her to swear to do whatever they tell her to do. This is the
So,
hierarchical process in the political parties. They make
so
them swear
Naija,
to
so
follow, to be obedient. Go ahead, Kenny. Your audio is very shaky, Kenny. I can't hear you. Your audio is very shaky. Me, I'm just getting a little bit too skeptical. These guys are creative. They find creative ways to make sure nothing works. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in 2 years'
my
time, we're going
curse
to
now
see a
they
lot of
spoil that country, man.
improvements.
Take it from me, Tunanja. Take it or leave it. My curse is no. You can do all the time about curse. We saying nothing. You can cry all day and complain all day. Curse no, they go away like that. You have
It's
to
a
figure
form
out.
of curse. So it's truly a form of
It's
curse.
a curse, man. Me, I
Uh,
dey tell you, take it from me.
you know what I cause we cause? The cause is because we don't value life. Our sin was that we sold human beings that are valuable as if they are nothing. We sold them for
But we are not the only human being that
exchanges.
sell people now. People sell people. I only
Yes, but we did
they
it
think
more
themselves.
recently. We did it more recently. That's why we are paying for our own now. We did it more
I don't think
recently,
so.
and we
To
did
me,
it on
curse,
an
curse is a
industrial
matter
scale.
of you not doing what you're supposed to do and things like that. It's not really.
No,
Uh,
no, see. Let me tell you something, Mike. Now let's go native. See, you know all those native stuff. The way they are true science, there's true science behind them is still in these fundamentals of human behavior. In terms of if you see things that is valuable, like the a human life, and you treat it as if it's nothing, yeah, that is a cost on you because you've lost out on something, some of the most valuable thing that you have in all creation.
but that
You've
behavior is
lost out
not
on it. It's a
peculiar to
form of
Africa.
cost.
It's not peculiar to
Eh?
Africa.
No, it's
European and
peculiar to
Nigeria, they have less
Africa.
value for human life. See what in Russia they do.
Which you go?
America will drop
No, no.
atomic bomb. We drop atomic bomb on the Hiroshima and Nagasaki, wipe out a whole city. Why? Come on now.
No, they have value for their own life. They are no for their own life because they are the ones preserving their own life against other people. So if you don't have value for your own bloodline, your own people, what do you think? Why should life preserve you when you don't value it? If you trade life so simply, why should it preserve you? It's like it's something you don't treat
But you
right.
are
You
talking
don't
as if
expect it
it's
to favor
everyone
you.
in Africa that was participating in selling people. Now criminals they sell people now. It's like
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It affects everybody nonetheless. It still
no.
affects most of us.
If it's a state policy kind of thing, then it can affect. But if it's just some group of crooks doing things, I mean, it's like today people see the traffic people now, human trafficking. It's going on. It's going on in Nigeria.
Yeah, but you see, we are technically trafficking our people with this jackpot syndrome that is going on. Did you hear your president say the other day that he was happy to supply people more? He didn't say I'm going to send people.
And they have
Supply
nothing
as
to do.
if we
They are
are
paramilitary.
animals.
I want to ship Nigerians out because they are not doing it. Most of them are not doing anything. So
Yeah,
go and,
but you see,
go
but
and
Mike, he
your
used
life
the
in
word
America.
supply. Your president used the word supply, not human beings. Who he's talking about fellow human beings like himself. He was using the word I will supply them more. You see, That is what I mean by we don't value life. If you value life, that Meduguri guy, the man that was in charge of the Meduguri, the governor and the people that wrote that report, they will not allow that this thing levy to break. They will make sure they safeguard it, repair it so that it doesn't break. But they don't value life. They sat there and watch it
I don't think it's
happen
the
to their
matter of
own
valuing
people.
life. It's just laziness and carelessness. Yeah, I think, to be honest, not just see the only way you can make a black man do something is by force. You understand? Like everything we don't do great, someone force us to do it. Like, see, America, all these America, like Brazil, America, all these countries in South and North and South America, they were built by slaves. And who were those slaves? Africans. I'm like, dude, so someone have to force you to build something before you build it. They have to enslave you before you build something for free.
No, because the white men value life. They value what they can do with life. You see, if you value life, you will see the potential of what you can do with it. This is why nations that don't have resources become very rich because they tap into their people. We don't tap into our people.
And
Do
that's what
you
I'm
see the pattern? It's been going on for a long time within our culture. We don't tap into our people. We would
that's why
rather
I think
sell
we need
them
to
than tap into them.
do
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
do you know what I have problem with this? There's this lady, Dambisa Moyo. She wrote a book called Dead Aid. You know, all this aid
Get
and
aid.
loans, those things is what's killing
Mhm.
us. AIDS, loans. Because think about it, and this when people they are good in psychology. They know that. They know that the best way to keep these poor countries useless is to give their leaders the money. Like it's more like a welfare. Give them that money straight, and they don't have to work
Mm.
for it. You understand? They don't have to,
Yeah.
like you can pay later or whatever. So when you want to, you become a leader and you want to get things done, and you don't think you have to earn the money is just available. You're gonna be lazy,
Yeah.
man. You're not gonna really get much done. But you're sorry. What I meant to say, you're not gonna be tapping into your people because soon as you think about it, the only way government can earn money is through
Mhm.
the productivity of their people. Well, when the people produce, right, you're able to tax
Mhm.
them and get from their production, right, of their,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
now if your people don't produce, you don't earn, right?
Yes.
So now you as the leader, you're in a position to shape things, to put things in place, or make an environment and put policies in place to allow your people to produce, right, or to enhance their production, productivity, and things like that. Now, if only way of you, the only avenue of you earning money is through to tax your people, to get from your people, will you not be busy to try to get your people busy or get them do everything to make sure they are producing or they are working or they are doing something? That's what you be doing.
Mhm.
That'll be your only job. Because if they don't make it, you don't make it. If your people don't produce, you don't earn
Yes.
money. But when you have these
Exactly.
hold on, when you have IMF, just giving them money. Take this aid, and if you blow it up, they will give you loan and use it to pay loan. Oh my god. It's the same system we are now adopting in Nigeria.
Mhm.
Where you are just giving governors allocation. Dude, make these governors earn
Yeah.
money. Make them go to their people, go to your state and get your people busy and tax them and make money from them. That if that's the only way governors
But
will earn
why
money, they'll
why
be
would you
busy.
do that? Why would you do that when you would rather treat them like zombies? That is the problem. You can't even recruit them to keep your environment safe. Why would, other nations are doing it? This is what I'm telling you. We don't value our people's lives as things that you can tap into to enrich this thing. We just use them like I don't even understand why they even bother preserving. I mean, they probably want to kill us off. I don't even know why they bother. They just want to get money, give it to Igbo people, and enjoy a little bit, and they will carry on doing this dance until
So
God
now,
knows what else.
you know what the mistake came from. It came from the beginning. Um, they say if you don't design something yourself, you really can't value it or understand where you are going, you are taking it to, or what it's all about. If when Chinese people design their system, they know where they are going. Before you design
Mhm.
something, you think about why you are designing it, what is the purpose,
Yeah.
and what you're trying to achieve, right? And then once you design it, you become a master of it, and you make sure you actually, all the effort you used to design it, you actually end up achieving or fulfilling what you designed it for. Now, what happened in Africa is this. So when you women design a system, right? And then they were leaving, they just tell the African, everybody saw that system and oh, this thing there, and a fine place to, people used to see the woman living in a mansion and just, it's a fine thing, So the woman left. So everybody is just trying to jump on that ride to go and enjoy it. Because the governor, the African governors, the system, that space, it's just a place you go, and once you get there, money is there. It's not really a place where
I'm not so sure is that
hold
easy
on.
to even get a hold of the
So
money.
now
It's
you
not.
think about it, the way an average African person look at that governance space, they don't see it as this thing. This is something they don't understand the meaning of it. Like this place, this thing was designed for this purpose, that purpose, and this is why they design it. They just see it as a place where if I get there, man, I'll become a powerful person, and and then
I think you have a point on that one. I think
and
there
no
was
matter what,
somebody that came here that said something.
even if you wish to do something, when you get there, you don't really understand the system. So how can you use it to do something?
I think that you're right. I think we've had this conversation before about our people are simply ill prepared. I'm not even sure any of us are ever prepared for the what is required. I think if you look at those like China that you referred to, by the time the leaders came to office, all the people around the leadership, in short, most of the nation knew what needed to be done. They didn't need to be explained to that much. They just went through Japanese invasion. They saw what happened with the struggle between them and the other parts of the ones that ran to Taiwan. So then they know, and those people were forged in blood and war. The bond that they had was very strong. They knew exactly what they wanted, and they were driven to go and do it. That's how you found a nation. The bond between the people that found the nation is forged in blood. And not all of them survived, a lot of them perished along the way. They emerged and they built great nations. But guess what happened to our own? They went to Ivy League universities in the West. They
They
came
just
back,
land there.
negotiated. Yeah, they negotiated with their masters, and their masters handed back the keys to them, and they walked away. I use the term master deliberately on this one because that's how they knew them at the time. In other words, they negotiated with the colonizers that colonized the country because they were working with them already. They were working with them, they were
The
collaborators.
British created them to take over now. They sent them off
Exactly.
to the
So
school
what do you expect from them?
exactly to take over, and then so those guys didn't come together to plan a country.
No, they never
Their
did.
master, the colonial master, their master just say, "Hey, come, okay, you take over. You three come here, sit down, and you guys take over. And then we'll talk to you. You see our connection. Just remember of the what do you call it, the Commonwealth, and then from there, if you have question, just come to England. We'll give you answer. Anything you don't understand, just come to us. We'll give you answer. We'll be your what do you call it, your guidance. To make sure that you don't fail. So take it, start working, do what you can, and anywhere you need help, come to us. So that's how they still have ties with them. That's why even before every election, your leader will travel to London.
It's really odd how that what we described just now may be far more significant in why Nigeria is where it is right now than what we like to think. That the way we transitioned to becoming a nation, because the way they handed over to us, we didn't fight for it. We didn't get rid of the collaborators. The collaborators are their friends. Some of them, their fathers have worked for the
Your
British.
research, so Nadia, if you do your research, you find out that the people that really own like the country, the group of elites, they are not even the one who know their names. I'm telling you, like these people and their families are connected. The Fanikayo days, so many families like that from north.
They are linked. Yeah, they are linked in underneath.
When they are talking, you hear that they all went to school in England. Their parents were the one. That group of people, class of people that the British created. They were all in England, like preparing them to take over, and then they put them in charge of different of the industries and you understand, those elite group, and they come from all parts of the country. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Today they will. They know each
It's
other,
always
and they
been like
all
that.
know each other. You understand?
Yeah.
They don't represent the ethnic group. They represent that group, that clique, and they are all
That clique of
and they
and
all
they've
have
always
British
been
and
ahead.
they all have British passports too. All of them.
Of course. Many of them are probably signed on to some of their specific. I think one of them even belongs to the Privy Council of the UK. It's crazy. There are MPs in the UK that don't belong to the Privy Council in the
A lot of
UK,
these
but
people,
Nigerians are in this organization.
when I engage them, they are so their mentality is so British. I'm telling you, all these guys.
Yeah.
You listen and I start speaking grammar. Their mentality is so British. And most of them, once their father has when they spend most of them go to school in England, they spend their childhood holidays in England.
Yeah.
The time they spend in Nigeria are usually among other elite kids. They live in a rich area, and then they spend most of their time in England. So they are more like British people.
How can those kind of people turn? Because then their father's father has worked for the British when the British were colonizing Nigeria. Then their father came and it's hard for them to turn against them. And that is why nations that build their countries, the people that do it are the ones that kick those people out. They will kick the British out or the foreigners that were colonizing them out. Then they will kick their colonizers to the curb. They are their collaborators. If you get rid of the colonizer and the collaborator, then you can go ahead to build a great nation, because those collaborators, they are so brainwashed that they will never change. I would not say they will never change, but many will never
Collaborators
change.
will never change, man. They're the one running every aspect of our society. And if you look at the way they do things, it's like they're trying to they promote. First of all, the signs are clear now. So Nigeria, when they promote, even they control the media, I say our media, they promote more of the Western things. Like you don't see them promote anything good about ourselves now, Africa or anything about. They promote more of whatever
Was
they.
it not the
So
that one that chose the
whatever
woman national anthem?
Prince of England is getting married, the way they celebrate it in Nigeria, like say the way they talk about it in Christian
Yeah.
schools, if,
Oh my,
even
even on
our
TV,
education
it's like,
sector,
why? What? They don't celebrate that much about us. Why are you doing that? You have a big country, you have a whole this in a heritage to take care of. You are busy worrying about what the others have done. But
anything
this
that
is where
happen
we
in
are
England,
now.
like Nigeria happen to
Now you begin to see why we didn't rename our country. We didn't make a native language official language in Nigeria. All these are things that even South Africa
vernacular.
has done.
You want to make vernacular. You want to make vernacular official.
No, you can choose 12 languages. You can choose 12 languages and make them official
Those
languages.
guys will slap you. Those elites, those guys will slap you too. Like, I say,
You see that?
this one don't they talk about this. These people they are British, man. The people
That
that
is
run
a
your country,
problem.
they are British. They are English. People that have been
It's
brainwashed. Man. So people that spend their entire childhood in England, holidays, they hang with other British kids and they reason British. And they see Africa, the way they look at the rest of us in Africa, especially the poor, the rural, the typical African, they see you as the way the woman see you. That's where they see you. You understand?
exactly.
That's how they see you now. Why do you think they don't feel anything when the poor African just dying like chicken? They don't feel anything. You understand? It's like these people, and that's the same mentality Ojukwu had. You know, the guy too, he grew up in England, he was around.
Yeah. Many of them are
The
deep,
guy,
deep,
the
deep
guy
within
didn't
the
feel
West.
anything when his people were dying. They don't see their Africans as it's not only all those Nigerian elite, those British race. They are like the way they were brainwashed. It's like they see other Africans the way their races or Igbo masters see Africans. Like your life don't mean shit. That's why when a prominent British person die, the way they will talk about it, the way they will look when Queen Elizabeth died. Look how all of them go England. Look at it, they
Wow,
mourn.
they don't play around now. They
But
go and
when a prominent African died, they didn't mourn like that. So
they don't care. They don't
exactly,
care.
and they begin to
Yeah,
transfer that mentality to their people. Like, no, the African man is just a slave class. You know, kind of. Those are the things that irritate me. That's why I always, now I see those Nigerians come speak grammar to me. I'm like, dude, you ain't shit, man.
that part may be more consequential. I like to think that human mind can change. Maybe it's not impossible that even people that were born collaborators cannot see sense. At least they may not be that extreme like they
So
hate
now
their people.
they
Who
have to
knows?
actually spend time for you to begin to
The
feel people. You
people.
have to spend time among them most of them, most of
they
Nigerian
never do.
they don't spend time in AJ
That's true.
or in the street or among the regular Nigerians. They never had that experience. You understand? Their
That's true. They
entire
are busy
childhood,
hopping
their
from
entire
country to
life,
country.
they're more in private schools in England or schools in around Oyibo people or their fellow rich people.
Aye.
So they never
That's
really
sad.
feel you. So they don't see you as a human being like that. You understand?
You see, those are those type of people. When you see the regimes that are ruling some countries like China, they've kicked them out. They have gone to another country. You will see them. Some of them they will be in the West, bad mouthing their country from the West. Why the leaders in the country are busy building the country? Like the Shah of Iran. That one was kicked out by the Ayatollahs. He is in the West, bad mouthing them. While they are busy building nuclear weapons and developing the country. It's really interesting how this is actually work. But you know, it can be quite funny sometimes when the people locals decide to take over. But I have to give Europeans, those ones don't take prisoners. If they want to come at you, they come at you and finish the job. The Europeans they finish like the Russians cleared out this thing, Romanov family. The French cleared out their but they almost finished the whole monarchy in France too. The British they beheaded the king. It's like these guys don't take prisoners. When they mean business, they mean business. If you want to get in their way, they will fight you. And but it's one of those things in our own context, the people that are controlling our leaders, we have a double problem here.
But
You see, you
Tunaja,
have your own leader, you have another overlord over them.
if we were a mono ethnic country, I think they would have risen up and done something.
Yeah, well, now
Yeah.
Somalia now.
Yeah?
How Somalia is doing that.
If
You
it
know what
was just
Somalia
one
went and did?
empire that you are using a puppet to rule them, it won't take time before a group of guys will see what's going on. You understand? And just figure
Songhai
everything out.
Empire existed now. Songhai Empire was quite large. It demolished it and it
No,
broke
what
it
I'm
to
saying is,
pieces.
you are giving an example of how the British or even the Iranian how they overthrow the puppet guy, all those things.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, in the case of Nigeria, it's very difficult because we are multi-ethnic society. So to say something like that, now, why would I go and overthrow? It's very difficult, man. A northern guy that's in charge or a Igbo guy that's in charge, or it's difficult in a multi-ethnic.
I think it's about ideology. We just never created the right kind of a set of people that are a little bit separated from the colonizers that had some serious ambition to take the country somewhere. They never came together. And I must say, Lord Lugard and the British, they did a good job of trying to create suspicion among the different groups, and they deliberately kept them apart. They kept the North and the South separate and gave them two different systems because they just want to make sure that they don't connive and
Why did they give us two
cause problem for
different?
them. Oh, I think they said it that it's a strategy. Look at that's Lugard's strategy, and he made sure that the brainiest people are often discouraged from attaining high office. So this is a strategy that they use to make sure they keep the people in check. The brainy people, like the people that are highly educated, that they don't rise up the rank quickly in the government. And he deliberately he literally said it that they are keeping the north and the south apart so that they don't listen. I think there's a word that they use for it.
But in the
So
beginning,
it's not.
it was the brain guys that were on top now. I mean, come on. And now it was
It was
brilliant.
what?
Tafawa Balewa was brilliant. Awolowo was brilliant. I mean,
do you know how many they had? But
was
you will not even see one northerner if you left for
just
the south had all the most educated people.
No,
at that time in
you can
Nigeria.
have more, but in the north, the leadership in the north was still very educated people now. Amadu Bello was educated now. Tafawa Balewa was educated. And you know Tafawa Balewa, he was probably more educated than even the Satan leader self. Tafawa Balewa was the
I
highly
don't know
educated
about
man. Do you know him?
Okay, let's say he was highly educated, but if you group all of them, the ones that are, let's say all the doctors or all the professors or whatever, you find out that the South has vastly more than
Yeah, we have
the North.
we have vastly more people. But what I'm saying is, you saying that they were making the dumb people. You know that story we used to hear, like in the north.
No, they were discussing. No, it's actually a real policy. This especially Lugard, he doesn't like smart. Listen, he said he made effort to keep quite a lot of them. It doesn't mean he kept all of them, but at least the ones that rose past are the ones that are conforming to their own message. If a smart man buys into your narrative, you want him to rise up the rank, isn't it? But if he's smart, but you know that this guy is too independent, you want to keep him away. That is the strategy that he was using during that time. But that said, Baba T seems to have showed up from, I don't know whether he went to wilderness to pray. I don't know. He's back. But the point we are making is that it's like I'm a little bit skeptical now. From what I've seen in the last 2 years, I'm very skeptical of the Nigerian space. And it will take sensitizing the people to shift the system. If you change the people, the leadership will have to change or they'll pop.
Forget about sometimes the thing that will happen to Nigeria. The worst scenario is that everybody goes their own way. That is the worst.
No, that's not that. If you call that one the worst, maybe it's the right point for you to use.
No, what I'm trying to say is
that one, the blood that is going to be shed for that.
What I'm trying to say is that whatever that happens, if you try to like change the system or whatever, that's what's going to happen. And that country.
No, that's not what's going to happen.
You're good as every ways. The Igala good as every ways.
You see how quickly he jumped in with that kind of.
No, I did not jump in like that.
Tribal narrative.
No,
let me finish my point.
He didn't really. I don't think that's what it meant.
I did not jump in like that. I listened to you more than how many.
But Remy, when you say everybody, what do you mean by everybody? Everybody?
Yeah, he just assumed that the Nigerians will just the moment they want to change the government, they'll just divide themselves.
Let him explain what it meant.
You talk about ideology. You talk about people that are different from the political class now. A new ideology coming, sensitize the people, blah blah blah, like that. Who are the people? Are they not the same with the same followership and leadership?
And can I
about? It's the people like us.
Forefathers. You said you said you have a structural problem that the ruling class were brainwashed by, I think it was Mike, by the British and the country around the country. So during this unlearning of so many things and bringing people together, the system itself will resist that change, right? So there will be a pushback. So the problem with Nigerians is like we've always tried to change the system. There's always been this need to revolt against this. It's always had that. But it's like boxing. You can prepare to fight, but we always punch. But the Nigerian people don't have the power to counter punch. When they punch the system and the system punches back, they kind of just recoil back to their old ways. So they've not built enough tolerance or enough strength
because they don't know what
always resist.
Like, I've not seen any smart punch.
Yeah,
let me fight the system.
Let me fight this system more, but I know the system will fight me back. Hold on, let me fight this system more, but they are never prepared for the response from the system. That's the issue what we are having. If you're going to fight the system, you have to prepare for that response from that system because it will resist the change. That's the issue.
Of course, people they said are going to find the change they want now.
Even that one too is like
that's why they don't know how to respond. They don't know they can't define what change they want.
Once the system
when Nigerians saying they are fighting the system, hold on, let me say this. When Nigerians saying they are fighting the system, they are fighting the system in 5 different fronts. One is fighting for Biafra, another one is fighting for restructuring, another one is fighting for resource control, another one is fighting for his religion. So you are fighting system from different fronts. And so when the system punch all of you in the nose, you don't know how to respond because the system usually punch you back with divide and conquer because you already know you don't like each other. So it's gonna be. I don't think Nigerians can fight the system. So Nigerians are not one people.
So and when
I think let me just say something. I think the issue we have is that we are under the illusion that it's optional because we think tribalism, we can just play tribalism, it's okay, we'll be all right. We can do religious division, it's okay, it's all right. Because we don't understand the necessity of this. As a matter of fact, that's not where we start. We also think
the reality.
So that is why.
Let me explain something now. We also think that taking bribe is okay because if they bribe me, I'll eat it and it's gonna be all right. But let me give you a scenario that will make all these things null and void. When you have a country that has been invaded and destroyed, lives have been destroyed, and you watch your own people get destroyed completely, and other people come and fight you, and you have to fight for your survival and survive that fight. Believe you me, the tribal division will be the least of your problem. Somebody bribing you,
That's a
no
lie.
money will be enough. See,
That's
no
a lie.
money will be enough for them. Okay, tell me
Tunanja, go to
why
South
it's a
Africa.
lie.
Go to South Africa. They still doing tribalism.
Mm-hmm.
Osan, the Zulu, the Shona, they still doing it. That's why what they dealt with the whites. White people dealt with all of
No,
them together.
they,
Together.
they,
Go there or ask your bro. I know the people that
what they went through with the whites is the same thing they went through with that Nigerians went through. But even South
it's not.
Africa's
It's not. No. They were all no. They came together to fight apartheid. All these blacks, all of them, Zulu, Kosan, all of them. They were all oppressed and they came together to fight to end apartheid. Apartheid don't finish. Let
yes.
tribalism continue, my friend. Forget what you are talking about.
See, if you are making that argument, you can see that South Africa as a nation asserts its own sovereignty far more than Nigeria.
It's
They
what?
assert their sovereignty. They assert their sovereignty far more than Nigeria does, and that comes from the fact that they actually did a little bit of resistance. If you look at Zimbabwe,
So you are
also
making
did
my
a lot
point
of
now, but it's not
resistance.
because they ended tribalism.
No. My point, as a matter of fact, South Africans are not as divided amongst themselves as you like to think. They are more united against other people, like other black people. Look at what they are doing
Well,
in the
that's
global
because
stage.
you are no because that's because that's one problem. They're not united against you because you are in your country. It's because you come in,
No,
right?
my point is
Hold on,
that
hold on,
they
hold
are
on. You
not
can
as
see
divided
problem.
against themselves, which was the
After they're
point you
done
made.
kicking you out, they still doing their tribalism among themselves. Trust me.
Yeah, even the UK has their own tribalism. My point is that
So why
those
you
are not
telling
the
us that
things.
tribalism is the problem in Nigeria? We're like, come on.
No. I told you that because we think tribalism is optional. That's all we need to play. Like we think working together is optional. I mean, that's the point I was trying to make. That we think it's optional. We don't have to worry about working together. Let's just worry about tribalism. Let's worry about religious division and all those things. That's where
No,
we want to
we
leave
can work
it.
together if we have a common thing that we want to work towards, but we don't.
But we do. It's just that you see, that's
Are you
exactly
kidding
my
me?
point. You just see, hold on,
Are
you
you
just
kidding
made
me?
my point. You just made my
So
point. You see,
a guy that wants Biafra or death. What does that have to do? Is that what me I
because
want?
Biafra is the only thing he can see.
No. I know it's not the
What
only
he
thing.
cannot
What about?
see.
Oh no, I can give you a host of different things. In the Niger
Okay, give me
Delta, the
more,
people
man.
they want my oil, or death, my oil. That's all they cry about all the time. That's
And
not.
it's the only thing he can
That's hold
see
on. That's
too.
their problem. Hold on. They see you say, oh, Yoruba man. He's the one that's colluding with the Northerner. They see him as the enemy. The Northerner, you have like the Canaries. Those one just want their caliphate, their Islam, this and that. No, so everybody want different things. So what we can't and they see the other person.
Everybody wants different thing in different things in England too. But
But
when they
father,
need to deal with, when
no,
they
no,
want to
no.
deal with us, they
But
can
father,
come together and deal with us.
but that
So
that is
let's make no mistake.
no. We're discussing a multi-ethnic society where we have fault lines that this so-called cabal that were installed by these colonialists put in place. So if you're going to fight them, you have to first overcome those things first amongst yourself before you must have a common front to fight them. Once you show cracks, like Mike was alluding to, once you show cracks in your quest to change the system, they will exploit those for like you will see the best guy can be making sentences right now, can have the most genuine points about change. Next thing you say, it was why are you supporting this guy for revolution? It was their grandfather that betrayed us during the Civil War. They know what to say to trigger you. You can genuinely want change, but you say, I will never betray you. It was Azikwe's fault. It was that one's fault. The same person that was with you for revolution, we just switch sides.
So
Because
why do you think they cannot overcome it? Why do you think they cannot overcome it?
it's a very good question. I'm throwing it open out there. If you must overcome
Because that's the point I'm telling you that they think they don't
Tunanja,
understand
tell us
because they
how to
don't see
overcome
the
it now.
reason why. Like I said, in terms of peacetime, I am still searching for that answer. But the one of the parts that
You
I
don't have
have
an answer.
seen is that I can't give you a guarantee.
You never
One of
have
the
an answer.
if I don't know something, I'm not going to tell you I
I
know
know. I
something for certain.
so far that
I have to tell you what I don't know.
I struggle with that too. But until we can answer that question, definitely, don't tell me about revolution then. Until you
Thank you.
can.
Can't get an
No,
answer.
I have a definite part that
So
will
now what we
work.
are telling you before you come and start complaining, go and get an answer first. Then I can listen to your complaint.
You
But I don't
see,
want
you are
to
just interrupting me. You not even let me say anything here. You keep interrupting me. You
ask
don't
you
even
now.
hear
What's
what
the
I
answer?
said.
I don't know.
Then let me talk then. Stop
Okay, go ahead.
interrupting me.
Don't talk. Go ahead, talk.
So the point I was trying to make was that if you wanted to do it peacefully, one of the areas you can do to achieve those things peacefully is to first have an ideology that you create for the nation. In other words, for people to follow, which is mostly nationalistic. It's not tribalistic. It's not religious and all the rest. It's just focusing on what the people care about and paints a good picture
So
of
who
what the
will create
future is
this
going to be
idea?
like.
Who's the person that will create this idea?
Karl Marx,
The
if
president.
you want him to go, if you want come, a human being will do it. My point is that we are talking about the
Okay,
solution.
the
We're not
one
talking about
Sowore is
who
doing, the
will
one
do it.
people like Sowore and he's doing. So is it not really for
Sowore doesn't
everybody?
have an ideology.
No,
He
no,
doesn't.
the
If
one no,
Sowore,
it's not more of a unifying kind of thing. There's no way you want to package it unifying. People that are the person that's going to do it is going to come from somewhere. Shana Yoruba man
see,
won't come from somewhere. Won't
no,
show show.
you see,
Hold
the
on, hold
point
on.
I'm making is that
Wait. Is
he
he a
didn't let
Yoruba
me
man?
finish my point.
But
He
before you
didn't
go,
let
hold
me
on, before
land
you
the
go now,
point.
is he a Yoruba man that will come trying to sell this vision to everybody, or is he one Ijo man, or Igbo man, or Hausa man?
But
But they will
if you
do
let
this
me
thing.
land the point, maybe you will get the
Okay, go
answer.
ahead, land your point.
The point I was making was that if you have an ideology, if one man falls, the ideology stands, another person will replace that person. So it's not wrapped around an individual. Karl Marx wrote the Socialist Manifesto. He wasn't the one that executed it. As a matter of fact, what the Chairman Mao did is different from what the Stalin did. So everybody, the ideology stands on its own. So we don't have an ideology as a nation that has spread across the nation. If you do that,
So now these people you mentioned, Karma, Stalin, he was in a position of power. You understand? So when you're in the only person that can sell
Karl
ideology,
Marx was not in power.
but
He
he
just
didn't
wrote
change it. No, he was just a philosopher, but he didn't change any country like that.
no, he just wrote the book, then others executed
No.
it.
The leadership of countries took his philosophy and imply and use it for their own revolution. But he wasn't the one that went to lead
Yes.
the people that people followed him.
No,
No.
he wasn't the one. No.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So you
So
can't tell me that someone will start preaching philosophy and everybody will start
so
following that.
do you think that, Mike? Do you think the
He's
problem
got
is
to be
that?
a powerful person,
No,
person
no,
in position
no.
of
I didn't tell you that. You just made that one up. Now you asked me what it would take, and I said somebody has to create the ideology first. Then the ideology will. You're going to have other people that will take up the ideology, and they may be the ones to execute it. Like from the context of what happened in other countries, they have different versions that they even executed. The point is that it's not based on one individual. That when the
But
individual is
whoever
taken
is going
out,
to enforce that
then
ideology he has to
the
be in
good.
power first. You agree with me?
Oh yeah, the ideology is what is
Exactly.
going to
So
get the person
he's
in
gonna be a
power.
leader in
No,
Nigeria that's gonna do it.
hold on, you are not understanding. The ideology is what is going to get that person in power. That's what
What?
you are not seeing.
Which
The
ideology?
ideology is what you see. The ideology that the Bolsheviks had is what got them into power
So now
because
Hausa
they
man
were
go get the
selling a
ideology.
vision to the people.
Igbo man go support them, abi. Hausa or na Fulani man go come
See,
up with their
of
ideology.
course they will support it. I don't know why you
Really?
see it like
In
that.
Nigeria?
You think life is good for them right now? You think life is good for you think you now if somebody offers you a country with
Mama, see this guy, you
24/7 power supply,
one
you care
Fulani
whether it's
genius
Igbo
go
man
come
or
and
Hausa man?
Igbo people go
No,
join
no,
behind
Mike,
him.
I'm asking you now. If somebody offers you a country with all the functional amenities as in the West, you are going to care whether it's an Igbo man
Guy,
that is
don't
leading
be
it.
my man. They offer. Don't be today that they
So you're
offer.
going to
Anybody
reject
go
it
and
if it's
preach
an
that don't
Igbo man that is
offer
leading
us.
the movement.
Even though we don't offer us.
Hold on.
Look
And
at this guy.
that's what I raised earlier. That people in Nigeria, I have noticed, they want change. They want everything that we talk about revolution, but that person has to come from their side. So even if that
Exactly.
person has the best idea, If it's not from their own area of the country, they will say no. Even though that person is genuinely fighting for them. That has been the problem. Somebody will tell
I think
you about ABCD. No, they will say, sorry, he's a Christian, so I can't support him. Even though they agree with what he's saying, you do not vote for that person. Or that
I
person
don't believe that. All those things you are hearing,
it's playing out every day now in front of you.
all those things you are hearing. See, when Nigerians are playing football or
forget
South
football.
Africans attack Nigerians. No. I'm not talking about football. I'm talking about
When I
scenarios.
enter dance floor, I don't know where that beat come from.
Hold on. I'm talking about scenarios where Nigerians have come together to do so. If you want to believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to stop you. Believe what you want to believe.
No.
The truth is that there are many nations that are diverse that have gone on to do great things. You can believe what you want, but it's not reality.
You can only what we can
You
do.
will
What we can end
follow.
up doing is maybe
Your
individuals
problem
start
is that
doing
you
this
think
thing.
you have a choice. You see, this is what I said earlier on. You think you have a choice. When the time comes, you don't. If you stand in the way, you get thrown out of the way. When the time comes, you don't have a choice.
You have pipe dream. You stand like this guy, Lama. That's
Maybe.
what that guy always talk.
See,
We need to come
see,
together. Yeah, we need to
see,
I'm like this guy.
Mike, let me say this to you.
Bros, you are doing pipe dream.
One
Don't
of the
focus on
best things,
reality, man.
one of the best things that can happen to our people is maybe one of these my dreams come true. The worst thing that can happen, none of them come true in terms of all these problems that we could face and solve them. Because if we don't face these problems, we are already dead. But we are too stupid to realize it. Because sooner or later, others will come and take whatever we've got left. We will become like
What
the
is this problem,
Indians
Tunaja? What is the problem?
living in reservations.
Tunaja,
That's
what is
what we
the
are going to
problem?
become.
What is that problem you need to solve?
The problem of, let's say you have a foreign enemy come and attack you, and you hope you survive it. Because if you don't survive it, you will
Tunaja, you say
fail
we have the
again.
problem we have now. It's not foreign enemy attacking us. You say the problem we have now that we are too stupid to solve it. What is that problem?
No. The thing is, if you don't realize you have the problem is that the world is not there to, it doesn't owe you a living. You need to survive. Like when you are going for an Olympics competition, you don't say because you're not seeing the British person, you're not seeing the American person, you don't prepare for Olympics. You have to prepare because the world is ticking on and on. What are we doing? We are busy navigating about tribe. I see there's no consequences to it. Sooner or later,
Bro,
the consequences will come calling, and we are going to pay a heavy price for it. If we are lucky, we will survive it. If we are unlucky, we will go into the wilderness.
My brother, allow me to talk now. Bros, I don't think the problem of Nigeria is people complain about other tribe. I think the problem of Nigeria is we're not producing, we're not productive. And tribalism has nothing to do with why you, Igbo man, or you, Ijo man, or you, Calabar man, or you, Kanuri man in your region, you can't learn how to start producing what they are producing in Japan. You understand? It's not tribalism that's causing you not to do that. It's just black man just don't know how to build. He just doesn't. He's not interested in building. That's your problem. In Europe,
That's why
hold on.
the
In
Benin Kingdom
Europe,
built the
wait, let me
largest
land now.
structure.
Let me land. In Europe, they do tribalism. A Frenchman, I really don't see it. The way French people talk about Spanish people, it's not like they tolerate each other's tribe like that. But what they all do is they're all productive people and they're progressing. And when it's time to do business, they come together, do deals. They come together and do deals. But it doesn't mean they love each other. They tolerate each other's region. The Scottish man really don't like the English man. They don't, So that's not anyone's problem. You understand? That's not why you're not developing. So all these things people come, oh, reason Africa's not developing tribalism. Get the hell out of here.
Did you hear me say it's tribalism? I never said. So like you just make an argument. I don't know why you're making the argument.
Ask a question? Have you ever heard a Nigerian tell you that? Well, I like the guy, but I'm sorry, he's not a Muslim. I can't vote for him. Oh, he's just a wonderful person, but you see, it's from that part. That part in 1945, their parents, one guy from that area did something. So therefore, I can't. That is the Nigerian mindset. That's the who we are. Somebody will tell you, but I'm asking the question because when I was 3 years ago, I always ask that question. For you to have a revolution, you must have rock bottom. What is rock bottom? Because rock bottom is what will determine when race, culture, tribe will no longer matter. Everybody will be on the same page. But Nigeria, to me, they have moved the goalposts and they have redefined the meaning of rock bottom. because when you think that they should have had enough, they move the goalposts. So I don't even know what it means to be down in Nigeria anymore, because they keep
I think the truth is that what you consider rock bottom is not the real rock bottom. You see,
so what is,
people can suffer. People can suffer. That
tell
is not
me what rock bottom is.
rock bottom is. What the
cannot
rock
make a
bottom
black man.
is to me.
Let me tell you rock bottom.
Let me say,
Slavery.
Mike, you are interrupting me now. That is not polite.
Slavery
Let
was
me
all
finish what
rock
I'm
bottom.
saying. No,
Calm
no, no.
down, man.
That is rock bottom at the time. But remember, they went on to colonize us. This is why I said, if
Did the
something happens to you like
slavery
that,
not hit you well when you wake up?
see, hold on. If people come to try to conquer you and you survive it, that's when you can emerge and grow. But if you don't survive it, it's like a baptism of fire. If you don't survive it, you collapse. But
So
if
the
you
moment
survive
you know they
it, you
survive
rise
things,
up.
why don't make you do anything?
Tell me,
But
okay.
we've not survived any conquest
So the slavery they do to
independence.
you.
No, I'm saying that in
They
this world.
won the war after the slavery. Come on, you know that.
Tell me one European country that will endure 1/10 of what Nigeria is enduring right now. They will have revolted.
They would have killed themselves. When you come out, do this like to suffer.
You know why we can enjoy a lot more? You know why we can enjoy a lot more?
Why?
Because Sudan is enduring a lot harder.
But
Somalia
why are we
enduring a
that
lot
way?
harder. Congolese are
Don't tell
enduring
me
a lot
about
harder.
it. No.
But let me explain now. If you see the reason why we can endure more, because it happens
because
gradually.
you are a
The
sufferer.
degradation, the degradation happens gradually. The degradation happens gradually. So it's like boiling a frog, as they say. So that's how we got here. But the real bottom is going to only happen when real cataclysm or something catalytic happens. Something very big has to happen to unite the people. And my only prayer is something big enough to unite the people and strong enough to nudge them to do what is right for their people. And I don't know anything else other than a major conflict. I don't know anything else that can galvanize people to a level that you see in the way they build nations. I don't know anything else.
We had a bloodiest civil war in African history. Did he galvanize
That one is against yourself. See, I keep qualifying it. This is why I keep qualifying it. You have to survive the war, and it shouldn't be against yourself. If you fight against yourself, you might as well. It's self-harm now. You're harming yourself.
Hold on. Did the Biafran war unite the Igbos? Anambra man was
They lost.
Imo man is not original Igbo.
the puppet of the colonizers lost, and that's defeated the Igbos anyway. So from the point of view of that conflict,
there
we
was
all
no
know the
victor, no
outcome of it.
vanquished. What are you talking about?
Whatever you want to call it, you call it. Either way, it wasn't good for us.
Okay, no, go ahead, because I really want to know. Okay, let's do it this way, please. You know, real rock bottom means when you don't care anymore. Like, enough is enough. Even you like, I am willing to die for this cause. Ask yourself the question: is any Nigerian willing to die for anybody else in that place for the good of that place? I don't care anymore.
This is why I told you that he's going to need something higher.
But it's not even Nigerian. It's a black man thing. Black man.
Okay. There you go.
This is why I told you that he's going to take something higher. It's not something that you think you have a choice.
Like
most
what?
nations, to be fair.
Like what? Tell me what it is. What would it take?
Okay, do you know what the Japanese did to the Chinese when they invaded them? Do you know what North Korea was like when Americans bombed it, and Vietnam, all those things that happened to them? Look at where they are today. You see, when those things happen to your people, and you see your people perishing, and you fought and survived, you will not take life for granted anymore. You will realize it will crystallize it in your mind.
So now, let me tell you where me and my party are coming from. I think you need to move to the United States, right? The black Americans, they went through all the Holocaust in this country, everything, like the Jim Crow, the slavery, everything. Just come to America, come to their community. That thing didn't wake them up. I'm telling you. In fact, we will not even go through that mode. You are even more woken than them. Go to their community, they are still self-destructive, and it's like you would want to say, these people, did you all go through something at all? The thing didn't make them really determined to become any, like it didn't make them. That's why no black man get problem.
Yeah, you seem to be missing the caveat that I always use. I said you have to have survived the attack. You have to have survived against the people. The people are still controlling them.
No one is control. I beg. No one is controlling anybody here, man. I beg. We live in the United States here,
Okay, of
man.
course, nobody's controlling. Look at
No
this
one is
one. Where
control.
is his
Papa T, I
country?
beg.
His
Wake
own
up in the
country.
morning. Anybody they control.
He barely owns anything in his country, and he's thinking that nobody's
Have
controlling the country.
you even been to America? They're arguing with us there.
Forefathers.
I can't believe you. You know how many military bases America has in the world, and you say nobody's controlling nobody.
Hold on. You said Japan. That thing galvanized the people, right? For a common cause, right?
The Japanese?
Yeah. Something galvanizes people to revolt, to change who they are.
The Japanese, the reason why the Japanese are doing well is one, the Americans wanted to use them as a counterbalance against China. That is one of the primary reasons that the Japanese are doing well. Because they failed against America, and they lost against America. If America wanted to make them suffer, they would have suffered.
You have to fight. What can galvanize the north, south, east, and west of Nigeria? What's that common purpose that will I mean, like, what is that thing? Something has to unite people that they can all say. Okay,
I think what would have united Nigeria if it was if the president had decided that he was going to invade Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, he would have found Nigeria. Almost all the black community united against him. But I don't even think I'm not even sure that would be strong enough a catalyst. It will unite us a lot, but it will not be strong enough catalyst to get us to where we
Let me
need to
answer
get
your
to.
question. Papa T, let me answer your question. You Tunaja cannot give you an answer. Forget it, man. Let me answer your question. There are two things that can make us progress. One, as far as unity goes, one will be progress. Like, let's say one region or two regions are advancing, they discover, making scientific breakthrough, they're becoming very industrious, and like, we are progressing, and everybody will begin to align with our people. Like, wow, okay, these people here, they will kind of like submit to them, like, okay, wow, this tech, they're advancing, and people will follow them. You understand? And then from there, that progress can unite people. Like, okay, wow, we see this, that's one thing that can bring people together. Some progress, some kind of interest, which is usually everyone is interested in progress. I want something.
Can you give us examples?
I just give you an example now. Maybe one part of Nigeria becomes let's say Silicon Valley emerge in one part of Nigeria, and the impact. For example, even Dangote alone can unite a bunch of millionaires and people. Everybody fall behind. Once the guys start changing lives, now everybody will line behind the man. Like, well, you forget which tribe you come from, that kind of thing. So if
how many nations has this ever happened?
Allow me, man. Allow me.
Oh, don't over talk, Jare. You that interrupt people constantly. Tell us which country this has happened to.
Okay, forget it. You forget which country.
No. I'm not going to forget it, Mike. Okay. I refuse.
Okay, I don't have
Mike, you have to tell us the country.
Okay, I don't have answer to your question, but let me
No, Papa, please. We are brainstorming here. Nobody, like, even I am struggling with the Nigerian.
Well, let me give another.
But you just told me I wasn't going to give an answer. And you now.
I'm making a statement. You let me land now. You already threw me a question. Let me land. Dude, calm down.
You get also timing.
The other way Nigeria can advance, which is what Remy always say, give people their autonomy to advance in their own pace. And maybe one region or two or three or whatever begin to advance very well. The other people will like those people. I want to learn from them, and they can work with them. So give people that autonomy, whether region or ethnic group, whatever. Just give them power
like Lagos or Zamfara
to be in control of themselves, so we can all be in peace. So we have nothing that is dividing us. Because this idea of we are all this unitary one thing is never. That's the root of our division, because it's never going to be balanced. Because one region will be producing one region will be producing way more than others, and the other will feel like, why am I doing more than these people, and these people are holding me back. So until maybe give everyone the autonomy, and we can be one people, so no one is in anyone's way. Those are the two options me I can produce and present.
And Mike, we had our autonomy before we got colonized.
But what issue do you have with what Mike said?
You always make that statement as if it makes sense.
Because hold on. Because at that kind of path to true freedom and independence of the people. So just because it hasn't been done anywhere else doesn't mean it can't be done in Nigeria. So you see my point.
You
So
see,
yeah,
for
I don't.
such an important thing, you want to have data, historical examples of where things are, something like this has happened, because it's so important. You can't just say things like that without having references. I agree with him in terms of when people develop at their own pace, there's merit to say that people will be more efficient at adapting. But you can also argue that sometimes when you have a central control, people are more efficient. So it depends on how you want to approach the environment. But what you see in the world is that various systems, like he describes, some parts are autonomous while others are more centralized. They are all still performing very well. It tells you that that trait in societies is not the deciding factor. The deciding factor that I can see is craziness, where people have been invaded and trashed and everything, and they go on to build great things. And you know what pointed that thing out to me was when Chairman Mao said that he thanked the Japanese for invading them, that if they had not done that, China would not be where it is today. They would not have woken up. That triggered that idea that, maybe there's something that happens to people when something like this happens to them. And it occurred to me that this is why Hitler did the first flag attack in Reichstag, I think the German parliament or something like that. And you hear about first flag operation. I think the Japanese did a first flag operation too. Because when they do these things, they rile the people up, they get the people ready for conflict, like their lives are under threat. When people are afraid for danger, for their lives, they unite. They have no choice. You either unite or die. Which one? Is it about money now? Take money and die. What that money is going to keep you alive. You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
when it gets to that kind of point, money doesn't matter anymore.
So in the Nigerian context, when is that point? Just bring it back to Nigeria. In the Nigerian context, when will we get to that point, or what would be the what would be the indicators that we can say?
I think when we'll get to that point, I think from my own my own analysis, I think if you have an ideology first, you start sensitizing people and winning the argument on the ground. If you can gain space, they will resist. If you can gain space and win the space on the ground, people will become more conscientized.
Can you give us
They are
give me one? No, give me one ideology that you think. Because if you just give me one
okay.
ideology,
Let's say, like, I will use one of my favorite, which is security. If you can make that argument and crystallize it in people's mind that you deserve protection and you shouldn't have to be kidnapped and killed and all the rest of it, that you deserve protection, and that if you get this is what is going to happen. You can be able to live freely, your children will grow up fine, you'll be able to go to hospital, and you paint a picture of what the new world is supposed to look like after that measures have been taken. And if you start winning that argument, guess what is going to happen? When the leaders try to oppose the idea, the people will rise up. For me, that is one of the, and because the leaders are still going to keep misbehaving, isn't it? The only way they can kill the ideology is to fulfill it, because people will want the ideology to come to pass. So that is one of the most peaceful paths you could use. In a way, that's what the Bolsheviks did. The Bolsheviks didn't come into the country just guns blazing. By the time they got to the capital or wherever they landed in the Soviet Union or Russia at that time, the military had already taken over the government for them. So they barely did anything. It wasn't very bloody. So
So
because they had
Naja,
won the argument on the ground.
the reason these can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason these countries are talking about advancing is because they believe in scientific research and studies and using their brain and working hard. Bro, they don't need to come and bomb you before you start doing the same, okay? So stop all these before we start to advance. We need someone to come and invade us and violent us. To Naja, nothing stop you from start thinking today and start using your brain to start learning how to make things, okay? So stop all these things you always come here to tell us, man. I beg.
Okay, can I come in here?
Come
Good
in,
morning.
Jerry, my brother.
You see, to Nigeria, I've listened to you. Try to understand where Mike is trying to, portray to us. The truth of the matter is that every countries have their history, where they are coming from. The real problem we have in Nigeria is that room was not really given for we to discuss the kind of country we want to build. So it means we don't know what we want to build. We just assume as a people. And that's why things are falling apart. Let me give you an example to back up Mike. Do you think if the northern part of Nigeria were to be autonomous region on their own, do you think these terrorists will have space in that place? The answer is absolutely no, because they turned blind eyes to solid minerals they were having. After all, they were in the charge. They were the one in charge of the crude oil in the south. They own the oil where. So it's like we are shitting those people in the south. They have it in their mind. We are dominating them. And as a result, they turn blind eye. So most of the generals, retired generals, they quickly, queue in and start mining this stuff, bringing people from far away. And those guys gradually they master the soil and they started doing all this kidnapping. Gradually, now it's not a bigger issue. You can see. So if we want to build a country, there is need for we to return Nigeria to the autonomous region. That's just the truth. Because that is what every country in the world is doing. I don't know why we're asking questions. Let me give you an example. Even United Kingdom, they say United Kingdom. I think you live there, sir. You have Way, you have Ireland, you have Scotland, you have these. These are autonomous we're talking about. They even have prime ministers. Even when United Kingdom pounds, they have, every region have right to print. They print their own, what is it called? Pictures of their people with the same note. So there are things they enjoy. And Ghana gave sense of belonging. Now, Nigeria only has sense of belonging when their tribal man is a president. And that is a very serious issue. Now that the Yoruba man is ruling, yes, we can criticize Tinubu, but there are areas you want to push to. And the people will tell you, no, this is our brother. We can't just let it be like this, man. We can't allow these people. I'm just telling you the truth now. We know that things are not like meeting up to our expectation. If we are allowed to go this way, we are stupid. If Amsama is there, that's what's going to happen. You can criticize, but there are things you push for. They'll say, no. These people can't do this one. If Igboma is there tomorrow, he's going to do the same thing. So let us, let them return back to regional system. Or even if these states, they want us to remain in this state
respond to him
level.
now since he's addressing me.
Yeah, since we want to, if it is even state, we should also plan for autonomy. That is what the entire European is enjoying. And I see no reason why we cannot enjoy it. Imagine, I don't know where you are from in Nigeria. Suddenly somebody will come with bulldozer to your community. The local government chairman don't even know what is happening. They will tell you someone has given them permit in Abuja to come and start digging this place, that there are mineral resources there. Is that how it's done in Europe? My local government can stop any federal government project here in Sweden. If it deem they don't, if they look at it, look, this one we don't need it here, and that is the end. There's no court you can go because we have power over their land.
Midwest, the Europe that
Thank
you're
you.
talking about, when you call police, the police will show up in 15 minutes, but you're not going to
Forget
get that
about
in
police first. The reason is that they
example.
have region.
Now
That's why police is coming.
let me make
The
the
reason
point I wanted to
the
make.
reason why police to Nigeria, the reason why I call police and police will come is because they operate that regional government.
Okay, now let me
That's
make the
simple.
point I wanted to make.
Exactly. Have local police, state police, all those things.
Let me make the point I wanted to make. You see, the type of government doesn't matter. Whether it's centralized, regional, most nations still function.
Does matter,
Even
man.
it doesn't matter.
No.
Let me explain. You are not
like,
letting me talk now. Come on, don't do this. See, he addressed me. If that was the case, that because if the Northerners were controlling their region, they would have made sure that all those theft is not happening. But it's happening in Burkina Faso, it's happening in Niger, and it's happening in Mali. That's what they are all fighting right now. As a matter of fact, even this in Egypt has similar problems. So the type of government we are arguing for is not necessarily the one that is going to lead to a panacea. We had it to an extent in 1960, and look at what happened in 1966.
we were progressing now.
Yeah, we were progressing into a civil war, and then
No,
after the civil war,
No. Mike, don't say that. We never progress into civil war. We never.
see,
It's just that you see.
let me finish the point I was making. See, the idea that just because the UK is more centralized than I like to think. When you go online right now, go and look at the powers the Scottish this leader has, the first minister has. You will see that the first minister's power, the only thing that she has, that our governors don't have, and our governors have some that she doesn't have, which is immunity. Is the ability to have police, and which other one? There was one other thing that she has. That's it. The first minister of Scotland has. So the UK is centralized. Their oil goes to the center. They don't even have any special allocation of oil to Scotland and funds of
But
oil to
UK rule
Scotland.
the
Nothing.
world now. I mean,
Mike,
they
you,
control other
Mike,
countries'
wait.
resources, man.
Not Mike, Tubaba, wait. See, that does not mean we don't have central government when you have a region. What it does is this: the simple thing is that when people talk of accountability and transparency, it is only regional government that will make it to happen. Look, if for example, the federal now is expecting 50% of the resources or profit, let me use that word, whether it's natural or transaction or tax from one region, they are going to put a standard system on ground so they can see exactly what that region is making and be expecting their 50%. In Nigeria case, nothing is on ground. Now, if Tinubu want to announce the kind of money he has put in the hand of your governor only this 1 year, you will cry. Money for
It's
environment,
not a
you
lot
don't
of
even hear
money. It just
these
seems
things.
like a lot. It's not a lot.
And there is no accountability. That is why everybody is becoming so corrupt. And you see that nobody cares. People believe this country can't offer them anything. So this is my opportunity to grab the money. If you have a regional government and the federal now, understand that even if, for example, you have a resources in one region, you want to mine it, you still need the federal. That is not what we are saying here. But however, the process of mining it will now involve both the regional government, the local government, everyone will now have a role to play. Even when the money is coming, it's going direct to the federal covers. But there will be documents that have allotted or a system, those regions, that this amount of money is coming. And this is your own. People are there to work with it. Every minister of finance are there to work with it. They have right to demand and say, this is not clear. We need this document. And that's all. So a
So
situation
that
where
you
we don't
think
even know the
that
price of
when you
oil we
have
are
all these
selling.
things that the Nigerian government will be solved? Do you think when you have all these things the issues will be solved?
The issue will start solving. People will
Yeah.
not know who to hold accountable. We
Exactly.
don't have
People will know who to hold
school.
accountable.
You reach,
Exactly.
you go and tell your governor, he will tell you, no, my Abuja people now Kosamu. If I wish I have my own police now, would have
So
protect everybody.
among the
And when
40
they
black
want to
African
kill everybody
countries,
because of election.
among around the 45 black African countries, how many of them do you think don't have this system you're talking about?
How many African countries have you been to?
On average, we
See,
have 192 constitutions
how
written
many,
so far.
I want to ask you, how many African countries have you been to or stayed and look at their system?
I've stayed in multiple African countries. Some of them part in parliamentary system like that of Ghana, and that of this in Gambia. So I've seen different systems of the African state, and most of
Okay,
them are different kinds of government that they have in the rest of the world
What are
too.
you proposing for
But the point
Nigeria
I'm
then?
making is that out of 192 possible constitutions that have been written, what makes you think writing 193 is going to transform this thing? If you
So
don't
Nigeria,
I
we
don't
transform the
already
for
people,
explaining it to
me.
you
forget
now.
it.
Yeah, I see asking question. He broke it down to you. You can hold
Well,
your
I
local
have
people
explained it,
accountable.
Mike,
Now we
but
have a problem of not being able to hold people accountable because they're in Abuja. We don't know what they are doing there. But in his
what they are
locality,
doing.
in his region where they all speak the same language,
The local
they
people are the ones that
they
don't
know.
pay salary. We are here talking this thing.
Hello. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, I don't know this. This narrative we say if we go back to regional government before Nigeria will work. But why you people not looking the history of Nigeria? How long did regional
They don't.
government stay before the 1960 bloody school? How many years?
Wait,
If it
my
was
brother.
There was
The
corruption.
regional
Oh. Do
government
you know that
was
there was corruption during that period? That's what led to the coup. There was
I don't think
massive
these people
corruption
even
going on
what
during
understand.
led
We
that
to the
just
time.
go
coup.
with
Now
narrative.
oil, now led to the coup. Now oil. Those
No, there
Well,
was
Abuja guy
corruption.
there.
Oh,
Now lie. No be
we
no be
may we
corruption.
may
you've
not
not
Now
checked
lie.
the
we may
history
Now
now.
we
him
may
Let
do.
me
we
see if
may
I
not
can find
we may not
evidence.
agree. Every one of us may not agree on a region or autonomy, but if Nigeria continue on this direction that we have, something worse than civil war is ahead. So have that one in
Exactly.
your mind. So if we said we have the regional, let me just tell you, the regional system worked perfectly. It worked perfectly.
For 3
Only
years,
the east.
and it turned to bloody.
Yeah,
He
wait
didn't
now.
turn
It
to
worked
bloody.
perfectly. Wait, it did not turn to. Even the British who colonized us never tried what we are trying today. They gave us region, even when they have power to seize us and say
That,
one country.
no, leave your emotion aside. I'm asking you, how long did that regional government sustain that turned to bloody 1966?
But
What do
Nigeria,
you even
it's not
understand?
regional government that led to bloody.
Wait,
It's the
Now,
unitary
why
government
you
that led
saying?
to.
the regional war, the regional government did not cause war. It is tribalism that caused war.
My God, do you know the corruption that what have you even watched? Have you wait now? Have you watched? Have you watched this? What's the name of this hearing during this Oputa panel? Those people that participate in that 1960 coup. Have you watched that? Have you? Did you watch it?
But the
Did
coup
you
has
know
nothing to
what they
do with
said? The
regional
complaint that they
government.
brought out that was happened before, and what led them to carry out that coup?
Okay, explain to us.
What?
Explain to us.
No,
Explain to us.
no,
What
you
are the
can
regional?
explain. You can explain. Let us also have a claim because
Let
I
me tell you one.
Midwest, please allow him to explain
Wait
to us how the regional
wait,
government.
let somebody to leave emotion, my brother.
Yeah.
See, let me tell you. See, they said one in 19, I think the first election, that was 1963. That how the all the region, the north and the south, they were using the military to rig election. One, that was I just continue. Then number two, the corruption that was going on was alarming, and Nigeria was over suffering. Number three, they said majority of all the maybe Awolowo, Azikiwe, Samadu Bello, they are infiltrated all the everybody have military, they have their own police there. That they infiltrated all of them, the military, that they were using them. And everybody was wanting to go to the center. That's what caused their Awolowo and Azikiwe. You go and this is Oputa Pan, all of them is there live. It's not, these are the people participating in it. It's not my word.
Okay,
What
my
led to
brother, let me come in here. Wait,
there was
can I
killing
come in
in the
here?
civil side.
Wait. Let me come here because the way you are
The
presenting
thing
it.
about the past with rose-tinted glasses
Wait,
without really checking the
wait,
details.
my brother. You see, Oputa panel. It was trying to like a panel where people come and argue against themselves. We were trying to, everybody have his own version when they were talking. I listened to it. The truth of the matter is that the first coup was never a coup of Nigeria. It was ethnic coup. People aligned on the basis of ethnicity to do what they did. Let me tell you, who told you Nigeria were solving during the region? The answer is lie.
You don't even understand. You don't even watch it, my brother. You're not emotionally scouting. I'm telling you what they lay out.
Najama, let me give a response to you now. Give me a chance to respond to you.
Okay, let me describe the state of the economy to you. Our economy were far better than nearly the entire European economy in terms of reserve. And those guys you said they were corrupt, go and show us their building. Go and show us their mansions.
Do you know the finance minister for the Sokoto?
What does he have? He has nothing when he died.
But Najama, sorry.
This guy saying, you don't even
sorry.
You're just saying as if you are there. Have you born? I'm telling you the history of people who participate in all those things. I'm telling you this and that.
Midwest, please.
Nothing.
Midwest, please. Najama, the corruption you keep pointing at, the Ekotebo, the others, it's in the center now. It's not within the region now. All these things you are complaining about, the fights were in the center. The regions were governing themselves independently. They had resource control. They had their constitution. They were governing and they were all progressing. But where the problem came was when they meet in the center. And also, Nnamdi Azikiwe was the one that really created problem because he started interfering in the Western region problem. It's not from the West. He started coming there trying to interfere. You want to be premier of the Western region. You are not from there. And two, he was still beefing with Awolowo. He became president. Next thing, put Awolowo in jail. You are not for what? What's your business? It's Azikiwe that was interfering. And then thirdly, as far as the coup goes, in the Eastern region, the what do you call them? The minority there wanted to emulate what happened in the Western region when the Midwest people decide that okay, they will create extra region for themselves, so the minorities become one region, so the Yoruba don't dominate, kind of stuff. And in the East, these rivers and all those other people wanted to create their own region too, because the constitution allow everyone to opt out through referendum. But the Southeasterners were the problem. They were the one that just had issue with those things. That's why they did a coup, like no division, no. And then Iron City started to make a unitary system. So the whole violence is not because the regional system was the problem. The violence was because some people just, I guess something wasn't going their way, and somehow they have to put nose in other regions' problem. That's what happened. It wasn't really regional. Yorubas were doing well. We had our idea, we had our philosophy, we were
Yeah.
creating our curriculum. We were doing well. Just leave us alone, you know. And the Midwest, when
This
you guys created your hold on, let me land. This one is important. Midwest, when the Midwest broke away from the Western region, the oil in Delta States was belonged to the Midwestern region. And you guys would have been controlling your oil, building all the oil revenue for Delta State today would have been going to the capital of Midwestern region. You guys will be building your place. There won't be no Northerners coming to own oil well in Delta State. So it was going well, and the Northerners did not have a problem with it. It was my Southeastern brothers that just had a problem because there are people all over Nigeria. They want equal right everywhere they go. They want to be equal in the north, and they want their people to be equal in the Yoruba land. And as you could say, Yorubas are doing tribalism to the Igbo people in Yoruba land. They were the only people that had problem with that regional problem, and they created all the problems. So you can't say regional
Okay,
problem
Mike,
was the
let me
problem.
ask you. Okay, let me ask you one question, then you continue. See, what do you think now? For example, if we go back to that regional government, what make you to think that thing that you explain now will not take place again?
No. See, today that argument of you mean the Southeasterners will come and who knows in other people's region problem this time?
Maybe don't leave the
Oh, it won't take
southwest.
place again, oh. Bros.
Maybe like from the middle.
Okay. Well, no. If you want to say the reason, okay, if you want to talk about coup, even when we became unitary, we still have so many coups after that now. We're having coup after coup after the unitary system now. When we came together, we're having coup. So don't say regional system was the reason for coup. Coup will be coup. You understand? There will be some problem that will always be there, whether it's regional or unitary. Even those things you complain about, corruption, whatever, we still have it today in the unitary system. So there's some problem that's just problem. You can't say it's because of the system of government. It's just human problem. You understand? The issue of we are complaining about fighting for power in the center. We still doing it today now. I will try to fight to go center because this time is even worse. Because you believe because the president really, has so much power over your region this time. At least back then, most people didn't even care about who become like the people in the Yoruba land back then didn't care whether Olo become president of Nigeria. They just Yoruba become president because they just want their region. They just focus on their region. In fact, their own fighting was within themselves, like who will become a leader. They want Olo to continue. They didn't want Akitola to continue because Olo was really did great. You understand? So that was within them. They didn't go and fight in another region for their political problem. They were fighting their own region over their own political problem, and they would have solved it among themselves. But today, everybody is a national war
No,
now.
I'm asking you, if we go back to regional government, what make you think that we don't interference again? That is what I'm just asking you.
No,
One, there will be rule of law. There will be accountability.
Was there no rule of law by then?
See one thing, we not they mix everything together.
No, can you hold on, please?
Wait, my brother, let me learn. What led us to the civil war? Even before we got independent.
No civil war. We're talking about the coup. Something led to the coup, not civil war. The coup led to the civil war.
Which coup? Wait, the coup was it? Look at, I listened to this Maputa panel. I think Bulem the Kodama. He said it was in everywhere that Sadana of Sokoto was already in line with Egypt. They were in line with this, that they want to Islamize Nigeria.
That book he wrote, 20, the counter it with 20 rumor. That was 20 rumor inside that book. Don't just discuss that book. That discarding that panel.
Was Operation No Mercy. Those people they lie.
Was just lie. Discard that book there in that panel, please. Don't say anything about that book.
This one is not from my mouth. Let me quickly land this one, please.
I'm not
Can
talking.
I land it?
No, just to clarify, because he said that they had a coup during the regional government. There was also coup during the presidential run as well.
That's what I said earlier.
But we are asking that for Nigeria, if you compare the way we were during those first 3-4 years, were we not better off than what we had after, or in a different system that we've adopted? So you go with the best you've done. Now you then start to rectify the mistakes you made. the weakness of that system is what you would then fix. But it's still the best option we have now. If you have anything better, please tell us. But
Yeah,
as far as
Raji,
the best.
the British left 1960. The first election we had in Nigeria, 1963.
Mhm.
How was that election? That you people are not looking back. You are just looking because we grow and be hearing sweet word. What led to it? We have to diagnose it.
I
Very
just
probably.
But
I
no one
just
cared too
told
much about
you
that
now.
election because the regional people didn't care about too much about the
I just
setback.
told you that there were
Everybody were
problems.
concerned about their region.
There were problems with
See,
that system. Oh, hold on, let me finish that. There were problems with that system. But I'm saying that even with the problem in that system, it was still the best that we have. Now, if we go back to that system, we can then fix those kinks in that system. Is what I'm saying. But you can't dismiss that it was still the best that we've ever had in that country. It's all I'm saying. So nobody's saying that system had a problem. But compare that system as terrible as it was to what you have right now, it's still better.
Baba, let me even shock Nigeria. What he doesn't understand about what we have today. Do you know that this system we have today, somebody from first of all, governor have power to depose the king in this so-called constitution we have today. That's one. And two, hold on. Let me even
who
say this.
merited the position?
But hold on. This is very important. What I'm about to tell you next. Do you know that this unitary system we have today, anybody can become governor. A guy from one region can become governor in another region. So basically, a guy from Anambra can become governor in Edo State if he trick Edo people to vote for him or even maybe rig election. And when he become governor, he's more powerful than your king. And if he come from a region where they don't respect king, they don't believe in king, and now your culture, you can stomp on your culture and say, me and Oba the bump do. Let me dethrone him. Because the constitution give him power over him. That's what we're having today in Nigeria today. Why is it some people who come to Lagos and be telling about Lagos, we don't respect king, that kind of thing. You are stumbling on people's culture. We have culture here now. We still have it. So some people don't or make me a go Kano now. They go hold on, please, make I go Kano now. Me I carry Quran. I don't be Muslim. If I carry Quran now, step on that they go chop. I mean, come on now. So you need to understand we have problem here now.
What led us to the first coup? That is what led us to the first civil war. When Ahmadu Bello said in this country, like, look, you are different from me, and we have differences, and they say yes, they know. Says okay, let's sit down and let us discuss so we know those differences and know how to handle them. That is the best idea. The way we are in Nigeria now, something more than that civil war.
When he said it, this guy, please, you are just giving pam story. When he said it, did they agree with him? When Awolowo said Nigeria is like oil and water, they agree with him.
It is this is look at our problem. The Easterners believe that they can rule everybody. They never agree.
So you have to put it straight so everybody is listening to us. They will hear. Not that half story. I don't like
that is where we have the problem. Instead of them to really agree to discuss this issue, knowing very well that these people are concerned about particular issue, they went and discussed politics with them, how they can be prime minister, and how the regional one is for them because it doesn't concern anybody. So we will not talk about Ahmadu Bello, but they are raging. Okay, you will command this, and Awolowo has no position from Fendra. He was betrayed. And when he returned back to West, okay, let me go and meet my people. Akitola is already there. And this is where the Western region, that's where they have this problem. If the Central were properly arranged, or Awolowo was the Speaker of the Senate, I will tell you we will not have that problem.
Now, Awolowo that was blackmail and put into prison. Do you know blackmail Awolowo?
No, it gets to a point. It was not like that from the beginning. There were space. I'm talking about that period of time. He was a free person. He was moving around. He was with the as a forefather of that country. And after that betrayal to him, he went back to his region. That is where the genesis of everything began. They planned everything. Suddenly, he ended up in jail. There was a terrible crisis in the western part of Nigeria. So the truth of the matter is this. When you look at Bull and what he was saying, he said, let those who merited it rule the country. The question is, tell me anybody that doesn't merit to be president. If not for the ethnicity. You that is talking here, you can rule the country.
I said discuss that man. Don't everything that man, so unless you are not looking, maybe you just watch only that segment. That man, everything he said that is total lie. A man write a book that go with 20 rumor and they discard that book in that panel. You are still talking about all this, everything is submission. He said merit. What was happening by then? Everything was merit. That's why the Igbos, we are all in officer in all the military. All the civil, everything. The rest people were just civil servants. No, what are you talking about? Nigeria was ruled by merit then. You are just talking of today. You have to say 90. When did the British military leave Nigeria? They leave in 1965. Who's supposed to be the GCO? It's not
there was no federal character back then. No. There was no quota.
Quota, you understand? There's no quota system. It's by merit. When the British military leave Nigeria in 1965, the next person that's supposed to be the GOC, supposed to be Mama Larry. Because the Minister of Defense was the Northerner, he had the Northerner to know that they even love themselves. He had to say, no, don't let the military want Mama Larry to be, because he's more trained, more experienced, to be the GOC. But the Northerner by themselves, they said, no, there cannot be a chief of staff, and another Northerner will be the GOC. He said, no, give it to Aguiyi-Ironsi. Aguiyi-Ironsi was not even a full military. A full commandant. You have to understand all those things. The way they would take the Easterner, but the Easterner, go and look at our World War book. I forget the title of that book they read there in 1946. The plan of them to take over Nigeria. What are we talking? No, we have to look this thing
public. It's the matter of time.
Want to wipe everything we are taking over Nigeria. Well, the Midwest that we are talking today, even the small civil war that we don't have, don't you know what we suffer? So I will let you. I like this unity system, no matter what people are talking. Because this is what everybody go have the soldier, police there, reward them, invade every little ethnic group. No, if you are fighting for yourself, you are still fighting for myself, my brother. Because I've read those books, many books, I've looked that panel, I've read many books about that civil war. All of them, the lie is so much about everything.
So are you saying that the East have always been resistant to regional government and they prefer the entire?
Because if they go for regional government, go and look when the money when they bring their submission, go and look all their submission. Even when the Ohanese come to the Oputa panel with their submission, everything they say, all was still discard, all was just frictious petition. Lies. Against the nation.
Even during the confab, I think the only one in more state they didn't want regional. In fact, the last one before the one during Obasanjo time, they never really. It was
because you can never favor the Igbo are travelers. They need to go to every part of the country.
They cannot favor them, man.
You cannot favor them.
They will become second-class citizens everywhere they go.
Listen, they cannot favor them. You have to be realistic. Igbo are travelers. They need to go to upper. That is what Azikiwe was fighting for that unity. If you look at that,
fighting for one country now, because
for one country. It was only the one fighting for one Nigeria. None of them. Awolowo never said. Sadona never said. Even before the Civil War, when they called the London Conference in Ibadan, that they bring a different color. If you want unity, when before Gowon started it, that they should come. The Igbo never come. That is why they never agreed. That is what led them to Apure Accord. I don't know. Some people will just come be throwing one thing. I don't know where story they didn't even read. They didn't even lose it to people. These are people who were still alive, who participate in the coup, who participate in the civil war. You have to hear from them. Then you know the truth. Even when they are lying, you will know the truth when they're turning the story upside and all this. Go and be reading people. Somebody Bembule book. Can you read that? A book that he brought. Okay. All of them start. He was writing book on rumor.
Can I quickly say something?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is this, my brother. If they don't return Nigeria to regional government, what is coming ahead will be worse than that civil war. The reason is this: through migration, by the time other ethnic nationality start, teaching the balance of electoral state gubernatorial election,
it almost happened in
then
Lagos,
you will see what the politician will do to those people. So, my dear brother, let us be honest here. Everybody must go and manage their space, whether we like it or not, and contribute to the federal, and so that everybody can have sense of belonging. Because
they should devote power to states as they are now. Devote power to states.
There's no power to states. Which power they give to states? A state governor.
I said there. I didn't say they have given. I said they should devote power to states. State control.
If they
Every
like, they
state have
do. If they don't
resources.
like, they don't do, because there's a serious problem that is going to lie ahead. The way things are going, there's too
Every
much
state in
migration.
Nigeria, every state in Nigeria have resources to sustain itself. They should develop power. If the state should be paying back like 30% to the federal coffers and take 50% for whatever they generated, and 20% and bring it to the central coffers and share it again like the regional government time
It will be good.
within the states that are not viable. Finish. So to go back to regional. No, regional government will never work, man. If you come, some people will be looking, you have why the Igbo doesn't want the one that are shouting for Biafra for how many years? Why did they don't want their first east and go with Biafra? No, because they want data, they want Port Harcourt, they want they want all those things because of these resources there.
They say that you tie two rapper, and that if you tie two rapper,
so somebody is telling you different story. You tie two rapper.
No. I'm asking that the guy now the kind said that if you tie two rapper,
but Yoruba that have Ashoke that have two rapper. So Yoruba is Biafra now. Now they even said what did they call it?
By the way, Mike, did you hear that video? That one guy was just changing Yoruba name that it was the craziest. They would say America is a good name. I've never heard
I said Papa is Ampa.
Yeah.
Go to Wikipedia. They have finished the Yoruba history in Wikipedia. Go when they are changing the first story about Yoruba in Wikipedia, hosting space. Oh my God. We will not finish Yoruba finish.
You know, that's what they raise many of their begin. Right? They go see that.
Look at that man. Look at that bullet. They ask him question. All you will just ask you emotion. Answer the question. No way. The one that baffled me past all the petition. People have been complaining marginalization. They brought all to the panel. No one stand. No one of that petition. The fool at least they brought. Look at the all the petition. No one stand. They write about everybody. Did not everything. They asked that man, why did you kill Sadana? He said they were waiting because if they didn't wait till she come back from Saudi Arabia, they bring some troops from Saudi Arabia come. Somebody never anticipate the mind. Okay, why don't you wait for Azikiwe to come back?
Why they not arrest him?
That coup was based on tribal hatred. There's no other thing. We were running a perfect country. We were having foundation, good or bad. So for me, I think that hatred is still growing today. And for peace to reign, the federal government need to address it now, because a lot of things is happening in our country. Nobody knows
who's ruling my state? Is it in the amount of Fulani that is ruling my state? They're ruling my state. What do they want again? If you want to go to president, you have to negotiate. It's not by bullying everybody, by insulting Oba, by insulting our tribe. That you can never give anybody. Nigeria does wait one thing. Nigeria doesn't owe any personal individual president. Nigeria don't hold any personal individual president. Obi must not be a president. Nigeria doesn't hold it. They have to know that. You have to negotiate for it. You can say Nigeria hold a region, a government, fine. But any personal individual, Nigeria doesn't hold you president. Me, I'm from Edo State. I can never even think maybe 100 years or 200 years, Edo man will come out and say, want to be president. Am I not marginalized?
Even Buhari, the guy ran 4 times. 4 times.
We marginalized past. Now we the marginalized past. The truth of the matter is,
why was somebody be using the 30 men be telling me about president? Says that for they marginalizing you.
Whether state or region, I bet many people get right to protect their own, because they will not come begin a fight. Like what me?
No, my brother, nobody can come and fight. No, nobody can come and fight. Everybody can live fight on his own. Nobody can come and fight.
You see, they are trying to use, we Nigeria, we are free to move everywhere. They are not trying to use tribes from other places to be, tampering with the state election. And that thing ain't go cause very big problem. I'm telling you.
Because we my brother, that's our own problem. Like one thing, mostly in our own, let me suggest something. Mostly in Edo State, mostly most of our women. There is something I would say where we are doing that is not the way. Your election is your election. Your state is your state. Politics is local.
Okay.
The law of Edo State is from Edo people. Any law that federal government makes, only federal character, federal election that brought everybody together. It's not state election. I don't know what so people be vying for somebody because I don't even want to say something here because I will just get upset this month. Because if
Yeah,
why
just
can you
forget
not choose
about
your
those things.
local? We've been thinking somebody's your messiah from another place. Oh my God. I don't even want to talk what they are, the way the people, something they did, they make me get upset. I won't believe that these people, what concern you with Yamiri? What concern you?
My brother, the problem with our people, many of our people, not for me, we not hate anybody, but waiting me and they watch. When people are trying to say this place is no man's land, it will not come from any other person. And that's how I still come. That thing
I
will
must
cause
still
problem.
come down because you didn't mind your business. You are interfering in other people's business. So it must come and you're giving people telling people no, because you are good. Which kind of good are you? Are you even okay? I'm not bellyful. You are saying somebody can come and eat with you. Are you even living well? That you are saying no, anybody can come in Edo State and work in this one, work in that one. No, if you want to work federal character, you go to Abuja. It doesn't go to my state. There's no federal character in state. In no state, if I don't make a law now, it's for Edo lights, not for Nigerian lights.
The way we Obasanjo rule us for the past 8 years, my brother. If I look the whole thing, get as it be. So me, I just did quiet. So I have to be honest. And that one be like that's why we must support those who are there for grant to retain our place, not those people who say that's what they go grow for Lagos. You don't know who be their friend for Lagos. So maybe we just secure our land.
Funny people come there.
I don't have to be people need to be careful. Now this mix people, just mix children. Some of them now they go to bear your name. You go to say that your people, but you position in the hood.
Even though even though they
you will see somebody because of somebody is as a commissioner, this thing in your state. Fine.
You know some name. If you watch some of these people, you go to research, you go find out say their mama na from that place. People like Alaba. Remember when we come here one time now? During the Deuce show one time, the guy Yoruba name 100% Yoruba Midwest. This guy come here now during the Deuce show. The guy Yoruba boy with Yoruba accent, deep one. He accent just the same like that with the guy. The guy the whole show, we say that Yoruba man. At the end of the show, the guy won't come. He come to say like Joma. Now he come say well, you know, the guy say no, say my sister. We say you know Yoruba boy. And I see your name, everything, and with your accent. Now, so my brother begin to speak Igbo, man.
There's many of them. Just go to no since Tinubu come now. That is what is happening on social media. Even go to Twitter, you will see they will change the even in most. I always go to one Yoruba Twitter space. This Yoruba, what do they call themselves, conservative or something. Go and listen to them. They will just come when they will not start. Start asking them. You will see we just run out of the space. They will say, hey, don't come again. Oh, see ya. Well, the thing is bending on Twitter now, so we will use a full and name themselves.
So the way the team be like, we will come from Edo State, our place, we open up, people they come, they welcome them. But it's very clear for the past 30 years. For me, if I watch some video, the kind of insult where some people they try to give us, and doing all this kind of way they want come they try for our place, and they look at this one, this soup, they cook. If our people begin help that they put fire, they're not go like them at all. The food no go done.
When I see money now, everybody will change match, and that's the problem. I don't know why. Mostly our women, even in Europe, you don't understand. Sometimes I look them, I get angry with them. That's why majority of them say, when there's the problem, they call me. I don't want to answer all these women again. Sometimes I don't look them. So, but they have
I want to come out, my brother. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. What father?
He has gone to a different platform. You know, he never sleeps now.
Our security experts. Are you still there?
What security expert? Don't mind.
Papa is be telling us now to recruit.
Doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's not telling us how we're going to pay them, how we're going to equip them. No life insurance. We're not advocating for that. I say we should recruit and recruit. Well, father, Nigeria police have been this thing, military. They are not even paid well. You say we should get more to eat.
The point is this: if you have regional security outfits, they can recruit. If you think you need 1 million in your region, recruit 1 million and pay them how much you want. If you can afford to pay them 1 million every month, it is coming for your purse, Abby. So everybody should hire what they want in their region and pay them whatever they want to pay them. That is true federalism. Okay, so if you want to have to, even I've always said, if in every region, if you want to create 1,000 states in your region, that is your problem. If you only want to have 5, that is your own problem. No, but everybody should be able to do what works for their own region. Uniformity is what's killing the country. We must have this. So one person even came here tonight arguing that if they say petrol in one area at 110, it must be 110 in Sokoto or Maduguri. You will not factor the cost.
You know when everybody
No, you see, I have this argument. This was the platform. I think remember either last week somebody was telling me, no, they are selling petrol in this in Lagos, in Kano, they are selling this thing. I said, well, what are you talking? So the kind of comparison you people make sometimes, I don't understand.
How did the oil get there? Did
the oil fly from fly to there? Don't even think the transport that will go to from Lagos to Ogun State, is it the same cost to Medjugorje or to Edo State or to what are you people talking sometimes? No, the problem we have in Nigeria today. Some people, because they are not, maybe they are not, I don't know, I don't want to use this kind of word.
Say, most of us don't even know how big Nigeria be. Say if you fit 6 European countries inside Nigeria. And they tell you, when I begin to look, I go Google the size of England. I can't find out that England are more the same size as Yoruba land. I swear. I say, hey, when I look size of Germany, if you fit Germany, fit France, inside Nigeria, and
the London they are said is overpopulated. That London they say it's overpopulated. How many millions there? It's not total 8 million people. The London, everybody is overpopulated.
I don't know why we have to. It's like country different ideology, different philosophy, and you want us to all be in the same, like just about saying uniformity. It doesn't make sense, man. Let people govern them. I mean, use their own ideology or ways to determine their destiny. Give people. I mean, everybody get their philosophy in life, man. Life. Their desire, what they want to do.
That is why I prefer states. They should develop power to states, because if they go to a region, fine.
That will even be better.
You watch people are looking. Why the Southwest are clamoring for regional? They support it 100% because you people see you are almost one, and you are being in no problem. But we that is the minority side, we know what we are afraid.
I see what you're saying. But
we know what we are afraid.
Another way we can say, maybe it shouldn't be region for everyone. We can just say, I mean, in fact, the way they won't constitute it in the beginning, like, okay, a group of people can determine, like group of ethnic group can come together and determine that, okay, we are one region, that kind of thing now. Or we are one state, or we are one, people should determine that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody have different reasons why they want to.
Mike, now, for example, Mike, let me give you one scenario. See, for example, now they say go back to regional. Okay, they say, okay, we have created 4 regions before. Midwest be there, which become a bender, later become bender, which is Benin Delta. Okay, they say, okay, go back to Midwest. Do you think Delta will be able to join with Benin, those states again?
No.
Impossible, because why?
Honestly, I say regional. I think a lot of we Yoruba, when we say regional, we're just thinking of ourselves. I think that's the mistake I'm making. Yeah.
No, Mike.
To me, I see.
You can do region, but in that region, you will not determine to have 2 states. So the point is that you can still go back to your Midwest region, right?
No,
No,
yes,
no, no, no,
no,
no.
Baba,
To
see,
me,
wait, let me finish.
Baba, see,
Let me understand what I'm trying to say. No, Mike, wait 1 minute. See, for example, now you say Midwest, come back to Midwest. Midwest is about 12 tribe, but maybe this thing, 2 states. That's a Delta and Benin. Today now, look at what is happening in Delta. Some parties say the Igbo say some part belong to them. So do you want to say that Delta that was Midwest people should come back again? That's what they are telling you.
carry more problem for head. Yeah, yeah.
They are telling you now, tomorrow when you finish the region, and they will come back and tell you, no, this land belongs to us. They will invade you first and the Benin. You will not suffer consequence of the age of the plan already be calculated before the Midwest region. They will suffer.
Yeah.
You understand? So
to me, when I usually mention region, I don't mean go back to old region. That's not what I always consider as region now. Me, it's more like, though for the Southwest, even with the Southwest, me, I just want more like, maybe Southwest can have region, but everybody else, it doesn't have to be the whole region. It can just be, it can be states, like you said, or just however people want to do it. They got to determine for themselves. But what I want more is more of autonomy, like ethnic autonomy, kind of, or group of people's autonomy, kind of thing. But the idea of just one like central, the country is too big, and the philosophy and the belief system of everyone is just different.
no, we have to do like America. That just every state have its own autonomy. That
Yeah,
is
we can do it like that too, but I still go, yeah. Maybe, to me, I can settle with the state having autonomy, but then, with the Southwest, it's still gonna, okay. How can Ogun man no say this man we there na from Osun or na from Ondo? So he's still gonna end up being region for the Southwest. You know what I'm saying? But me with the Southwest, we have a way of life. You understand? We have tradition, we have customs, and it's just dying with this Nigerian thing. To be honest, it's just dying. I mean, and many of us want to preserve it. Like, we have a way. Our children now not even know some. Do you know this girl Thames, this musician?
Yeah.
She said she don't even speak Yoruba, man. I say here.
She's forming for that to work, we need that regional government for us to preserve our own culture and tradition. That's
we
why
have to preserve it now. I mean, why this thing is dying now?
Because
if you go to South to the South now, just go and do opinion poll there. Nobody will say. I don't think 70% will support this regional government, because when you will not tell them, because problem will come again. The Southeast will say no, it was former Eastern region. All those people should come back to Eastern region. And those people, when they say no, what will happen?
No. You can have, you're going to have referendum now. That's like, as a matter of fact, in the proposal for regional government, Kwara, Kogi, they can actually vote to either stay in the north central or join Southwest. Areas can actually vote of what they want to belong to. It's not like they're going to force them to join.
Yeah, no one will be forcing anyone. People should.
It's all referendum now. You will vote where you want to go. That's how it works.
So when the referendum favors some parts, maybe give them only 5 or 4 states, then they will not say that. No, you have to factor Nigeria factor into it.
Who told you you're only going to have 6?
Some people is telling you they have 13 states. So where's the 13 state coming from? So if somebody is telling you it's anywhere the title rapper is already in millions of people's mind.
Oh no. But that is one person's opinion. Like, for instance, now if you say somebody that's to rapper and he must be Igbo, that those people in that area in Delta will then vote if they want to become by Southeast or they want to stay where they are.
Those account people will have to decide for themselves.
They're voting now. They're forcing them.
Go meet one account today, go talk saying be Igbo. The another one go say no be Igbo. Those one those people.
If you see some Equator, they will say some they be Igbo. Some will say they not be Igbo. If you see some Delta Agbo, they will say they be Igbo. Some will say they not be Igbo. See the thing. So automatically, when it now come, okay, they say okay, let's settle it vis vis. They don't do it. By tomorrow maybe the part, human the part, because one thing me always look at. when I only look after the British left 1960, the independent, after they now left with all their military. Why is just those only 5 years of 6 years, just the British left? That kind of bloody coup happen. This thing have been planned, have been concentrated for years.
Can I ask Mike a question? Mike,
Yeah.
those inquirer, if they give them the referendum to vote, and some part of Kogi to join Yoruba land, with they vote yes or no?
Man, I don't know. Man. I come from there, so I don't
No, even those inquirer, if that one is very easy now.
No, the Yoruba, the
There's
Yoruba.
about 6 local government there. Maybe only those one will just join the pattern there.
Yeah, yeah. The Yoruba part of the
That's my point.
yeah, they were trying to. I don't
They
even
would
know
try-
why they were carved into Kogi in the first place. I need to
That was a mistake,
really
man. That
understand.
was a political BS, man. But that's my point. They should have the power to say, okay, because they have one advantage, Mike. Take this out. When it's time to pick the president or vice president, those Yorubas in the North Central, nobody will pick them, because if they pick them, they say, they are still Yoruba, even though they are in the North Central. So that is the issues Salaki is having, because even though it's not central, when it's time for his party to pick him to run for office, they say, no, we know you are.
Yeah, someone like you know me like you know.
Yeah, but you are still but you are still Yoruba. So when it's time for them to benefit, they become Yoruba. But when it's time for them to sacrifice, they become not central.
Not central.
In any way.
So they are vote for North Central. But when they time for the they are calling Yoruba.
No, you're still Yoruba. Sorry, we can't vote for you.
Yeah.
So what's the point of them staying in that area then?
No, but those side road is very easy. You know, so maybe they want to go back to the region. It's very easy because Yoruba would not even have to drag so much. Even the people there will not drag so much because already there's about 6 local government in Kwara. You understand that is Yoruba. And so that one is so easy. They'll just say, okay, just demarcate it, go. Maybe the little one is in the other local government can say, okay, I'm living there. That one it will not be forced. It's just counting. But that local government that is already know that the culture of Yoruba, the same tradition, everything is already there already. Those ones will just easy to carve at first, you know. So that will not be too much debate. But if you come like Delta or Agbo, the too much complication will be there. Some will say no, some will say yes. Now look at what is even happening. Okay, if we don't have the regional government and somebody already be hiring all those cannot, all those oil, those gas, all those bias, all this protect particularly side that the resources, that fight will come again. It will not last another 3 years. Because when you start sustaining, you start looking, this thing is not important.
Join Biafra and buy now. Just join Biafra and save yourself the trouble.
Biafra is not a country. There's nothing like Biafra there now. Unless a country come now. That is why you tell those people. Not me, join Biafra. I'm not Biafra. I didn't know anything. I didn't know the name. So
some Edo people they claim Biafra too.
That's what I was telling the other guy now. That is what I'm saying. Sometimes you see what they are saying online, you will just go to platform that you don't even understand the history, doesn't even understand the culture, doesn't belong to your father, to your mother. What just start existing in 1962, you are 1967, you are now putting yourself to it. You that have a culture of about 500, how many centuries ago? Huh? Begin to tell you that we know our this thing. Be telling you the changing the name. That is what peaceful I don't like about all this. It pisses me off. Nobody is fighting against whatever you are fighting for. But fight for you. You. Talking about be having me drawing map, putting my what are you talking? Do you look like Oba of Benin? So like somebody that will bow to Samuel out of the Kano. I don't know why people don't think something is very easy.
And the way these guys they won't die for that Biafra, because the one that say, you never even convince the people in the call Biafra to join you already. You don't really want to die. This, like when I'm looking at the kind of way the suffer, the guy they suffer himself. I say, guy, this thing where they die for, you never even solidify him. Like all these two rapper people never agree to join you. You don't ready to go prison on top.
But please leave that guy. A man of 54 years. If people are not so gullible, a man of 54 years will now wake up and be telling me my history. Huh? A man of 54 years will now wake up and be telling you your whole history. Your ancestral root, you just wake up 54 years telling me you get the title rapper. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of talk is that? You should go to India and the title rapper. You go to all this African country, what do they call this country? The title rapper, go and pack all of them now.
You know, so I'm confused now. So Turapa, Jewish. Okay, so which one? What ancestry?
Yeah, Jewish, Egypt, I beg you.
I have a guy said they're from Egypt. I said, and it was seeing all this. It was seeing all these wars in that. It was quoting from the book of the dead, all these old Egyptian books, and it was trying to say that they're actually Igbo, Igbo names and stuff. And it was, I was like, and then they had this guy, this African American on YouTube, Black American. He went to the East and he met these elders, and they said, as a matter of fact, that Jesus Christ lived in that. This is Israel. That this is the way Jesus Christ. And the guy was just like, "What the fuck am I?" It was like,
they're gonna talk like this as if people don't get things.
Yeah. So that thing you don't wonder.
They could just
Somebody, wait, there was a platform I was here. But I was in the platform in the Twitter space. They happened. They was talking about Kaladera, Romeo, this Odudua. Igbo people go open platform. They talk Yoruba and Benin history. After I listen for 2 hours, I know ask. I said, please, if this Yoruba space say no, this Benin say no. I said, waiting concern Igbo wey go open space. They talk about Yoruba history, deliberating, forcing it, rewriting it. I said, okay, please, sorry, I want to know about Igbo ancestral roots. No, that is not what we are talking here now. That is not the issue. I said, okay, you are discussing somebody's history. Is not what? Discuss your own and let me know.
You know the one way they vex me. When people they talk about them, they go come here, come to see why they talk about them. Why not they talk? Even some of these comments, they say, why they talk about Igbo? What? I said, just go any other place, go online right now. Go look who they talk about who. 9 out of 10 of the video of people talking about people. Now Igbo people they talk about other people. You know, like you are the one talking about everybody everywhere. But then when people start talking about you, you don't like it.
Well, it become a problem. No, don't talk about them, but let them talk about you. You just quiet. That's the job.
Talk.
By the way, is it true that Peter B is considering becoming vice president?
No, you have debunked it. I went to your Twitter handle the next day. You have debunked it.
Okay.
I watched the news, even that news central self, because there is a place that the signal went off. Maybe that is where they changed the story. Because I watched the interview live in News Central. He didn't say when they were asking, but what unless all this news, maybe they want to say, I don't know, but they didn't say something like that. He said, I'm ready to work. I'm ready to work with anybody who have the same ideology with them, who want to build Nigeria and learn. You don't understand? I'm not ready to work with those who want to, if it's for state capture.
Yeah, but
that is what he said there. I don't know how they not say it's one time.
The issue is that this is the issue. Obviously, it can't pick that anymore because that one has no value politically to win him anything. But those that can actually win him something, those ones don't feel like they can walk beneath. They are like is beneath them. I don't see a Kwakwanso at they're like, wait a minute. They don't see him as an equal to even work with him. I mean, those that count in the north, that can actually win a vote. They don't want to work with Peter B in the north unless he's willing to be their vice president. And he doesn't want to be a vice president. So I don't know where he goes from here. I don't know who he's going to pick from the north.
No, don't speak for him about this politician don't want to be a vice president. I've never said it. He don't want to be a vice president.
So no. I mean that for those people that actually matter, that actually that he even lost his own word.
No, don't forget about that. Forget about that. That is not. I don't think they are going to make that. Will be that again in 2027. I don't think that one. Even though they are going to come with that one, maybe they are going to go. That 2027 is not going to work. Honestly, I'm sorry. I'm not. It's their right to fight for any office, any higher office. But that one is not going to work because I don't think that they are going to remove Tinubu. That is number one. Number two, and even though they're going to merge with Atiku. How is that going to work? So because Atiku now will come and remove a Satana, for what? No, that one will never work now. Go carry cow, carry malu vote now.
And it will look bad because it's like, man, you're so desperate, you are going to be deputize Atiku to kick out. That's a very interesting. Well, we'll see how it plays out, though.
But how is he going to look back? He has never been president. It was vice president with emerged as a vice presidential candidate in 2019. So 2023 was a contestant as a president solo now. So he was not going to look back. I've never held any office more than a governor now. So we're going to go back to be as a vice president, but this 2027, I don't think there's none. But I know many people don't understand the election of Nigeria. They don't understand how the things work. So they should go and waste their money there. They should contest. Is their right? Nobody hold anybody to contest, but for taking them to one. If Peter Obi comes solo, I'm ready to support him again. But to go and make it article, no, me, I'm not going there. I'm not going there, my brother, because I cannot wait for Northerner to come and take a Satan heart now. For what?
Yeah, but they took good luck out now.
No, good luck. See, there's that good luck. Even me, I support good luck going. I never support good luck contesting. Why? Because Nigeria Constitution then, when they say that case was in the court before Falana and Zekume was start arguing it on the television then, they said you cannot contest. The Nigeria Constitution, you cannot be sworn in more than 2 times. So Jonathan had already finished 1 term. Finished Yar'Adua term. He win the 2011. So when he wanted to contest again, me, I was looking at you already bridging the constitution because that's I only like people to follow law, think of it. You understand? So when they now go to